Yes, karibuni. Yeah, welcome. Welcome all of you. Karibuni kila mmoja wetu wherever you are. It is my hope that mumeshinda vizuri. Yeah. There is the biggest discussion inaendelea Kenya about schools. And it is now coming to be asked, like, should people attend schools of where they come from, or they should be posted to other schools? It's now becoming a big discussion. It was started by Gachagua, I think, last weekend or last week, when he was explaining that people from Central are being posted to other areas, and they were not seeing that discussion being good. When it was being said by Gachagua, it sounded like tribalism. But what is shocking me is that today I've heard a UDA member of parliament, Kagombe from Gatundu, echoing the same. And I'm not hearing much talks. And now the question begs, does it mean that the reason why many of central area, where we have many national schools, does it mean that those people have invested more in those areas, and that is why they should have priority, including their children being there? Does it mean that members of parliament or elected people from Garissa or Northeastern or other places, they have not invested their money properly, and that is why their schools are not good? Also, I don't think there's a way in which we can be able to have like national schools everywhere. So, to some extent, it would also be a disadvantage if there is a school here and it is not admitting people from within. So, I think that is why, for me, I think quotas would be better. Alliance has to admit people from within. Even if it is international, there must be some quota. Otherwise, how will the people of that area benefit? So let's begin with that discussion, as sasa tunakuja kuongea historia ya vile watu wanajipanga. So sijui kama watu wako kwa nyumba ama niko peke yangu hapa. I just wanted to check. I don't know kama watu wako kwa nyumba ama niko peke yangu. Where is the Stone PK? Anyway, let me look for him. Then we can proceed. Marekani kama kumetulia. It looks like the attack was finally completed. So this is strong. So maybe mtu kama Julia should come and help us percolate on that issue. Yeah, I've just gotten Stone PK. Unajua siku hizi inabidi nitafute watu ni kama mumegomea kipindi. Sijui ni kwa nini, lakini ni sawa tu. Ama mnataka kunifilisha. Atukuji. You parrot there alone. Anyway, but no problem. So I want na pia Wasomali ni kama kuna vile naongea. I want to begin with that story of Gachagua. Let's look for it. I think let's see how this one percolates.
Huyu mtu in 3 years, unajua nasikia akisema ati mtu angaliwe track record yake. Mwai Kibaki alichaguliwa 2002 akatutengenezea free primary education. Uhuru Kenyatta akakuja 2013, day secondary school ikakuwa ni free. In 3 years Ruto ameharibu hiyo yote. Tunaongea leo pesa ya capitation ya last year mashule haikupata. Mashule yote iko na madeni. Maprincipal wamesima simu kwa sababu ya kusumbuliwa na suppliers. Tunaenda hii January hakuna pesa ya capitation. Minister anasema iko, Kasongo anasema iko. Kama hajapeana ya last year, ni mwaka huu atapeana. Tena hii ni serikali confused. Ile watoto wamemaliza grade 9. Vijana amepita. Anakuwa admitted shule ya day, yeye anatoka hapa Kiambu. Anawekwa day school Kericho. Mtoto mwingine msichana amealikwa shule ya vijana. This is a totally confused government because the fish rolls from the head. Huyu Kasongo is a confused person kwa sababu hakuna kazi anafanya. Kazi yake ni kufanya deals na kutafuta pesa. Sasa hapa kwetu shule zetu Alliance, Mangu, wapi, watoto wetu hapa wamepelekwa shule iko chini na max yao iko juu. Watu wengine wameletwa kwa mashule zetu hapa. There is total confusion kwa mambo ya shule. Parents do not know what to do. Alafu Kasongo anasema ati anataka kutupeleka Singapore. Sasa wewe Kasongo, kabla utupeleke Singapore, si ulipe pesa ya shule? Kabla utupeleke Singapore, si ulipe pending bills? Sasa hii Singapore, ulisema watoto wapigwe risasi kwa mguu, hii ni Singapore gani? Mudoshi akwenda guthekererwo na gwiciria twauga ndari atake njuge ni ngumutwara Singapore mutheke ndagika ta 3. Wakenya wenzangu, nataka nipeleke nyinyi Singapore. Si Wakenya twende Singapore? Hala? Wakenya, mimi niko na plan, na ile plan niko nayo ni ya kutoa Kenya third world nipeleke first world ikuwe kama Singapore. Uone kwa toa dagame kagere. Hii mtu anatubeba ufala. It's a lie.
Now, that is the biggest discussion in Kenya ya mashule. Gachagua ndiye alileta huo mjadala on Sunday. Akasema ati mtu wa Mlima Kenya anatumwa sijui Karebatura, anatumwa Moyale. Naye mtu wa Moyale analetwa kwao. So is that a fair discussion ama mnaonaje? Because ni kama sasa hiyo story again, it is still being used to exacerbate the discussion that Gachagua is a tribal. Wacha niwatafutie Kagombe talking about the same. Nimesikia video yake tu saa hii. Sijui kama Yeah, I just met his but nimekuta video yake. Yeah, kama itapatikana, we will find it and yeah, I do not seem to find it, but he is from UDA and he has echoed it. He has said that no need of admitting. That's don't know kama hii so hii maneno ya shule I don't know like ni sisi wengi ama what's happening sasa. Nasikia hata sasa manafasi zime run out. Let's hear this one from.
Indeed, a very sad story there. Moving on to matters education, thousands of parents may still not get sports for their children in their school of choice as frustration and anxiety grip the grade 10 placement process. With reporting dates fast approaching, families are crisscrossing senior schools in desperation, clinging to fading hope amid limited vacancies, uncertainty, and growing claims of unfair practices that threaten to erode trust in the system. Our education reporter Anne Musungu tells us more.
Frustration of grade 10 placement persists as the second phase of the review process opens today, triggering a fresh wave of anxiety among parents, many who flocked senior schools in a desperate bid to secure limited slots for their learners. With barely a week to the official grade 10 reporting date, desperation is written across many parents' faces. Most have been turned away from their preferred schools, some clutching empty promises of callbacks, others leaving documents behind in sheer hope, uncertain whether any response will ever come.
Mtoto alipata 61 point. Shule yenye aliitwa ilikuwa huko Shago upande wa Siaya. Na huko sijui.
This is my third time coming to Nairobi school. We've never been allowed to get into the gate. We are just being told to wait for phone calls, which we don't know when we will be called.
Chances are slim and it's like we are denied hiyo chance ya kuingia mtoto kwa admitted katika shule.
Virginia, a student, the eagerness to join their school of choice remains painfully uncertain as she acknowledged the hard work and sacrifices she poured into her studies, only to face crushing disappointment at the final hurdle as dreams carefully built over years hangs in limbo.
I applied to Kenya High and State House, but the process is just so hard. Like, even if you have a chance to go there.
Parents say that this stress has deepened after revelations that some schools are demanding extra money in exchange for admission letters. For families already stretched thin, the alleged pay-to-enter demands have turned an already painful placement process into a bitter and disheartening ordeal.
Wengine wanatoka huko wanauliziana umelipa ngapi? Umelipa ngapi? Sasa sijui umelipa ngapi na pesa gani, wanasema umelipa ngapi na mtoto hajaingia.
I talked to two people. One told me to be with 150,000 is when they will understand my request, and another person who also gave me a contact told me to be with 100,000. So all that money I can't get because I was only prepared with the school fees, and I cannot use my school fees money to break my way.
The second placement revision kicks off today and will run for 4 days, offering a final window of hope for anxious families. Once the process closes, learners are expected to begin reporting to senior schools from January 12th, marking a decisive moment in their academic journey. Attention now shifts to the Ministry of Education as pressure mounts to deliver fair, transparent, and timely placement. For thousands of learners and parents, the ministry's next step will determine whether confidence in the senior school placement process is restored or further shaken. And Musungu, KTN, Nairobi.
Thank you for that report, Anne Musungu.
Yeah, that is Mata Schools. Yeah, mambo ya shule inakaa hivyo. We are really suffering. Kwa nchi yetu inaonekana ya kwamba hard work does not pay. Unapita mtihani and still there is not a concept of allowing you to excel and do the best in life. As you can see there, and it is something which we need to start focusing on. When does hard work pay? When do people succeed, especially when you do everything that is right in your life? I believe kids are supposed to excel. I believe people are supposed to, and then you can see how corruption is playing out. It's because of having, all these things are being exacerbated, they are being increased by having a wrong regime. I remember when we used to have Matiang'i in education, things were running very smoothly. Hakukuanga na ujinga kama hii sijui fanya. Yes, we might have, we used to have issues, but not like such issues like Ruto government is unable to place kids. Is a government of chaos everywhere. Lazima kila pahali tu kukuwe na shida, because they create a problem, because once they create that problem, it is corruption. That's why now they create now opportunities of corruption, opportunity of stealing money. That is the problem which we are having. It is not that these things cannot be solved. They can be. And it is not the first time we are placing kids in university and in schools. But you bring a problem and you try to see how you benefit from that problem. So that is all what Ruto is after. Na hizi shida hazitawahi isha. They will continue becoming big and big and big, to the extent that now there is a possibility, because we are dealing with a corrupt, bad regime, even people who are not qualified will be getting very serious. Now, meritocracy is no longer available in Kenya. Ile kitu inaitwa meritocracy. Excellence for the best. Now, we are now producing a rogue state. Watu watakuwa wanasoma and they are not qualified in what they do. We are now destroying our state. Utakuwa daktari, but ukuanga umehitimu. Those people are supposed to be doctors, they will not become doctors. Those people are supposed to be engineers, they will not become engineers, because they are being curtailed in the name of equalization. Let me tell you, excellence has nothing to do with the equalization. Excellence is natural. So even as you try to say that we need to uplift hata wale wako chini na nini, you cannot limit super achievers. Super achievers are super achievers, and those are the people who build a nation. And countries which have understood how to deal with the excellent brains, they are the ones who are controlling this world. Like America, they have known how to use their 1% top cream society. It's only us in Kenya, those people who have maarifa mingi, they are left in the streets rotting. And now, a local regime will actually accelerate negative direction of that. So Stone PK, can you react about that placement of schools and inequality in Astoria? Even like qualified people in certain localities, they cannot access the best schools in their location. They have actually to be sent to lesser schools in other areas in the name of equalization. And these are national schools. I'm now getting an issue, like for example, like maybe like for us, for instance, my home to Kangaru was around 10 kilometers, 10, 15 kilometers to Kangaru where I school, a place where I used to walk to go to school. I'm pre-assuming if admission was being done today, I do not think if I could have joined Kangaru today. Sasa mimi, or maybe I could have found myself in Baringo in a very bad school, Nauko, where Katoras are. And the question which I would have asked myself, how would I have even afford fare? Kangaru, 10, 12 kilometers I used to walk. Then post me 40 kilometers away from home, or 100 kilometers away from home. What does it mean? Traveling is a risk as well. These are small kids. So this confusion which is being created by Ruto is not making Kenya strong. It's actually destroying Kenya. And these are among the many reasons we are saying this guy has to get out. So you can see every time he remains in power, we are getting problems to deal with. Problems and problems. So Stone PK, can you react about that? Manene ya shule.
Njiru, how are you and anybody who might be listening to us? Yeah, the challenges are serious because, I believe in a principle of if it's not broken, don't fix it. I have always questioned very heavily and very in depth and greater depth why we ever, what really brought us into changing our education curriculum every other often. Why? Why are we kind of changing spontaneously? What is it that we really wanted to achieve? I ask that against the background of other countries that are even doing better education wise than us now. We started together, we were doing very well, we became one of the best African countries in terms of education system. Then when did we divert? The way you are working together with people towards achieving a certain goal, then wewe unarudi unapiga ngurai. Mlikuwa mmeenda vizuri, mnajua mmeenda kuachieve zenith, then somewhere halfway unashikwa na matogoo, una divert, unaacha watu wakienda wale kule mlikuwa umeenda. It's like you had decided you are moving from Nairobi to Mombasa. Then by the time you reach Mtito Andei, watu wanaanza kupotelea huko Ukambani. Wengine wanaanza kurudi na nyuma, wakirudi na Thika. Why did we ever change from what we had put? Instead of improving on very simple areas. And I will base my discussion on this. Ndio nikuje kabisa sasa to address the mediocres here. I'll go through the system that I know, like what my dad went through. My dad was of the days when they would go to school, and there would be, I think, class 1, 2, 3, and a certain, I think, class 4, they would do a form of, I think it was called, there was an assessment they would do. Then by the time you are in class 4, unarudi unaenda 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, ndio ulikuwa unasikia hata huyu alifika standard 8, na ukisikia unasikia ni minister, huyu alifika standard 8. Ukisikia ni president, huyu alifika standard 8, alikwenda akaenda college akakuwa mwalimu. I'm talking of the Moi generation, because my dad was Moi's generation, though young slightly. So what is this system they were using that would be so good that by class 8 unakuta mtu ako level ingine? Fine, hiyo ikakuja ikatolewa, wakaanza tena ingine, waka-improve ingine, wakasema sasa primary level ni class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then from 7 you do an exam to go to secondary. From 1, 2, by form 2 you do an exam ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa Kenya Secondary Junior, KJSE. Okay, then you would move to form 3, form 4, then you do O level or Cambridge, whatever they were calling it. So there would be 7 years of education in primary school, then 4 years of education in from 4, and then later it came 5 and from 5 and 6. And during this time, if you would not be able to proceed from 5 and 6, there were the tertiary colleges. Okay, And by the way, there are some schools that had technical wings, which were distributed in every, call it, provinces that time. Okay, the secondary schools that had some semi technical. Okay, and students would be divided based on vile wanaonekana. Okay, that time ilikuwa ni mtu kuulizwa nani angetaka kufanya these pure sciences and all that. Okay, based on your performance from 1 and 2. Those schools were schools like Kabete Technical, Machakos Technical, Nairobi Technical School, in Embu, I think kulikuwa na, they were there in every province. As you would go academics and you would go so technical. Then after A level, there are those, if you don't go to university, you'd be able to go to diploma colleges, which are either arts or sciences. If you go to science diploma colleges, or like Kenya Science Teachers College, Kenya Technical Teachers College, and you are trained now to go through that specific line. Those who would go to university, then you go and do various disciplines based on what you have qualified. That system, for me, the biggest challenge was that they would, of course, do the cutoff marks based on the availability of spaces. Okay, as much as it was also combined by merit, although now more or less you would pass so many. If you pass so many, the pass mark would be raised up. Okay, which means the only challenge here was because they had fewer spaces or fewer universities. So for me to improve on this system that everyone was so happy about, and even the world, I would, number one, do like, okay, increase the number of universities, increase the number of teachers colleges, increase the number of technical teacher colleges, improve the number of arts teacher colleges, so that you have as many scientists coming out as possible, and as many, that you continue giving the market. Now, when it comes to what Moi tried to do, for example, to make sure that every primary school had the technical wing, that was a good thing to do, so that you have kids beginning to specialize in technical subjects as early as possible. That was a good thing. Why it was abandoned, I don't know why. Now, let me go to the selection, the way it was done. There were schools that were categorized. Category A, national schools. So in order to serve the more passes you have, it would have been good to have many schools upgraded to that level, so that you don't cut off those who you feel have acquired so high marks. So that I would increase more national schools and still use that pass mark they were using. And then I would also now increase the ones they were calling provincial schools. And then you go to the district schools, such that you don't have to get somebody being sent so far away just because in their area hakuna that school that you feel is the center of academic excellence, right? And you just let that go. All right, but you could also come and lower it a little bit the way Moi did, but you should not compromise the quality of the training or the quality of education that there was. You don't bring things called equalization in matters academics. What are you equalizing? What you should do in matters academics, you should increase the opportunity, watoto wapate hiyo masomo, si lower the quality. Ati sasa how do you lower? Mtu kama amepata A, unataka ikue nini? Huyu mtu ni mwerevu, alipata A, utaibadilisha aje? So make sure huyu mtu amepata A, akosi kwenda kufanya kile amependa, you know, don't curtail. Ikiwa huyu mtu ni mtu wa sciences, in my time tulikuwa tunaita mtu wa chuma. Kama ni mtu wa MPC hizo kali, make that available. All right, and then move. I'm using this comparative analysis with countries like Uganda. Why do Kenyans so much love sending their kids to Uganda kusoma, and yet watu wanasemanga, wengine unasikia wakisema oh, Uganda it's not sijui nini na nini, yet we believe the education system is better than ours. If you ask Kenyans ni wangapi wanasomea Uganda, you'll be shocked. Even in training, hizi science, nurses and all that, you'll be surprised how many go to cross over for that, to seek for that education. So basically what we are now supposed to have done is to reverse when the rain began beating us. Because the rain began beating us when we came with this messy 844 system, which we were not ready for, we were not prepared for it. We just to the bumburuka too. And I think, I'm sorry to say this is the Kalenjin style of leadership, where everything wanafanyanga ni simple. And when I say Kalenjin, watu watasikia ni kama I'm stereotyping. I'm using that for lack of a better word, because these two presidents from the same place are the ones who are using the same playbook. You know, wamefanya education inakuwa ni so cheap. So cheap in terms of not money wise, but wanaifanya inakuwa ni kama ni kitu ya kawaida. It doesn't matter. Because you remember, it is Moi who came and said, hakuna mtu anaangukanga shule. Well, I don't know what principle he was using. Okay. But hata kama hakuna mtu anaangukanga shule, you could say kuna mtu ule ambaye anapewa certificate of attendance. Huyo si the same na ule mtu ambaye amepata the marks you have set. Otherwise, why do you set exams in school? You set exams in school to try and categorize people based on their performance. Okay. Otherwise, then if you say sasa hakuna mtu amenini, okay, then you have to have a way that you are going to really, kind of categorize our art. But also you should not decide to remain vague. Unakuwa vague in the sense that you decide that masomo tu hiyo yani kupuuza. And no wonder now as you move around, Kenya imekuja, hata ikiwa umesoma Kenya, you have your degrees, you have this, ukienda nchi za nje, it's like you have to reassess, to be reassessed again. It's like you have to start again and all that kind of a thing. And this, for those of you who don't know, it is started with the 844 system. Before our system, you would go wherever you go, it was recognized. Ukisema ulikuwa O level, it was O level. A level degree nini ilikuwa inachukuliwa. Sasa mpaka uende, you have to do a lot of things to justify that you went to school. Okay, and this has happened continuously. 24 years or more, we screwed it up. Then in came Kenyatta, who I don't know why he did not want to maybe reverse it or go into deep thinking about it. All right. Now we have this regime, Ruto, which again is as confused as wherever. Why? Because tumeweka biashara kwa hizi maneno. Anything we are doing is, well, how much money are we going to make out of it? So whenever you put money first, then you'll mess everything. It's the same with the health, for example. So you look at what drugs are we going to make more money with it. So you can import anything in the sense of ati unajaribu ku create cut. So sijui hii tamaa ya pesa itatupeleka wapi, na hiyo ndio itatumaliza kabisa. Yeah. So I don't know how we are going to sort out that problem. It is terrible now. It's even ni deadly. Unasikia mtu ako Nairobi ameitwa huko shule. I saw a joke, mtu anasema ameitwa na huko Kadhonzweno, and I'm not saying that to underrate Kadhonzweno, though I mean it's a part of Kambani, but somebody was joking. Mtoto ametoka kwa family nini na huko mali huko Mbere, unarudi umempeleka Taita Taveta. Are you really killing that family, or what do you want us to do?
Stone PK, yeah? There is something I wanted to, I'm asking when it comes to this issue of placing. Does it mean that, because when I'm hearing politicians speaking about the quality of school, do politicians in a certain region or the society in a certain region influence the quality of schools? And when those politicians have actually worked hard to make sure that their schools are better, do they have that entitlement to defend their people, and they say they want their people to actually get admission in those schools? Maybe you can respond on that. The issue is when you are hearing some of the politicians speaking, wanasema ati hao watu ni entitlement wako nayo ati wanataka kusomea shule zao. But can we to some extent say there are some places where schools are not good because their politicians have not worked enough? Can we say schools are good or bad depending on the politician?
I like using a different look at that. Why Kenya has deteriorated and it's rotten is when we have attached everything that is happening, we attach it to, in brackets or in a hyphen, politicians. Who are politicians? Who are politicians? Okay. I tend to think until we get somebody, a leader that will come and define leadership, okay, and make the communities understand what leadership is all about, I think that's when we will run away from this nonsense where people feel that development is pegged to certain people who now you are calling politicians. That should not be. And you see, devolution was trying to get rid of that nonsense. That a politician or whoever has been elected in a certain area feels like yeye ndiye ana perform, yeye ndiye analeta hiyo that which is in that area of domicile or his area. Why? Devolution wanted to devolve funds so that those kind of development are not pegged on individuals. Hii mambo ya kusema Ndindi Nyoro ametengeza hii nini, I don't jubilate. Personally, I don't ululate about it, because when you bring that kind of thing, and we are talking of a country called Kenya, what are we talking about? Okay, and that's why I also feel like development should be detached completely from these people who are called because what happens is somebody may know that he has more knowledge in designing, what a good school should be, in guiding the community, what a good school should be. And then you have somebody Nauko Mashimoni constituency, who is elected by the people there or read himself there, anakaa Mashimoni, and that's why you don't expect those people of Mashimoni to get anything better. But if we had such development projects, I would like to call them community empowerment development projects, if they were solely in the hands of technical people, and these technical people should be found as members or employees of county level, national level, like the way you had the Ministry of Education running, you have Ministry of all that, and with the technical people. Those are the people that should be in every what do we call it, in every devolution unit, which is called counties, and they should be able, if it's a school, there should be a standard format for all primary schools. Let me give you another example of Uganda. Okay, and I love Uganda because as much as people say whatever they say, they have standardized things so well. In Uganda, you go to any primary school, it's the same design. Okay, the same design. Okay, if you are building a laboratory, it's the same design in the entire country. If you are building a kitchen, a school kitchen, it's the same. You know, and I tend to think because that is where now technicians, proper people design. So education, classroom, and all that. If we all want classrooms to have tiles, let it be standard in the entire country. All right. So Njiro, I would want us, any government that comes in, to remove hiyo maneno ati ni mwanasiasa ndio atakuwa ana claim credit for any little things that are being done in the constituency. That's why they are going into that stupidity of feeling very endowed that shule zetu, shule zangu nataka benefit hawa. No, let them benefit the county, the Kenyans. Of course, priority wakianza kuchukua watu waanze kuchukuliwa number one in the proximity. Okay, you don't want to bring somebody from Kabartonjo unamleta hapa Murang'a or wherever it is. Okay, I think that is where now people should be during this school selection and all that. That mediocrity iletwe chini. Politicians waache kukua ndio wanaanza kucontrol and claiming credence of these projects of performing schools, and then hiyo pesa unasikia ati sijui MP ndiye anapewa ati akajenge. That money should go to the devolved unit. Okay, and ensure we empower wananchi and ensure that it is not thieves that are going to run the counties. Overhaul the overseer of these counties. Hawa watu wanaitwa sijui the controller of budgets and all that. They should have more teeth, like the way you have in Singapore. You can't be told you are controller of budget, and when you go or the auditor general, your work is just reading history. Hapa kumeibiwa, hii county imeiba 17 billion. Hiyo report unatupatia tufanye nini nayo? So what? We want us to have a unit. Ikiwa umesema wewe ndio una auditor general, unaona na una prosecute, so that we cure that quickly. Yeah. So we are in a total mess, very bad mess in Njiro, with those so-called politicians owning and even beginning to claim excellency and trying to show as if they are super. All right. And then we have others who are unfortunate. They don't have those kind of super. So if you have a super na ametangaza shule nzuri, anasema ni yake. Ownership should go to communities. Back to you, Njiro.
Yeah, Budi can come and react. I know saa zingine anakujanga and you want to anataka kutapika haraka ende. So Budi, kama unanisikia, you can come. So
Budi, kwani bundles zake zinakuanga ni kama zile za watu wa Kenya?
Anatumia bando kwa kazi na anataka kuja tumpe priority ili aongee. Sasa akikuja asikie tumeongea sana tu, anangokanga tu. But Budi, come, it is your chance. Ukitukuta
ungempatia chance,
tunyamaze ama tuendelee tu kuongea, usitulaumu. It is your chance now. It's your chance to talk. So, but as we wait for Budi, Bwana Stone PK, there is a question I want to ask in terms of this school kabla tuende sasa kwa ODM, where they want to get Sifuna out. But hold that one for the thought, because I also want us to ask ourselves, is ODM really doing favor to itself? Let me ask you a question now when it comes to these issues of schools. Parents are complaining, regular people are complaining. The only people who I don't think are complaining is the government. And you have now explained some of those issues whereby irregular posting, people being posted to places where they can't imagine. And now you can now start putting the other constraints like cost and other things. So the question which I'm trying now to ask, when the rationale of posting in schools although I don't know if this is the first time when they are posting in that curriculum, the rationale, like if it's a national school, I thought they pick based on marks. I thought the rationale of posting, even as I was growing up, I used to hear like, because I'm of the generation ya 700. Sisi mimi nilifanya KCP when we were doing 7 subjects, 700. So mimi wa generation ya 700. So when we are doing out of 700, we used to know like ya kwamba if you get 600 and above, wewe utaenda Alliance, wewe sijui utaenda wapi, those hizo mashule noma. If you get like 520s, 540s out of 700, we used to know wewe utaenda Govio Boys. Yeah, you'll go to, like in Embu now, you'll go to Govio Boys. If you're a guy, if you're a girl, you go to Kieni Girls. If you get those 500. So Kangaroo was, in our generation, it was 520, 460, like that. So you used to know. So hata we mwenyewe ukipata marks, you already know that mtoto wangu ako qualified hapa. Like me, like when I got my KCP mark, I knew I cannot go to Mangu because of the marks which I got. I knew, like, because I already knew that my marks are below what Mangu takes. Don't we have such a schedule right now, which is automatic? You can actually judge yourself without being told you can't qualify to this school. Like even if I come from a pauper, from a family which doesn't have money, and I have gotten very high marks, I just know that I qualify to go to Mangu, or I qualify to go to Kenya High, or I qualify to go to Limuru and Loreto and Akina Kilungu, and I start looking for money. Is that not the system, or Ruto is trying to invert it?
I'm not very, one thing that I did, once I got so disgusted, although I have my kids in school, although I put him through maybe a different, but it's the same system, although it's private school. I really got so disgusted with our education system, such that I'm just providing for my kid because I have no choice. But hata sifuatiliagi sana, so I don't know whether, especially when they stopped having, when they abolished what you are talking about, kulikuwa hizo school unaita Mangu na nini, they were categorized. Vile nimekuambia, national school ilikuwa inaweza ita mtoto bora amepata hiyo marks from any part of the country, okay? Na ilikuwa sasa ukipata hiyo shule, wazazi wako, one, they would be so excited because those were centers of excellence. So ungekuta ndio ulikuwa unakuta hata kuna wazazi wanafanya fundraising, mtoto wangu ameitwa Alliance, mpaka hata village wanafurahi sana, they try to help you because that is a super excellence, okay? And then there was from the national, ndio kulikuwa kunakuja provincial. Sasa provincial ilikuwa within the region, then kulikuwa district. Unaona, district sasa ndio hiyo unakuja umeongea sasa juu ya Ngovio, unakuta sasa hiyo district ni county level, county schools, unakuta unaweza itwa within Embu County, Ngovio, Nyangwa, Siakago, all that. So I think they still have a fairly, I don't know about the CBC, but before the CBC, I think they still had that this marks cut off wanaenda this kind of category of schools. Sasa mi ile imekuja ikanichanganya ni hii CBC, ndio nimekuja nikatupa mbao. I don't even know what category ama what criteria they are using to to distribute these kids. All right, but I know kuna hizo zinaitwa district schools, which some of them are doing fantastically well, na hizo district school ndio county school. In Embu we have them, we have Nyangwa, we have Kangaroo na, but I don't know why Kangaroo ilishukishwa ngazi from national ikakuwa sasa ni local, Kangaroo, Ukobo, all those schools have been top. Ilikuwa level ya juu. Sasa sijui zimekuja zikashukishwa zikakuwa ni county schools and all that. which again we mistook what devolution is meant to be. Tulikuja tukaharibu, we hijacked it, ikakuwa devolution ni yetu, ni kabila. Ati kama mtu ama an engineer in Embu, I cannot be employed as an engineer in Kisii County. Unaambiwa wewe rudi kwenyu Embu because of somebody looking at my name. So tulikuja tumeua hiyo devolution, and that's why tumeiua mpaka kwa education. I'm a doctor, I should be able to work in any part of that country. But if you see my name, unaniambia wewe kwenyu ni Nyanza, enda ukaandikwe Nyanza. So it is mediocracy. Acha Alex aongee, ameingia.
So Alex, go ahead. We are handling that issue of schools, but we will gravitate to politics. Ni vile tunajaribu kuangalia because this is the root of problem.
Ruto and Uhuru problem.
I don't think our education has a problem. There is governance and political issue here. Go ahead. Can you react to what is happening? Like now, it is when people are trying to defend their regions, kunasemekana ni tribalism. To what extent do you agree to that? Go ahead.
I want to say hi to Stone for that elaborate about our education. Kuna vitu zingine sikuwa najua, more especially on how historically our education system works. I kind of had some loose concepts, but I think he has put it together. He has connected the dots a little bit better, because for a very long time, I've wondered why the people ambao walienda year 763 said when 844 came, it really messed up everything. But now I'm in that situation whereby again, after kuzoea 844 system for a very long time, I'm just wondering the suckers in the current education system, like sielewi kabisa. And this came actually this year more. Now, there are few kids ambao wanafundisha, I was not happy with how they performed. I said, I'm not going to nisumbue hawa watoto nimetumia pesa nyingi for a long time. Then they just go and get a certificate that will not help them, yet my original idea ni kuwasaidia wakuje kujitegemea. My friend, I was shocked, and I was told the system of repetition is never there. Mtu ni kusukumanga. Now they've come up with a system whereby, like, they've allowed mtoto anaweza acha class 4 na aende technical school, na hiyo maneno yake imeishia hapo. And they started trying to follow up, because I had the issue of STEM, the issue of what. So I was like, okay, this doesn't make any sense to me anymore. And but I came to realize I have no clue totally of our current education system. And I don't have to lie. I have to confess that I have no clue. Secondly, teachers have no clue either, because when you now engage the teachers to ask them more questions to understand, it's laughable that they have no clue either, because whatever was previously agreed with Matiang'i, which was stakeholders coming together, and they had a conversation and almost came into an agreement, but it was never a true agreement. But somehow they all knew what was going on. Immediately we had Machogu come in, being rubbished, and they brought out something that was totally beyond anybody's conception. Where Ruto came from it, we don't know. But there's this permanent secretary for education that he still kept. There's some challenging, I don't know, kama still is the permanent secretary. He's very dark. Sijui ni Kiptoo ama nani. I hear that was his brainchild. But the question you asked, that for me I can answer, not about the current impasse of, schools ABCD, because for me, I'm very confused. Even when I read articles, and niliona watu even the Minister for Education said now that they have given time so that people can choose school, because Obina came and complained that kuna mtoto ameitwa day school, anaishi Maseno lakini ameambiwa aende day school sijui ni Bungoma. I don't know if you saw that. So, and they found out the malpractice was too much, and now we have an education minister where nobody even knows his name. I don't even know if you know all the three names of the education minister of Kenya for the first time. Njiru, who is the minister for education? I want all names. Usiniambie ni Mkisi.
Brother, I don't know.
You know, during our era, we know Olo Aringo. We knew all them, Professor Ngeri.
Professor Samuel Ngeri.
Yeah, we knew.
Minister of Education in by the way, Kenya?
Ni Ogamba.
Huh?
Ni Ogamba.
Ogamba nani?
Go do your research. That's why I'm telling you that nobody has a clue what is happening. We don't even know the Minister for Education. So we are discussing, I'm giving you a preemptive thing that I'm facing right now, because kuna watoto nabadilisha shule and nobody has a clue. Because the many questions you have, the more you get mad. So that's why we don't even have an active Minister for Education. Okay? Is somebody that you don't hear. And this is a big sector that gets a lot of money. And remember, it is one that has in every sector. In judiciary, we have Kenya School of Law. In health, we have in forestry, in environment, it cuts across everywhere. So you cannot ignore the Ministry of Education. And yet we don't even know the Minister for Education. And this is a person who actually was in very bad schemes. The guy is a billionaire, by the way. And how he became a billionaire is an elitist who went to one of the best schools in London, came back, he's never done anything. I don't know if he was in these mutual funds or hedge funds. I don't know what he did, but the guy is loaded, totally loaded. And now, how he's handling the Ministry of Education, I don't know if it's going to survive. But you asked a question. Why did we change our curriculum or a system per se? Because the more important thing is not even the system, is the curriculum. The system, whether we change how many years, but as long as it prepares somebody to be able to get, to prepare somebody for job and get a job, it's not a problem. We have Singapore education. I don't know, even here in America, I came to understand later on, because I was also frustrated how America does its education system. It can be very frustrating if you think it's like Kenya. So I came to know that there's Malaysian maths, there's Chicago maths, so on and so forth. I was so frustrated before I could get my kids into the kind of maths, because they also do maths kwenda nyuma, sio kwenda mbele kama sisi. The same way they open the faucets hivi, milango, nini, the British kwenda nyuma, because we are from the British system, they also do maths kwenda nyuma. If you want to do division in this country, na mtoto, utashangaa vile amepata answer yake. Na wewe ukifanya yako, atashangaa vile umepata yako. I mean, it's just, I don't know. Things are complicated. So, the reason, number one, Kenya changed its curriculum. Wachana maneno ya the system. The system is neither here or not. The curriculum, because politicians have been unable to create jobs since independence. They come up with manifesto. That is the number one thing they do. Now they want to create people who are not ready for work and people who cannot ask for jobs. Do you get that, Njiru? An educated mass has become the biggest problem to the political class. And Kenya was doing a misservice. The Kenya political system was doing a misservice by creating an educated citizenry that actually surprises the world. They can bring CNN to apologize on Twitter.
And that has been a problem when it comes to debates, when it comes to agitation, when it comes for people just sitting down in terms of precision, articulating their issues. Now, they want to create a system of dunderheads. And somehow, if we are not open, the first bunch of dunderheads are coming out. Because how do you create a system that allows a child kuachia class 4 that they can be gifted still to go to technical school and find their pathway to life? It beats logic. So I think we have a political, for me, it's a political problem with a political solution for a political class. And until we view it that way, it's going to be difficult. We are going to have a debate over the system vis-a-vis over the curriculum that actually lies to us that children are educated, but you can have a skill, but you do not have the capacity to interact with people and do business. If you look at what this system does, let me tell you, it has taken me a long time to appreciate American systems. At the beginning, from anybody who has raised children here, from baby class to all the way kindergarten up to second, third grade, you can be very frustrated. In fact, many kids may not be able to read in this country. I don't know if you know that. But by the time they get to 9th grade, the kind of projects, my friend, these kids do, by the time they are finished, if they are serious, by the time they finish 12th grade, they are ready to do what? To work, even without going to college. Secondly, because of how they have created work, these children can get out of school and go work in McDonald's and build 2 things at a go: education and management and work ethics. So by the time somebody is finished 12th grade, they can become a manager in McDonald's and they can manage effectively. Unlike Njiru, who will have a PhD in electrical engineer, and you give him McDonald's in Kenya and they cannot manage it. Point taken. Najua utakataa.
But at least, Marabudi, I'm lucky I was able to get some of my education from the Western universities.
You are blessed, not lucky. Yeah. Very blessed. I have seen, Kenya is the only country, let me tell you something before, that's a diversion. It's the only country a doctor cannot start a hospital, but a nurse can start a hospital and can become a national hospital and run it, but doctors do not start hospital. Kenya is the only country. I don't know if you have ever seen. Most hospitals we have are either clinicians, laboratory technicians, go take that.
Wanajitanga especially clinical officers.
Yes, that's why I said clinical officers. Most of what you call doctors in Kenya are clinical officers. And clinical officers, I don't know if in Britain they are accepted. They are not accepted anyway. Do you know nurses can come from Kenya and do their exam here and become nurses? But a clinical officer, after you do it in Kenya, you cannot go anywhere. You can't be recognized anyway. And those are our standard doctors. So that was a standardization. So what I'm saying is, the second thing that you asked that clicked on my head is this. Last week, we saw some cliches that, I was laughing. And I said, let it be. Let what wasifu Ndindi Nyoro. Our education system has been so politicized, and we have degenerated to a point that Ndindi Nyoro can build Mwai Kibaki Center in a primary school, and we can in turn interpret that as a good education system for that constituency. So how do we say a constituency has good education, Salasi or whoever is can come and build very good classes and put carpets and put everything, and we look at it and ask, mbunge wetu anafanya nini? That is interpreted as good education. I don't know how many times you've seen that. Babu Wino is doing very well. Good classes imepakwa. But is that what is called good education? In this country, they have school districts. My friend, I don't know, kitu kitu school district ikikuja Kenya, kama watu wataka, I don't know, people will be squatters. In fact, somebody can buy air on top of my house to build a house there because, and some places will be deserted. Why? In this country, they have a system whereby where you pay your taxes, you have a right to ask what is your taxes doing, and you cannot take your child to another place, come rain, come sunshine. So I think for integration and cohesion at the beginning, when the country's inception, it was okay to have these national schools, to have this and this, and it was good for us to have boarding schools because of not only poverty, but of long distances. People are walking to go to school because there were very few secondary education. I think it's a high time boarding school should be banned. And I think that halfway, we will have solved most of the problems that we have, so that we will take care, this issue of national schools will come to an end so that locals can start taking care of schools that are around, so that people can be accountable, so that this one disease tuko nayo kuwa Njiru ni mtu kutoka Kiharu. Bundi atoke aende kukua headmaster kule na Njiru atolewe because yeye ni mlevi, utaambiwa mkavuta mtu yenu kazi, mtoto wa nyumbani atafundisha watoto aje. Lakini mtu alikuwa competent kutoka Kisii. So those are the kind of issues that we have had for so long. But for what Ruto has done to achieve is for two reasons. The first reason you need to understand is because politicians have been unable to create jobs. So they want to produce illiterate people who cannot question them. The reason why Moi made one of the biggest mistakes politically he will never, forget in history. He forced people to come from uniform 4 ama wapi waende NYS. Alafu sijui wafanye nini before waende university. Or not only understanding, he was creating an avalanche of soldiers who wakifika kule, strike ikitokea, hata majoni kutoka Roysambu, they will do nothing. And that was stopped. Not because it was bad. It had created a political problem whereby Nairobi University became the center for political change. And for him to come that he created his own mistake, they cut it off. NYS now operated under a different gas, and people are not forced to go there before they go to where. And that a little bit solved Moi's problem. Now, Ruto is coming from the same school of thought. Kenyans are so educated to the point that you can't debate with them. You can't win over a debate. So what should they do? That is the right thing they should do. So what Ruto gave us was not the changes that was needed for the world, because we also needed to change our curriculum, because we were having universities calling our children for forestry. Yet Kenya has less than 10% of forests, but we were having over 6,000 people doing forestry. So we started questioning, what is that? So there was need for curriculum change. That's a fact. But then we allowed politicians, just as the Constitution, to come in. Instead of us amending and doing the right thing, we gave them power to destroy. Even the little that should not have been destroyed for posterity. So I think it's a political problem. I don't know how we are going to, now that Ruto is in power, I don't know how we are going to finish it, but I think already we have children who are in a system that if again we are going to take power from him, no, when, not if, when we are going to take, I don't know how we are going to salvage these children from the collateral damage educationally they've had the last 2 years. We are going to have a big dilemma to these children. Secondly, CDF, bursary, all this nonsense that comes from national, that comes from members of parliament, that comes from governors, that comes from women rep, these things should be banned completely. And we have a centralized system because it means we have enough money for our children to go to school. If we can give the national government to give bursaries, then we give members of parliament to give bursaries, then we give governors to give bursaries. Now we want to give MCA, it means we have. But no single member of parliament has brought a bill to be tabled and debated in parliament that we should have free primary education. Totally. We've never had that bill. You can see them talking during the what? The campaigns, but they will never talk it when the session is going. Because what? They know they are the recipient of bribery to the voter. So that, Njiru, if I come and take your children from class 8 to form 3, hiyo muhula wangu wa parliament iko karibu kuisha, hao watoto watakuwa wameregister kukuwa voters and they will know Alex Bundi ndiye aliwasomesha na watanipigia kura whether you like it or not. So CDF has also bursaries has been used as bribery. There are kids who totally believe, were it not for members of parliament, they will never have gone to school. And therefore it has become a political tool. And since it's a political tool, and remember the memorandum that Ruto gave them, that if you want CDF, which is included in what? This is what I want you to pass in parliament. So in order for you to get bursaries, you must get CDF. In order to get CDF, you must pass my 8 memorandums that are gobbled together, which include the finance bill, so on and so forth, so that I can have my way. And which includes the change of the education system, which we did not agitate for, that it shouldn't be changed the way Ruto has. It was part of what Ruto wanted, and it was voted in unanimously by ODM, by Azimio, by UDA, by Kenya Kwanza. So this is a political problem. So other things I do not know, but you can understand where we are headed to. An illiterate, like, I don't know, I think Stone PK will not agree with me here. Up to a certain point, I do agree that right now Tanzania has made headways. But at some point, I can also tell you that for many years, they were producing illiterates, okay, who could not defend themselves. I don't know right now if they have totally changed. But the passivity and the fear they want to put into people who cannot debate like me and you, that is the mass production they want to produce in the next 10 years. By 2032, you will find people who will not agitate for their rights. And I think that's how socialism becomes the order of the day. They start believing in personality cult. And I think that is the next, and that started in a colonial era. Even if you see how Stone Pika ametuambia vile classes and laboratories are done in Uganda. But remember the setup for primary school education, how they were around vile tunaenda parade, we would go tunavaa shorts, ABCD, tunaangaliwa viatu kama umepiga rangi. That was like a military coup, military camp, but that was a prison lifestyle that kids were given. That's how prisons were run, or that's how Nazi camps were run. So even if you see how schools usually are structured, vile classes ziko alafu hapa katikati ni parade, so on and so forth, alafu ofisi ya mwalimu iko kule, ya mwalimu mkuu iko huku, staff room iko huku. It was a prison style compound. But if you look at schools in America, the way they are structured, and in other places, it's a learning environment. It's a friendly environment. The way classes are, mwalimu anakaa kule mbele, blackboard ni kubwa. So it was intimidating. And that is why in the book, Decolonization, one of the things, decolonization of education, one of the things it says is that we are still running the colonial era, a modular of education. And like here, people sit down with kids and talk and create relationship and teach them not by competence, whereby ni marks inakuwa marked. You train them. We are still looking at marks. That is why people will go to Mangu, others will go to Mteremko secondary school. Kama ulipata 524, you are very blessed, Mr. Njiro. Sisi wengine tulienda Mteremko. Kuja kutuona mahali tuko hapa saa hii ni bahati tu. We went to Njiko mahali nani Alai alikuwa anatuibia besheni. You know Alai mpaka saa hii is on the record aliiba besheni ya mtu. Na bado tunamdai. So wacha niachie hapo.
Aya ni sawa. I think that issue of school cannot end. I would like we end it there, so that now we can enter into the real territory where we do our thing. And it's like today Matiang'i was somewhere. Listen and you react. Because Matiang'i also connected his politics with the problems of schools. So kabla ya nilete ile mashida ya ODM, nataka kwanza kuleta hii binary, because hapa Matiang'i is also explaining the two. Matiang'i is
everything that is happening right now is our agents management is going to
from answering straightforward stories and lies to lie to the administration.
The agents management is going to be very key.
Some of our leaders, especially those aligned to the administration, resort to drama and stories and lies to camouflage and to distract from answering straightforward questions and so on. We are preparing for elections as it is. And if anyone has got concerns about those agents who are not paid and so on, shouldn't they then address who hired them? And why should it be a national issue? Why should it be a concern for grace and so on about which agent or as a northern citizen or a senior citizen like Kemi Gitura? Why should it be a matter we spend time on every day instead of focusing on the kids who are not in school right now because they have not been placed? The kids who are not in school now because their parents cannot afford the 9,000 shillings because this government cannot raise capitation. The people who have suffered as a result of insecurity in the country. The patients who have no food at Kenyatta National Hospital or who have no medicine and so on. Instead of focusing on those issues, you are engaged in trivialities and petty things about which agents were paid and not paid. 4 years after the election, how serious are we? Our party leader is focused on building Jubilee, working to build our party. And as you can see, we are growing. And I'm very, very happy that the numbers of our young people are stronger and they're growing. When you look at the list of aspirants and those who have come forward to seek support to run for office, it's very impressive. And that is the way we want to go. We want to grow that list even more as we go forward. And we're not interested in any conflict in any particular political organization. Let our party leader have his peace, rest as a retired president who has done his work, and continue to contribute to the country as he finds it necessary at this point in time, without being accused of this, that, or the other, or dragged into unnecessary and irrelevant arguments and conflict and so on. We all want to focus on the future of the country and on how we will remake our country and restore our country back on the path of progress, as it were. I'm going to ask the Secretary General to talk about the payment of agents and so on, because as you know, that is not something we ought to be discussing about in 2026.
Agents must be across. If you look at the by-election that we have just come from,
okay, that is Matiang'i reacting to some of the maiden issues.
Because I'm going back to work, I listen. Let me say something quickly. Stone PK, kindly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm only asking Stone PK for that permission so that, because I spoke for a long time.
Sawa Bundi, no, continue. Mimi have no sina shida.
I disagree with Matiang'i here.
Mimi niko na shida. Go ahead.
Mom, kama uko na shida wacha acha nisikize kwanza.
Ni jokes.
Abana, I'm just kidding. Go ahead,
Okay.
Alex.
I totally disagree with Matiang'i there. And that's the beauty of democracy. One thing that honestly that has come out for me about this debate, for a very long time, I have treated Uhuru with suspicion. And even in this channel, I have asked, was Uhuru genuine in supporting Baba? I've never had answer correctly. This week, I was given an opportunity that exonerate Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta from something, and he did not ask for it. Him being passive and quiet about it, we treated him as a suspect because they are heavy questions. And I think both from the Kikuyus and every entire person in this country, that how could he not deliver the presidency? But the truth now is Uhuru single-handedly gave money. For what? For the agents. That is vindicted. For the first time, Junet is not disputing that. He's saying, alipea ndugu yake na Kabua. Which means Uhuru indeed bankrolled single-handedly, giving money particularly to the agents. Now, when the debate is coming to exonerate Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who has been pelted by people for so many days, including Mbadi, to a point sometimes we believe him. Loosely we believe him. I thank God sometimes we get exonerated without us asking. And may God Almighty finally tell us the truth, that what Kantore told us, that the problem, and remember the first person who stopped this debate, and I want you to go, was Babu Owino, who said that UNET did not eat money for the agents. Babu Owino needs to come out now. I always treat Babu Owino with a lot of suspicion. I don't know. We like him, yes, but sometimes I treat him, most of the time, not sometimes. The person who brought that to an end, in fact, when Kanchori was even mad and wrote a book, wrote an article, tried to make noise, people stopped him. Now, Sifuna is coming out, honestly, say, wakati, kumbuka hapa Nairobi, wakati mpango wa kando wako amechange, usisahau ile bed sita yako mahali ulitoka. It tells you more that what Junet now is getting is more than what he got, which means Junet not only ate pesa, the agent. Junet actually was also part of the larger people who were planted by William Samoei Ruto. Because ask yourself, the amount of abuses Junet gave to Ruto. Unaelewa? But yet Junet hakufanyiwa kitu yote mbaya. Unlike many others like Matiang'i who were prosecuted immediately. Secondly, immediately after election, Junet for like 6 months went pin drop silent. So I disagree with Matiang'i saying that debate should not go on. That debate actually exonerates Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta big time. And it brings unity. We've been wondering, how can Kikuyus and Luos work together again? If Matiang'i does not see this, it is an opportunity for a country to work together again as a unit, vis-a-vis that Uhuru and Wakikuyu walifanya nini? So Matiang'i awache hiyo mchezo. This debate must go on. And Sifuna needs to spill more. Na ulizo why you knew this and you never spoke. Acha niachie hapo. Endeleeni, Njiru is always gone as usual.
Niseme kitu?
Endelea nani, wacha tuendelee. Unajua hapa Njiru ana hii style yake imekuanga ngumu sana. Endelea tu freestyle.
Asante. Nasalimia wewe PK, nasalimia Alex Cowboy number 2, but now he has become the senior, so it's Cowboy number 1. Anyway, it's good that you brought that issue of Uhuru. In fact, when I listened to what these people said, and Sifuna, the guy that I like very much to listen, though, mimi nilifurahia sana na nikasema, nafikiri saa zingine tunakimbiaga kumalizia mtu kabla hatujapata the whole story. Na Uhuru anajinyamazia tu huko, yeye hana mambo mingi ya kusema. And I think Uhuru was forced by the circumstance to let it go. Kwa sababu watu walizubaa kule mashinani ambapo labda kura zilikuwa hivyo sasa. Na kuna mtu alisema vizuri sana, akasema agents were not paid and so they were not able to execute their duty. Ama agents tuliambiwa tena walifukuzwa, sijui kukafanywa nini na nini. But if people are not paid what really have been discussed, they feel demoralized. They will not feel strong to do anything of what they were about to accomplish. Tena, hii si kitu ya mtu mmoja, ni kitu ya watu wengi. So people might decide to say, after all, hata sijalipwa na hata sioni dalili ya kulipwa. That means there was a lot of support from people who wanted Raila to win, but ikachezewa mchezo mbaya sana. Sasa tunaweza sema aje? Junet ni kama alichukua pesa ya Uhuru akapelekea Ruto. Because if you are a mole and you took that money and you didn't pay as per the work that you are paid for, so what does it mean? It means that you took the money and crossed with it and went to support the wrong person on our side. That was the wrong person and a wrong move. Kwa hivyo sasa tumeona hali mambo yote iliharibikia na wale watu ambao hawataki watu watoke kwa shida. And mimi nasi kwa ubaya, na mimi sijakuwa tribal in any way or the other. Me, I love all Kenyans. Yani nimeangalia nikaona, who is Junet? Junet ni mtu ambaye anaweza kuwa crisscrossing everywhere, na ni watu ambao tumeona si watu wa kutegemewa hata kidogo. And he would like to raise his voice to say something that is not even understandable. Kwa sababu mimi nimemsikiza siku nyingi Junet, isipokuwa atoe matusi ama aongee tu in parables which does not even make sense. I don't like his behavior. Hata vile alikuwa anakimbia hivi, I did not like him. Kuna mtu ana mdomo wa kuongea mambo mingi sana mzuri, but behind yake kitu kikubwa sana ameficha. And it is very bad and very dangerous. Sasa tulipoteza huo kwa sababu ya hiari yake. Vile aliona wacha nichukue hizi pesa, mimi si wa upande huu. Can you imagine that minute alikuwa ameketi pahali akifikiria hiyo maneno? Because he sat somewhere. He was thinking about what evil he is going to do to Kenyans. Sababu yeye ametukosea, the whole Kenya ametukosea. And we don't want any apology from him. We don't want even to hear what he did, because siku zimepita na yeye alikula vile alikula. And it is good that it is being revealed. That means there are so many secrets that were going on in Baba's group, ambayo aliamini hawa watu akisema ni vijana wake, kumbe hakuna. ni mafisi. Anyway, I get away from that because it is very painful even to discuss about it. Sababu it's too late. We need now to focus and look forward and do our stuff. Hiyo Alex umeongea habari ya NYS. NYS, in the very beginning, it was meant for children who come from poor families, just to get at least, a little education. Or those who are not able to go to higher school, they would go to NYS and achieve a goal. Huko kulikuwa na mambo mingi sana, trainings nzuri sana. Kulikuwa trainings za mechanics, secretaries, all those hard work, not hard, but mikono, kazi ya mikono, kulikuwa sana. Na watoto walikuwa wanafaidika. Wengine wanakuwa promoted, wanapewa cheo huko kwa NYS, wanakuwa kama corporal, sergeant, COs, commandants, all that. OCS, vitu kama hizo. Na walikuwa wanaishi maisha mzuri sana kwa sababu mshahara inakuwa mzuri. But as time went on, ikabadilishwa ikawa ati watu wale wamefanya form 4 wanaingia. Really? Now, what did it mean? You kicked out the poor people who could not maneuver ways of going higher standard of school. Mukawatupa nje, mukawakosesha interest ya maisha yao. Sasa ikawa wale watu wamefanya vizuri tena shule ati wanapelekwa NYS, ati first of all wapate sijui nini huko ndio warudi waende. I don't know whether university or what. I don't know what was arranged. But me personally, I have attended that training in a NYS, and I was I was awarded with a cane of honor by President Moi that time. And so I know much about NYS, and I learned a lot of things. People even get so much discipline. Ati hata wakiandikwa kazi pahali fulani, they are very respective of this doctrine. Hiyo training tulikuwa tunaenda through inawafanya watu wawe very firm and very honest, watu wazuri ambao wako na, honestly speaking, people coming from NYS, they were very much respected and very much given chances of employment in various places. Kwa sababu walikuwa wanajulikana ni watu wako na discipline, ni watu wanajirespect, they have dignity. That is how they were being trained. And from that time, when things changed, that means now mambo ikaharibika, because the time of Griffin, he was called Griffin, na director alikuwa Waruhio Itote. Those days, mambo ilikuwa mzuri sana, kwa sababu yule hakupita vizuri alikuwa anaingia huko. Yule amepita vizuri anaenda chuo ama anaenda secondary school. Those were how things were being categorized. But after those small changes, now it became even like a business to some people. And that is why you see when the money was produced for those guys to be getting a little allowance at the end of the month, ilikuliwa na akina nani? Same guys. Waiguru was there being the conduit, and also Ruto was involved in that too. Hizo pesa zilikuliwa na watu wakubwa ambao wako na mali. So watoto maskini wakapotelea chini. Sasa ikawa hakuna mwelekeo. Ikawa hata saa ingine watoto wanasumbuka at the end of the month, they don't get allowances in time. Hata sijui hiyo allowance ikakatwa ikawa kitu kidogo. So you see itasambaratika kabisa, ikawa kitu mbaya. Sasa ikawa ni ya wakubwa. Kumbukeni habari ya ile shule inaitwa ilikuwa inaitwa Starehe Boys. Starehe Boys was for the poor. Watoto wakasoma vizuri in the beginning, very good, wakapita, wakawa watoto wako na discipline. Watoto maskini wakasoma, wakawa wako na masomo ya kutosha. So the school became so famous and so good. What happened? Wakubwa wakaanza kupeleka watoto wao huko. Imagine those rich people who are proudly that they have what it takes, they are the same people who are taking their children to the poor place to the place for the poor. Instead of things continuing in the right way, wao wanatengeneza ati hiyo kwa sababu ni mzuri, sisi ndio tutaingia. So they look from a distance, wanaiangalia kwa umbali, wanaangalia, wanaona ni nini kunafanywa pale, ni nini inaendelea. Oh, I think they are doing very well, so this is where I will go. Na sasa wao wako na mali, ni kweli kabisa, wao watapenya na wataingiza watoto wao huko. So what happened? Starehe boys became for the rich. Why are we so greedy that even the government cannot keep that thing constantly? Now follow the rules and make sure that those rich people, proudly rich, should keep their feet out of that area. Watoto maskini hawakusoma, walianza sasa kuwa hawawezi kupata pahali ya kwenda. Imejaa rich na hao maskini hakuna pahali ingine wanaweza enda. So what happens? Wanakufa roho, hiyo mambo yao inaisha. So those are things that really matters a lot for the country. If we want to finish poverty, if we want to keep things properly done, hiyo mambo ya NYS, it was very important and it was very good and people liked it. Hebu imagine sasa huwezi kuingia NYS bila kutoa mali. Lazima uende ufanye corruption ndio mtoto wako aingie. Why? Because it has become a competition. Sasa mtoto wa maskini ataenda huko? Hataenda. He cannot afford. So every institution that was kept for the race of the country, for the betterment of the poor for the poor, it has been completely destroyed. Imekuwa ni ya matajiri. Kwa hivyo wanaturingia nini? Wanaturingia watu wako na mali na bado wanaenda kunyemelea vitu za maskini. So these people are just so bad that they cannot even stick to their mali. Wanataka hata kusave more while wanafukuza maskini waende wakalale nje. Look at that situation. So our country has been very much destroyed kwa sababu ya hawa watu wenye mali, because they don't want to see the poor people benefiting in any way. Na si mali yao. In fact, it does not belong to them. This belongs to people who are inhabitants of that country, the poor people. Sasa tunaweza sema ati watu maskini ni wengi sana nchini, whatever. Who are making them maskini? It's the same rich people, because they don't want us to wear or to stay somewhere that we can benefit. Wao tu ndio watakuwa kibao mbele. It is very sickening. So for me, I'm trying to say Kenya has been destroyed slowly by slowly. Na umasikini umeletwa na wale wako na mali. Hakuna umasikini Kenya. Honestly speaking, because we had institutions to hold those poor people in places whereby they can also enjoy. But when you look at these rich people, they just want themselves to benefit in every corner. Lakini maskini aendelee kuwa maskini. So those are my points. And when we are Kenyans, we should be looking at how we can finish poverty in our country. Sio ati watu wawe wanaendesha magari, but to see that those people who live in Kenya, they have got basics enough for them to sustain themselves. But when you look at all these rich people, and they are becoming so, they are so glued on looking how they can milk each and everything for their own benefit. Kwa hivyo mwananchi wa kawaida, hakuna siku atapata mambo ya kumsaidia, kwa sababu maskini ndio matajiri ndio wamekuwa maskini wa mwisho. They are the poorest. If you can go where the institution of poor people and dominate there, who are you? You are not rich, you are poor. Kwa hivyo maskini ndio matajiri, lakini matajiri ndio maskini, because they want everything. Every coin of the country should go to their pocket. Very sad. And they should be ashamed of what they do. All what they want is to collect everything for themselves and benefit themselves. Alafu maskini na ndio wengi wanazidi kuzorota, kuharibika maisha yao kabisa. Hawana haja na wao, wanawaangalia kama wanyama, and yet they are proud that they are rich. In fact, those are the poorest people in our country. Wao wanajifanya ati wao wanakaa mansion ama nini. They are the poorest because you are milking the poor people. Unakula damu yao mpaka mwisho. Unakaa tu kama mosquito, which depends that somebody has to lie down, ulale ndio ikujie pole pole ikumalize. That is how those rich people in our country look like. Let the poor enjoy their life. The money that is theirs should be given out so that they can live. Hii umaskini yote imetengenezwa na hao watu ambao wanajiita matajiri. Na si matajiri, ni maskini kabisa. Those people who don't let poor people to enjoy, they are the poorest people. That is what I can say. Santi, PK, sorry, and everybody listening. Thank you so much.
Wow. Kama kawaida studio iko empty tena. Okay, yeah, that is well said. Njiru amerudi. Njiru, endelea.
Wacha niwape video moja ya so hiyo tumeanalyze ya Matiang'i vizuri, so let me just
Umefuatilia hiyo ya madam ama wewe unaleta video tu? What is the linkage, the development of the story?
Wewe so wacha maneno mingi, nilikuwa nimeitwa pahali.
Si mtu usema bwana. Wewe unatuacha hagi bwana mpaka stories zinakuwa disjointed bwana. Ukiwa absent ndio tujue vile tutashikanisha story, make consistency. Pole. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I had been called somewhere. I'm sorry for that. Okay, ni sawa. So wacha tuingie sasa hii story ya Sifuna. Nasikia Sifuna anafukuzwa ODM. So let me just nilikuwa nimeiona. Just a moment. I don't know if they will be able to make it. Let me just try to find out. Okay, as I try to find, wacha kwanza niwape. Sijui kama tunipike uliona hii, just eulogy. We do the eulogy of this guy who has been in our forest for so long.
Kenya and the world mourning the loss of one of Africa's most iconic wildlife giants. Craig, the legendary super tusker, famed for his massive ground-sweeping tusks, has died at the age of 54. For more than 5 decades, Craig roamed Amboseli National Park, becoming a global symbol of conservation success. And TV's Toby Meso tells the story of a gentle giant whose legacy will live on.
Rolling, splashing, and coating himself in the cool earth of Amboseli, a simple ritual for a giant who embodied patience and calm. But early this morning, Amboseli National Park lost one of its most recognizable residents. Craig, Kenya's iconic super tusker, has died at the age of 54, leaving behind a legacy etched in the earth of global wildlife conservation. Born in January 1972 to the great matriarch Cassandra of the CB elephant family, Craig lived a life few elephants ever do, aging in the wild. He was one of the last remaining super tuskers in Africa, a rare class of bull elephants who two tusks each weigh more than 45 kilograms. Today, fewer than a handful of such giants remain across the continent. For over 50 years, Craig towered over the plains of Amboseli in Kajiado County, calmly navigating his territory with a dignified presence that captivated tourists, researchers, and conservationists alike. Unlike most elephants, Craig was remarkably calm, often posing patiently as visitors photographed and filmed him. His gentle character earned him global admiration, made him a true ambassador of Amboseli. In 2021, Craig's worldwide appeal saw him adopted by East African Breweries Limited through the Tusker Beer brand, cementing his status as a conservation icon beyond Kenya's borders. Elephants are known to live between 60 and 70 years in the wild, but many never reach such age due to poaching, habit loss, and human-wildlife conflict. Craig's long life was made possible through decades of protection by the Kenya Wildlife Service, working closely with conservation partners and the local community. Craig also fathered several calves, ensuring his powerful bloodline and calm temperament live on across generations. As Kenya bids farewell to one of its most iconic wildlife giants, conservationists say Craig's story will continue to inspire efforts to protect Africa's remaining elephants. Toby Meso, NTV.
Hiyo ni eulogy tu ya huyo mnyama mkubwa wa Kenya. Haya, wacha niweke sasa story ya Sifuna.
Familia yake. Tuangazie taarifa nyingineyo. Mkwaruzano wa mvutano chamani ODM umechukua mkondo mwingine. Jaribio la kwanza la kumbandua katibu mkuu Edwin Sifuna liligonga mwamba. Seneta wa Migori Eddie Oketch amelazimika kuondoa hoja aliyowasilisha kwa kamati kuu ya usimamizi wa chama kuanzisha mchakato wa kumng'atua seneta Sifuna. Haya yanajiri huku baadhi ya vigogo chamani akiwemo kinara walio wachache katika bunge la seneti Stewart Madzayo akitoa tahadhari kwa mvutano unatishia kusambaratisha chama hicho. Jeff Kirui na maelezo zaidi.
Kwa zaidi ya miongo miwili ambayo chama cha ODM kimekuwa kwenye ulingo wa siasa, chama hicho kinashuhudia mvutano na tofauti kubwa kuwahi kutokea, haswa baada ya kinara wake mwanzilishi Raila Odinga kufariki.
Baba never allowed disagreement to break the party. Even in moments of deep internal tension, he insisted that issues be taken to party organs, discussed candidly, and resolved internally. That culture must not die with him. We owe him that respect.
Kiini cha mkwaruzano kikiwa hoja ya iwapo chama hicho kinastahili kuendeleza mpango wa ushirikiano baina yake na serikali ya William Ruto au la. Jumatatu, seneta wa Migori Eddie Oketch aliwasilisha hoja kwa kamati kuu ya usimamizi wa chama akimtaka katibu mkuu Edwin Sifuna abanduliwe chamani. Hata hivyo, seneta Oketch amebatilisha msimamo wake hii leo akisema uamuzi wa kuondoa hoja hiyo uliafikiwa baada ya mashauriano na kinara wa chama hicho Dr. Oburu Oginga. Seneta Sifuna ameandamwa na upande wa wanaunga mkono mpango wa serikali pana kutokana na pingamizi zake dhidi ya ushirikiano baina ya ODM na Rais William Ruto.
ODM must never become a party that tells its members to leave. That is not who we are. When there are disagreements, the answer is not expulsion or threats. The answer is strengthening the party organs, reinforcing discipline, and recommitting ourselves to internal democracy.
Chini ya miaka miwili kabla ya uchaguzi mkuu ujao, mtafaruku na makabiliano chamani ODM kwa mujibu wa vigogo chamani yanatishia kulemaza ushawishi wa chama hicho na kuathiri uungwaji mkono kama ilivyokuwa hapo awali.
The current intolerance does not augur well for a revolutionary movement that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga founded on the ideals of democracy, free speech and justice.
We are concerned about the curious emergence, concurrent and strategic emergence of small parties and entities in our hitherto strongholds. And in politics, there are no accidents or coincidences.
We risk heading into 2027 with heated tensions, intolerance, and violence that could undermine free and fair elections. That would be a betrayal of everything ODM has stood for since its inception.
Pasipo na Raila Odinga ambaye alikuwa kama gundi iliyoshikilia pamoja chama hicho, nduguye Dr. Oburu Oginga alitwikwa majukumu ya kuongoza chama hicho. Na hivi sasa anakabiliwa na kibarua cha kukabili mawimbi na dhoruba ya mashua ya chama hicho. Je, atafanikiwa? Jeff Kirui, KTN.
Maswali mazito.
That should be our biggest story tonight. Kuna mtu alikuwa ameamua kutimua Sifuna, lakini haikuwezekana. He had to withdraw that. So what is happening with ODM? All this confusion in ODM itaisha lini? Or are they signals that they can no longer be stable as long as they are with William Ruto? I've never seen a party this unstable. Simply, and they are working with the government, which they claim is having money and giving them opportunity. But why all these mixed signals? Budi tunaweza anza nawe sababu wewe ndio umerudi. As we go to Stone PK and then Mama.
Does it surprise you that the people they sent there are not the people that have actually attacked Sifuna before? Now, if you listen to the whole speech of response of Otiende Amollo, he used a very derogatory term that all this mad fest that we are seeing from the leaders. Now, let me ask you. So when Oburu Odinga used to attack Sifuna and say that the only voice that matters there is him, Mbadi, and Junet, they were not in the executive committee. Now, that's before Oburu became the Gladys Wanga, even when he's in position, in ODM position, has attacked Sifuna on several occasions and even threatened him. Now, Junet has done that over and over and over, using even Salah, the so-called Babas Nini. And I really wonder, and for some reason, it makes me really say that the biggest traitors of Baba are actually the Somalis. These ideas of saying that the Kikuyus betrayed Baba I'm not buying it anymore. I mean, I'm seeing broad daylight. The Somalis betraying Baba, especially those that Baba mentored for years. Now, third thing, the whole leadership of ODM openly, except Ososi, I have attacked Sifuna for more than 1 year, consistently, persistently, in every political meeting, including the small boy, Kasimue, who was just given a position recently by Baba, abused Sifuna so badly. And when they went to Mombasa, that is when he apologized because he understood the politics of media is totally different from when now they are going to meet all of them together. When does it become attainable? When one man's word ravages the whole political party and brings it to a standstill. Now, let me give this echo kwa Sifuna because he single-handedly destroyed ODM Luo mongrels in a simple statement. He single-handedly destroyed, and this I say with conviction, the political career of Junet Mohammed. I am in the Luo political forums, and fire broke with brimstone. And you saw, if you can see clips thereafter, why Eddie Okech had to retract so immediately. Because this thing, from the bold, from Odigo, from everybody, the political Kisumu TV, all these bigwig political Luo analysts came out and connected the dots. And from Kanchori and everything. And one boy came and compounded it by saying, we have had an absentee member of parliament who has done totally nothing. It is perceived loyalty versus true dedication to the party. This man has never been loyal to Baba, but we have paid him for years from being a mayor until today. Then the discussion started within the Luo forums. That is when Raymond Omolo commented something, and many people acknowledged that from here going on, it is either ODM shapes up or the South Nyanza, which includes Omapei and Migori, will get out of the hands of ODM forever, and either Sifuna will take it. The moment that was said, and people started talking that, Winnie Odinga comes in and says, ODM is Sifuna and Sifuna is ODM. She's cemented. And my friend, let me tell you, I wish you were in the Luo political forums and see how everybody was deconstructed. Them coming out there, it is a foregone conclusion. That debate will continue. The issue of ostering Sifuna was a done deal. They had already finished. They were just waiting. The same way Cheregaya had said, your days are numbered. They knew and how they are going to do it. Sifuna is a master stroke. He knew where to hit hard. The place, the time, the words, and the moment. I don't know if ODM will survive, even the little that had remained. But the truth is, until and unless Junet is taken from that position, Junet must resign and be taken from that position of minority. And it cannot go again to Aluo to show. But again, as I said earlier, it brought Uhuru out of a conversation that for so long they had used, especially Mbadi, saying that wakati ulikuwa serikali ulitudanganya. Sifuna injected a conversation that nobody can deny. Kanchori said money was given by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, but that money. And then there was a video that showed when Junet prevented Kanchori to come to a NEC meeting and how he was uncomfortable when Kanchori came in. And if you look at that video, it tells it all. So that is what I can say, that Eko kwa Sifuna, what he has done, he has brought a debate that will not allow Ruto to inherit anything because he has nothing to inherit.
So maybe Budi, before I bring Stony PK, that because now those were attempts, and I know one thing is that Sifuna cannot forgive them because the intention is the same as the act. If you show somebody intention to kill them, na unarudisha panga, I will take you with a lot of suspicion. I think Sifuna trusting ODM and being their leader is not there again. And I think these people, they have tried a lot, even when Raila was alive, to remove him. Maybe I wanted you to help me understand, maybe in terms of political intrigues or political observation. What is that path which Sifuna is using that even during Baba, he survived the Oster? Because you can remember, Sifuna Oster is not starting now. You remember even when Baba is alive and he is in the TV and he is speaking a language which some ODM people are not speaking, they were actually saying that now Sifuna has to get out. You remember that explosive Citizen interview he did? And then all the minions in ODM who had already gone to Ruto government, they could not understand. Do you remember that interview? Bwana Budi? Budi amepotea. Bwana Budi, are you there? Okay. Let me have Stony PK. So, Bwana Stony PK, unakumbuka ile interview Sifuna alifanya kwa Citizen, and then he is the Secretary General, and that time Raila is alive, and he was still, he seemed like he was in opposite direction with ODM. And there were some people saying this guy needs to go out. It's almost a year plus now, or almost a year, and still attempts to get Sifuna out of ODM are not bearing any fruit. When they wanted to remove the Budarangi boy, that is Budarangi boy is called Ababu na Mwamba. It was so easy. It was so easy to remove Ababu na Mwamba. Magarel, so easy. Sifuna has learned the art of survival and the art of living with the enemies. How do you see that one, Bwana Stony PK? Do you think now it will reach a time whereby Sifuna yeye mwenyewe ndiye atajiondoa, or he might even want to continue being in ODM forever, even as it is? But it shows like these guys might not be able to get him out as they wanted, or even trigger a political party election where they can elect a new Secretary General. Yes, Stony PK?
Njiru, the secret, people are wondering, as I always say, Wakenya saa ingine hatujui kuanalyze vitu. The strength ya Sifuna is fidelity to the party. And where does fidelity come in? Fidelity is shrouded by observing and adhering to the values that you have indicated, what you have written as values. Are you practicing what you have put down as your party? Simple as that. Ukifuata hizo values and you stand by them, that is what we call fidelity to the party. And then of course, kuna a lot of integrity in it. Unaona? So that comes out very, very, very straight. Ndio unasikianga mtu akiitwa huyu ni mtu mwaminifu. Watu wanapiga kelele, oh, Sifuna alipick, he was handpicked by Baba. Yes, Baba saw somebody he could build, and for a party like ODM, it will obviously need someone like Sifuna. Hawatapata mwingine. Just the way wanasema hawatapata baba mwingine, it is true. A character that defends and fights for the party like Sifuna. Fast forward. What do you need to really remain in power or to really remain as a movement? Is sticking to the cause, which was cause fighting for the people. The moment ukidivert, umeenda kuanza ati una form coalition government na ule mtu ako against the people. Jiro, the sum is 1 + 1 is equals to 2. You don't expect to see 4. So in conclusion, hata sitaki kudebate sana, maybe labda kuna watu wengine Bundi yuko. Sitaki kuongea sana because party ODM died before Baba died. The party ODM died just before Baba died. How? It died the day Baba. Kwanza hiyo ilikufa death ya mara tatu, I think. Because every time Baba went into handshakes, it was a death. Tunaweza ita ni stroke ya party. Every time he went, he moved from the people after people have been killed, massacred for going to fight for their rights. Then he goes to handshake. Hiyo ni stroke ya kwanza. The master stroke ilikuja when he came and joined hands with Ruto. That's why Baba himself deteriorated. He was disturbed. It was killing him because he knew that was not the right thing to do. He had problems. He could not explain. That's why he was coming with the vitu zinaitwa enclaves, generation nini. He was struggling. I've donated experts. We are not in government. We are. All that tells you it was a death. So the final death was when Baba died.
Mother Karua confirmed it.
When Baba died, ODM died. So what you are seeing is not ODM. You are seeing little small individual selfish ODMs, who they really are. All what you are seeing in those people is who they were even during Baba, only that they would not come out. So nothing strange for those people who are keen, especially some of us who have been in ODM, we've been in their politics, we've heard the way, when I come and talk, sometimes I talk from what you hear in meetings, live. Jiru tukiwa kwa boardroom, alafu utupe neno kama, weenda uko mtia mbele, hata uko mbele hakuna vote ya ODM. That statement might sound just like a mere statement, but it is weighty. Imagine saa hiyo mtu ametoka mbele, amekuja Lavington, amejilipia fare, you never send him fare, anakuja kurepresent your chama, and then anakuwa dismissed in front of, mahali kama hapo. It is killing. Okay? It is killing. And at one time, it was even, people complained in the meetings, wakasema, hii chama tutawaachia na ujaluo yenyu. When you have people commenting, making those kind of comments, it's only that they have been living in denial. Hata Baba alikuwa anajua. It's just about denial na kujipaka mareli. ODM has blundered big time. Big time. From 2012. Big time because of money. Pesa ni mvunja mlima. So ODM died completely when Baba died. When the day Baba was buried, ODM was buried. What you are having now ni individuals trying to survive, the debris of ODM. And those debris is I don't know how they will go. It's like the remnants of a tsunami. Let me pause there.
Budi, are you there?
The most amazing thing is that we ought to ask ourselves is, while Sifuna still says mimi ndio msemaji na katibu mkuu wa ODM, is his heart still in ODM? No. Sifuna is playing very good and high octave politics, whereby yani ni mtu anakuingisha vidole mahali pabaya. na hataki ujikune ama uonyeshe kuwa saa hii Njiru ni kuingisha kidole kwa mapua like bro, and then you can't even flinch your eyes. Wenye ni soja. So but Sifuna, obviously they know his heart and mind is not in ODM anymore. But you see, kumtoa kwa hii kiti imewashinda. And the funny thing is, when he's saying these things, anakuanga na Wamunyoro, na that really hurts them. Naona vile aliyataka akawambia ati hata Wamunyoro wakatushinda hii vitu. Yani he chose up. Let me tell you, hakuna kitu kibaya kama mtu kusema ukweli kwa kitu ya aibu na ni ya ukweli, akikuwa na ex wako na it's already on video. Si ati unasikia gossip, it's on the record. And then the funny part of it is you can see Wamunyoro taking credit again that you know what, huyu hakushinda kura, aliiba kura. So you can see the narrative they are building. And before that, Sifuna says a very interesting thing. I don't know if you Sifuna ni mchokozi. Anasema unajua Nairobi iko na women rep anatoka Greece. You know, I laughed like crazy.
I am still looking for the intention of that story. Huh?
So, you people all see, Sifuna is a master stroke. Anyway, wacha niachie hapo nisiendelee kucheka. Hiyo clip ya Sifuna yote was just like alimaliza hawa watu, aliwaambia mutadu, and eventually there was not still catch rushes thinking, and when they sit down, Ososi is there and the Western wanaangalia, they know that the Western, including Oparanya, has already told them, we are gone. I don't know what these Luo boys were thinking, but well.
Alex, let me make a comment here on what you have said. I know, unajua saa ingine ukimake comments kama wewe ni mkubwa kuliko. Do you know elder brothers are the most hated in the family? Unajuaga hivyo. So don't ever pray to be an elder brother. because in the family watu wanasema wachana na Alex, anajidaiji anajua kila kitu. Wachana na Alex, ndiye ana advising Buddha. Wachana na Alex. Every time is wachana na Alex. Now, I'm happy you've called them boys. It is who they are. That is exactly what it is. And it's almost a curse to be a boy in any situation, Alex. That's why, ulisikia, if your grandfather, if you ever walked around with your grandfather, saingine, kama mimi wangu alikuwa ananiambia, tembea na wale watu wakubwa kidogo kukuliko. That is wisdom. Yani, nikiput in my language, it is very sweet. You can attest that. Wacha kutembea na number one, if you are at here, unaambiwa utembee na ule mtu atakuwa hapo juu yako kidogo. Because it helps, Alex. Eddie, I've always seen Eddie as a very trivial, very petty somebody. Mpaka, you know, I wish school sometimes would mature people. But unfortunately, school does not add wisdom. That's the saddest thing I've observed. Because unakuta mtu utoto, ushasikia ukiambiwa acha utoto. Utoto is, this situation is so fluid. Unaangalia Sifuna unamdharau. Unamwangalia unaona ni Mluya, kwani atadu. And by the way, when you hear somebody saying atafanya nini, wacha kaende. Huyo ni mtu hajathink vizuri. Because the moment you say kaende, kataenda. Na katienda, kanaweza tamba na wewe. Unaona? So Eddie has been very messy, ana madharau, because he thinks he's super. He has forgotten Sifuna is the Secretary General of the bigger party hiyo wanaongea, and Sifuna is respected in every other corner of this country. Tulikuwa tunamwitanga SG. SG akisimama mnasimama, ni kama baba amesimama. That's the respect this guy commands. And this respect ya huyu jamaa nafikiria ni ile inaitangwa charismatic. I'm telling you, people may want to discredit him, but this guy is like, ni kama vile babu na ujinga zake, you cannot stop charisma ile babu ako nayo. He only needs to manage it. He only needs to manage. Na hiyo itamanage akitembea na watu wazee kumuliko. That's another guy I would advise. Akae na wazee kidogo, ndio ukikaa na wazee unakuwa very well advised, by the way. Alafu unachuja what you are told, unachukua what fits you. So coming back to Sifuna. Sifuna, Alex, Sifuna is the only one who knows all the secrets in his, among the people of his age. Yeye ndiye anajua siri ya ODM. Sitaki kumention nani anaitwaje the lawyer nani Orengo, Orengo na Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. Other than those elder guys, today somebody who knows the pin, the rot, the clue, the secret of ODM ni the SG. The SG. And when you hear him saying hakuna mahali watu watanipeleka, remember, he's a Bukusu. He's a Bukusu. And Bukusu is our Rompokwagi, and he knows why hakuna mahali watampeleka. And whenever they want to take him anywhere, it will be messy. It will be messy. Wacha hivyo ati Eddie anasema aliconsult. He elaborated it very well. He was aliangukiwa na ile kitu hata ajui kama ni tsunami. In fact, Eddie might lose. I don't think Eddie might make it to Senate again. Yeah. So what is happening is, as I said, ODM is dead. Okay? The ODM that we knew died with Baba. Now, what if they were clever, they would try to manage is the shadow of ODM, which can only survive by not fighting Sifuna. You fight Sifuna, even the shadow will die. And it is so bad when the shadow dies. Back to you, Njiru.
Yes, Mbudi, you want to react to that? Kabla niweke outsourcing.
Yeah, unajua one thing Njiru alisema nani Stone Pike alisema unajua ODM has died many times, but the ODM's final death, I think most of these politicians did not understand its final death. Now, the other thing is Sifuna knows a lot of secrets about ODM. And that has eluded again all these people. And his boldness towards that, I think, has been ignored. That is why sometimes tunasema, you know, why Raila was forced sometimes uncomfortably to have a union park with Orengo. For most part, it's not like they really got along. Now, if you look at Edwin Sifuna took over from Anyang' Nyong'o, who had a flawless and actually put that party back to structure. I don't know, for some reason, Anyang' Nyong'o seemed to be a man extremely organized, extremely stellar in how he does his things. And when he resigned, and remember his cancer and all this, it was a burden for Baba to find somebody. And let me remind Stone Pike, when they picked Sifuna, it was a tribal balance, but it was a temporal allocation. Then they were going to make a decision later on. As fate will have it, the boy ended up being the longest SD of ODM, and he did what they expected. And the culmination came during the sensitization and doing what we call registration of ODM. The meeting started whereby it was the MC. I think he cemented his national progress, and I think they underestimated that to a point whereby when Oburu thought that they could touch Sifuna, including Baba himself, there was a time even Baba himself had thought that having Sifuna there was a mistake. I'm telling you the truth. There was a time Paka Baba was forced kuja kuongea mbele ya watu kuwa let everybody have their democratic, because there's a day Sifuna attacked Pasaris akasema yeye ndiye analeta hii article kusema people cannot do what? Picket anymore. Akasema ODM was built after picketing. How can you attack the very foundation that built ODM? And after that, you could see Baba was very uncomfortable. Sifuna goes ahead to say, we don't have a candidate in Malava for the first time. ODM does not know what it stands for. I think at that particular time, even me, I watched Baba carefully. That is when Baba came to a prime time TV, where the guy could not, how much, 20,000 people, he couldn't even get 20,000 people watching him for how many days? And the Sifuna went for one night, he was having almost 300,000. You could tell where the heart of the people was going to. So I think there's one thing I'm reiterating when I'm saying that. Sifuna became a threat also to Baba, to a point that Baba did not know. Unlike what Stone PK has said, unlike other SGs, whereby you could remove them like Magarel and don't even bother to think about it. Sifuna has become a thorn in the flesh, that whether they like it or not, firing him has consequences. Leaving him has consequences. And Sifuna has mastered the art of walking with your ex and talking loudly when he's with your ex. My friend, hiyo kitu umizanga sana. Thank you.
Acha Otosi aongee alafu we react.
Then you've got something else coming. The deputy leader of the DAPK party and the deputy governor of Kakamega, Ayub Savula, has officially announced his resignation from the party, that is DAPK, to join the broad-based government coalition party, UDA. Speaking in Kakamega after a consultative meeting with coalition leaders, Savula, who has been a vocal supporter of President William Ruto, confirmed his departure from DAPK, as they call it, and this meeting was attended by Bungoma Governor Ken Lusaka, who was appointed as the regional coordinator for President Ruto's second-term campaign in Western Kenya, with Savula serving as his deputy. Other coordinators appointed include Dan Wanyama for Bungoma County, Kakai Bissau for Trans Nzoia, Mary Emase for Busia, and Beatrice Adagala for Vihiga County. Political sources indicate that at least 6 ODM MPs from Kakamega County are planning to join UDA amid ongoing internal divisions within the ODM party.
Not to form opposition. Here we formed government with Mheshimiwa Baraza, who is in ODM. So I'm following the manifesto. ODM is now in broad-based. I want to work with my governor, and my governor is working with the president. The only simple thing, if you are clear in your mind, is to work with the government. And I've moved on. I can't play opposition politics at the expense of development for this region. Yes. We are focused. Focused. I've moved on. That's why I'm deputizing Lusaka in this great movement to make Ruto become a 2-term president. We don't see any other opposition. Tell me who can beat Ruto, surely. Yes. You are a journalist. Tell me who can beat Ruto.
So this team is here just to start the journey. We are now going to go to the Mashinani to recruit more people. These are now just ambassadors, few ambassadors. You can see members of parliament who are here, other leaders who are here, MCS. These are now going to go to the grassroots to get more people. They are saying that elections are not won on social media. Elections are won in villages, in markets, in estates. And that's what we are going to do to mobilize everybody for the re-election of Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto. We are going to have such more meetings, and we are going to have even rallies. And I'm now the coordinator of this region for Ruto 2027. We had what we called Kenya Kwanza. Remember Kenya Kwanza at Ford Kenya, ANC, UDA. Of course, UDA formed government. ANC has joined UDA. And now with broad-based, ODM also came on board. Does not mean that we are breaking or we are joining, but we are working together under that arrangement, that formation. We are still together. That's why we're talking about broad-based. That's why we are here. And this is our strategy. We are going to win. We don't want to tell you more because this is our winning strategy. Sasa unajua kuna mahali walikuwa nasema funga, sasa tumekuja kusema fungua. Sasa nataka tufanye, tukisema mahospitali, fungua. Mabarabara, fungua. Maendeleo, fungua.
Okay, you can react to Safura, Bwana Stone PK. What is he saying? Working with the government and naongea vizu. I think hiyo ni joto ya pesa. That is not him talking. I know a real man and I know an accelerated man. That is not a Safura on a natural pace. What do you think?
That is Safura, Njiru. That is Safura.
He is a lawyer, and I thought that lawyers are still very jittered with the broad-based government. Why is he saying government?
No, when you say lawyers, unajua hiyo huwa tuna generalize. Bado. In fact, one of the very wobbling community in terms of this movement is the Luhya community, my friend. Who told you Luhya wako kwa nini? Opposition? Wote? No. They are very unreliable. Let me tell you that. Very unreliable. Very unreliable and very easily kununuliwa. Usikiangi wa Luhya wakiambiwa maneno ya tumbo wewe. Kulea mbele. I know that sounds very stereotype, but these stereotypes, they reflect. Luhya is still a stumbling block towards unity ya kutoa Ruto. Remember, as of now, they even don't have, hawaja accept ni nani atakuwa mobilizer ama movement towards one united opposition. And even in Natembea is hapo. Is neither here nor there, for your information. Because this is how I gauge it personally. This is my observation. And why would I be, even this is a problem I'm now also beginning to have with Matiang'i as well. What is this that people are trying to do things their way? Ni strategy gani hiyo? Na nataka pia tuweze kuanalyze hizo vitu sana. Yani sasa kama sasa tuseme kila mtu ameenda au anajiita wako tuseme claiming one term. Let's say one term movement. Unasema una support one term. But you are a soul, wanaitangwa soul nini? Soul soldier. Uko peke yako kwa kiwanja, kwa huko. Wewe umeenda, umesema nimeenda Western, huko wewe unapiga nduru peke yako. Okay? And you are not piga nduru tagging other one term people. Because Kenya tuko na hii ujinga ya kufikiria, if I say there is a building in Njiru, we are too selfish. And that selfishness has very few leaders have it. Ni wachache sana hawana hiyo selfishness in Kenya. Majority of people are selfish. That's why things become very difficult and people hide it behind that. Unajua siasa huwezi kukubali tu hivyo. No, it is ni selfishness. Unangoja, you are trying to add your value. Value for what? Ndio uweze kununuliwa na Ruto, who is spending trillions and billions. Okay? So people are opportunistic. Safura has always pretended to be at the loyalist kwa ODM.
lakini ukimsikiza hakuna. Yeah, Tawe movement which I've loved so much, but unaendanga unasikia unaona hapana, ina wobble. All right, so I'm not surprised when I hear these people saying, oh, you know, strategically, oh, lazima tufanye na government and all this. Baba made the worst mistake when he signaled to already cowards, watu wa matumbo, na yeye akawaongoza huko, hawatatoka. In fact, ODM wale watu hawatakuwa kwa government in terms of leaders, ni wananchi tu. Okay, and now this is where Sifuna should take proper political advantage, proper ajipronounce kabisa vizuri. Okay, kama anataka kumaintain hiyo jina ya ODM, maybe aite ODM something else if he still feels like the name is mrembo sana. Yeah, otherwise he will be able to move with the bigger majority of the people, not the leaders, people. And if I were them, with akina nani, although Babu Owino ana ego ingine, which also is not good for a leader. He has that ego. I don't know who will guide him. I shukishe chini kabisa and I tupe chini. Ako na ego ni kama ya Gachagua na nani. They have a terrible ego. You know, when you see mass, you see people singing and chanting your name, unakuwa drunk. Then you think you are the, you know, I hate when I hear somebody saying, you know, I'm the best this, best that, and you are a human being. It is terrible. I'm learned, I'm degrees of this, of that. That doesn't go well in what we call in leadership. It is terrible. It doesn't even sell you to the movement of the people. Okay, people want people who are humble, like people like them Bob Marley's and all that. And if you read all those people who moved the masses, they were never there, you know, stamping chests and doing all this kind of a thing. So basically, I'm trying to say ODM now. If I was Sifuna and this other guy, I would, you know, I would take that advantage, and then I also stop spinning this card that you are the young movement of the people, because where on earth will you only have a team of young people? Surely. And where did you hear that a team of young people only made it? I'm telling people to go and see the movement that has taken it in Botswana, even in Senegal. You know, you say you are moving with the people of integrity. Whether it's 110-year-old man who has integrity and sings with your idea, you need him because it's a vote. Whether it's a boy of 18 years and he's singing with you, you take him on board. A woman, disabled, and all that. Then you form a very serious movement. When you go labeling, oh, you know, we are a group of young people, you isolate all the other minds. And that's why, like, the Gen Z thing died. It couldn't go because when they came out, they said that what a deal, what a sort out. Then people sat, wakakaa chini. That's a serious mistake. Back to you.
Aya, Budi, endelea, you can react to Safura.
Unajua wewe kwanza ulisema outsource, baadaye unatuletea Safura. Ndio nimeshangaa. Mimi nilikuwa ni outsource sasa. Outsource we know outsource bwana. Unatuletea Safura, unanimulevi waladio wa UDA. Jiro. Wewe ni Alex and I, we know him. Wewe ni mlevi wa UDA wala wewe.
Kama nani Jiro ajui huyu jamaa Safura. Jiro nataka naona tena ameenda. You know the problem with Jiro ni I don't know, atarudi hapa tena unajua Mami gave a very good submission in regard to NYS and ABCD. Wakati Njiru alikuja akaweka clip ingine sijui ya ndovu fulani, akatoa hiyo tena akaweka like, yani hakusikia kitu. Mama took like 20 minutes to explain to us. Sasa tena
hata soma
pingine
amerudi, lakini hata soma anapitwa na hizo information zote.
Ndio saa ingine ni kama saa ingine mtu unakaa hapa unaongea peke yako, unashangaa jamaa anakuuliza swali na baby anapeana mbegu huko na wewe hujui. Sasa
Njiru ana multitask, unajua.
Unajua mwanaume ya multitasking except on one thing. So hiyo ndio tunashangaa.
Wewe ile sikizeni ni nini shwari sasa?
Wewe unaturudisha nyuma, halafu unajua hapa tuko kueducatiana. Kama sasa ungejua Savula ni nani na Ososi ni nani, unaona sasa huku
Haya ni sawa, nimeelewa. It is confusion, lakini unajua bado pia hata sasa kuna African Cup pia inatu confuse. So naweza fikiria kwani huyo Savula ni wa Ivory Coast ama?
Unajua wewe unaambia Muluya aje Metu na Ndindi Nyoro wanafanana. Unajua sasa hata Muluya atashangaa. Hao watu kweli wanataka partnership na sisi kweli? My friend, na Nyoro ati hao watu wanafanana. Hasa wewe.
Sawa.
Mtu anaitwa Savula, the way aliingia politics. Yeye mwenyewe amesema siku moja utashangaa. Let me give a disclaimer. Savula was a sugar baron. The people that brought Zoya and Mumias is not Kidero. It's Savula and the Luyas themselves, including Jacob Juma himself. I want you to go and put a clip where Savula says, bila alienda akahonga watu within 2 days, akachange election within his area, and how alitukanwa ndani ya bar, akikunywa, decide to go run. Now, wachana hiyo story. Ukiweka hiyo clip hapo utashangaa. Tafuta hiyo clip au Savula came and campaign in one weekend and won an election, and vile anaongea juu ya pesa yake na sugar barons on and so on. He was the only distributor of sugar in the whole of Kenya in all the supermarkets. How do you get that monopoly? Somebody was using him. He was not the one, he was a conduit. But how he became that conduit, that's question mark. Now, last time, you need to know how Malala became the blue-eyed boy for Ruto. But Savula was in that clandestine. And what happened was Savula and Boni Alwale, they knew they were going to be given the UDA Nini Quran on governorship. That did not happen. And after that did not happen, he decided to go for the deputy governorship, and akasaidia the current governor to deal with Malala, because Malala alifanya nini? Played them, and Ruto understood. But right before she started throwing vendettas, na yeye ndiye alituambia nyumba ya nani imejengwa na nani? Na Ruto. Kumbuka akisema nyumba ambayo Malala anaishi imejengwa na Ruto. Now, eventually when the issue of wash and the money that was eventually coming from Uganda ikaingia kwa hiyo nyumba ambayo Ruto alikuwa amejengea Malala, and we had a standoff between the CDI, the DCI and Malala kwa nyumba yake in Kakamega. For many people do not know what that was. Savula was part of the people that was doing that wash. Let me say allegedly, so that you don't get shut up here, because we must use the word allegedly. Now, Savula ni UDA na UDA ni Savula. So, ni kama Chameleon inasema ikienda kwa green but ilikuwa kwa Brown, all of a sudden sasa nimekuwa chameleon. Unaelewa? That is what Savula is telling us. Now, mimi ni chameleon, sawa, because now we are used to chameleons being what? Green. Savula has always UDA. Watu wengi mtu walikuwa surprised ako UDA ni huyu governor wa Bungoma. When he left being the Speaker of the Senate, we were wondering, and we all knew the Jubilee Party needs to give him a ticket because alikuwa amework na nani vizuri sana na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. But many were surprised with the kind of people Ruto had recruited. This was Sakaja being given UDA ticket. This was Malala. This was Lusaka. And you can go on and on and on. Savula was in there. Anani was in there. Mula Kilonzo, and so on and so forth. I don't know why we are still going to debate over these people that they are defecting to UDA and they have always. You know, Stone PK just told us that Baba as an institution made many people fear to declare their stand. After Baba died, many people are so comfortable to declare the stand and the relationship that they have had with Ruto all along because the loyalty the people had. Remember, it is Malala himself who said the only person who has organic crowd in this country and support is Raila Amolo Odinga. And I believe that. You can never take that away. Anywhere he went, the kind of organic crowd that he had, even us who felt that ODM was not the right party, we still actually voted for him for some reason. But you seeing these people now saying they are defecting to UDA, they have always been in UDA. They were never in ODM. And Baba knew that. But the act of bringing a party to win seats so that you can claim political money from the government, so on funding, it's very delicate sometimes. Sometimes loyalty alone does not matter. Sometimes you will take even people you perceive to be what? Against you. For you to achieve a certain goal. So people like these were always within our coalition, but we knew eventually. Now, the other thing that is playing out here, and more prominent that you may not know, is the issue of Oparanya. Remember when Oparanya wanted his own person to become the chair of ODM right before Baba died, and the governor of Kakamega forced himself with the delegates. Oparanya came back and promised a comeback and said that he's going to retaliate so bad. So Oparanya has been looking a way to make sure that the current governor is becoming a one-term governor. Okay? So, umesikia vile nani anamwataka anasema, the governor is working with the government. Why should I stay in ODM and already we are working with what? So, Oparanya is preparing Savula to run against the current governor, who is a true enemy. And Oparanya has already said he is ready to get out of ODM, and he has said it openly. And the only time you saw Oparanya engage in the politics of ODM is when actually he came with Ruto to Western Kenya the other day. And still, he said they are also thinking of ways of making Ruto a two-term. That is the language you are hearing again. Savula speak. Savula speak. So if I want to make Ruto, I must be in this party. So the problem the current governor had is after he fought to become the chair and make his people to be chair of the ODM, okay, in Kakamega, he cannot defect to UDA. And if it were to defect to UDA, the deputy governor has already defected first. So these are also internal politics playing out, and these are politics of what? Supremacy between Oparanya and the current governor for Kakamega. So Savula understands that politics very well. And Savula is taking advantage of that politics. I don't know if they will prevail over Boni Alwale, who actually is taking headways in the way he has positioned himself with Mlembe Nation. And also you have to remember that Lusaka and Wetangula are not seeing eye to eye. They are not seeing eye to eye. And yet, I think they used to be extremely close. And for Lusaka to support the candidate that won in the ward where Wetangula won so that they can embarrass Wetangula is also a political contestation that is going on within the Luya nation. So as Stone PK had earlier indicated, I always go back to a statement that I've always said here. When I was very young, I will never forget. Politics then was very sweet. And being born and raised in Kisumu, I was shocked one evening, nasikiliza habari ya saa moja, and one man called Matiba said, Waluya ni malaya ya siasa. And it remains so until today. Whether they want to run away from it or not. So, and Stone PK just said it. Hiyo Matiba alisema sio mimi. I'm quoting. Don't quote me. Don't get surprised what I said. I'm quoting your own people. Wakisia hawajasema hivyo. Ni one man. Tumeisema polepole vile Sifuna alisema kuwa women rep wa Nairobi anatoka Greece. So tumesema tu polepole. Waluya malaya wa siasa. Hatujaongea sana.
Maybe since Matiba left politics, it has been 20 years.
It doesn't change. What does it change? Ina change aje? Kainange imewahi kukosa watu? Ama wewe hujawahi kuwa customer wa Kainange hata kuenda kuona?
No, they can be lumped up. They can be lumped up na watolewe hapo. Waambie
Never.
kusimama hapa.
Hiyo ni kama zile streets za kule nini Thailand. Yeah, thank you Alex. Hapo kuna watu wezi rely now politically in Kenya. Zero. Yeah, there are some people from some tribes. Let's talk that way because Kenyan politics is about tribe. I'm a region, to say a region. There are people you cannot actually, let me use the very strong term, trust politically. Because if people cannot unite, you know why I like the rules? The rules can follow even a condom once they resolve. Once they resolve, whatever the condom yetu, the condom yetu. Ni angel wetu, ni angel wetu. That I give it to them. All right? The canvas, the same. Period. Nipe wengine. Wakisi, highly volatile.
Unajua wengine wetu tunasema sisi ni werevu, hatuwezi bebewa akili na mwingine. Stone PK.
Na hiyo ndio ujinga. Hiyo werevu ndio ujinga.
So Stone PK si hata Bwana Ruto alisemanga, si Bwana Ruto ndiye alikuja akasema hatupangwingwi. Mbona mnataka tupangwe na hatupangwingwi? Ati hatufanyangi nini?
Ampangwingwi na yaka wafanya nini? Ruto anatumianga a reverse psychology.
Sisi hatupangi watu. Sababu najua alikuwa amesikia because that is the language which is spoken in Mount Kenya.
Yeah.
Ati izi tutiha kago mashuru.
Ati wichi mashuru na mmepakwa mpaka unapakwa kwa bibi yako.
Ati sisi hatupakangu uji. Budi, do you know how that is? Do you know the meaning of that statement? Ama tu tunacheka hapa. Sisi hatupakangu uji.
Mauji.
Do you Bwana Budi, do you know anyway it comes from vile mtoto akipewa uji na mama yake venye anapakangwa saa zingine anapewa na inamwagikia kila pahali. Sasa some Kikuyu techno say that wao wapakangwe mauji. Mnapakango Bwana Mbudi.
Nakwambia wacha nimalize kitu tunafanya.
Haya ni sawa. Yeah, that is okay. Okay. So now based on nimepata video ya Savula, lakini the only video ya Savula napata ni ya 9 days ago. Ndio hiyo mnataka kama ameongea leo? Otosti, Godfrey Otosti. Yeah.
Sijui nani alikuwa amesema gani?
Yeah, the one which I can see here ni 9 days ago. Ndio hiyo? Godfrey Ososi. Wacha nimuite tu Ososi.
Ososi.
Ni mchuzi. Aya, wacha niweke hii 9 days ago akisema referendum. It looks like he is anti-government anyway. Sikuwa najua.
Office. He alleges that there are discussions suggesting the referendum is intended to extend the current president's 5-year term to 7 years. The Vihiga senator said some of the proposals, such as boundary reviews, are a decoy fronted by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi and his team to divert Kenyans from key national issues.
Nilisikia wenzetu wa UDA huko Mbale wakisema kwamba wanataka referendum. Ati kwa sababu sijui boundary review imechelewa, sijui wanataka ward mingi. Lakini I read a sinister motive in that proposal. Kwa sababu sisi ODM tumekuwa tukipigana tukisema tunataka mambo ya boundary review ifanyike. Hata wakati tulikuwa kwa maandamano tulikuwa tunasema hivyo, na hawa wanatukataza. Tunawaambia tunataka IBC kuja mapema, wakachelewesha IBC, wakasponsor cases, wakaenda kotini kusimamishwa kwa IBC. Sasa wanangoja kama tumebaki na 1.5 mwaka, ati wanasema kabla tujaenda uchaguzi tulete referendum. We already know what you are up to. Hawa watu wanataka kusongeza miaka term of office from 5 years to 7 years ya MCA, ya mjumbe, ya senator, ya governor, ya president. Wananchi mko tayari kutuongeza muda?
The push for a referendum by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi is causing a storm from the opposition.
So that is the best I can see. Sioni video hiyo jamaa latest.
Ni nani alikuwa anauliza? Ni Bundi. Alex ndiye alikuwa anauliza.
Sama kuna ingine. I don't see.
Sasa natuwekea Otsosi badala ya Savula. Sasa huyu jamaa
wow.
Sabula ndio ako ODM na ndio ule anajitaka mtoto wa pasta. Ni mlevi tu hata ukiangalia kwa stage.
Ukisikia mtu anasema mimi ni mtoto ya pasta, wachana na huyo kabisa.
Ndio huyo sasa.
Hiyo ndio nasikiaka tukisema kwa vernacular, utapotelea hapo. Wao ulikira na ule.
Ndio huyo.
Savula bana my foot.
Ndio huyo.
Ni mtoto wa pasta. Pasta mgani? Aya ni sawa. So nani Bwana Mbudi, you can react to what he said. Maybe if you have more news you can add to that one. But Otosti looks like he is on our side so far.
Not looks, he is. Otosti is ODM and he's more or less on ODM ile iko upande wa nani, upande wa Sifuna. Ni vile sasa hatujui pesa itakuwa. Hii pesa ya Ruto itashake. He's prepared to buy people like never before. And remember, he buys you if you don't follow.
Lakini kuna mambo Kenya sielewangi. Can you imagine ati huyu jamaa anaitwa Alai ati anasema ati sio bunduki alikuwa anatoa, ati bunduki ni kuanguka, ilikuwa inaanguka.
Mbona leo hukuleta story zake na vile amebonga mpaka amekuwa contradicted, anaonekana fala.
Ndio nauliza
ati na bunduki ilikuwa inaanguka. Hadi na clip inaonyesha.
I think he has seen that it is becoming more heated. It is becoming more fiery. It might end him more in trouble. It might end his political career.
Sana Mheshimiwa Robert Alai katika Radio 47 hapa ndipo. Ukwaje my brother? Salama wa salmin.
Salama wa salmin. Na simu za smartphone.
Na anajifanya humble. Is this guy this humble? Anajifanya like anaongeanga hapo. Story PK, is this guy humble ama ni vile tu ametafuta tu dimina ya kuhoodwink Kenya? Huyu jamaa anakuwa
Jiro. Nilikuelezea juu ya huyu jamaa ama umesahau? Si ni jana ama juzi ulipoleta topic yake. I thought I described this guy very well. Ama umesahau? I think ulisahau ama hukua.
Alikuwa huko kweli. Unajua kitu moja unasahau wingi. Jiro is 90% absent from his show.
Yeah, so he doesn't. I gave a description of what you're asking. I described it very well. Unajua wewe usikizaji, you ask questions, you disappear, so you don't get the feedback.
Nimeuliza swali na nilikuwa hapa mbaya sana.
Tumeuliza the same thing you asked and I took so long to explain mpaka watu walicongratulate huko kwa comment section.
Mimi ni yule mwanafunzi anatakanga kukaa menda kuweka ngezi kageni digeri yale.
Sasa kama unajua goons zinakaagaje Nairobi, wewe ushawahi kuwa karibu na goons? Do you know them?
No.
If you don't know them, you are looking at one. If you don't know them, you are looking at one. Magunzi wa tao wa Nairobi. Wajua gunzi wa Nairobi ni sugu kuliko nini?
Sasa huyu nataka kusema sasa huyu ni karakter ya Wanugu na Washosho sasa.
Well, not that. Hiyo Tagaria politics. Washosho ni waizi. Washosho walikuwa waizi. They were gangsters. Huyu ni karakter ya kina Aladwa. Aladwa unajua ni jamaa wa mtaa yetu. Okay? Ni karakter ya nani huyu anaitwaje? Huyu mzae huyu anaitwa huyu nani wa Potu.
Atuoli.
Unajua mzee wa Potu? Atuoli. Kuna simu hapa sijui nasema nini.
Nakipata airtime kidogo.
Yes.
Jamani.
Yes.
Bwana.
So let me ask you. So jana umekuwa katika TV47.
Nimekuwa TV47.
Nikakuona hapa katika TV.
Sikuwa hata nimekuja media for a very long time.
Yes.
Alafu nilikuwa nimeavoid kwa sababu ya mambo yenye watu wanaongea. Alafu sipendangi kibinafsi sipendangi kuongea saa zile watu wanataka kuongea sana juu yako.
Yes.
So I don't like to respond.
Yes.
Story pekee huyu ni vile jamaa anajifanya mzuri bwana. Ati sipendangi kuongea wakati watu wanaongea. Wow. Enyewe, this one is a narcissist.
Naamua saa zingine kurespond baadaye. Wakishamaliza yao alafu nakuja niseme version yangu.
Yes.
Wenye walipenda kuchukua ile uongo watembee nayo, wakuje ujue ukweli.
Yes.
So nafikiri ndio ilikuwa nafanyika hivyo. 47.
Compared to you.
Na ukasema kwamba haukutoa bunduki.
Compared to you, yeye at least anangojeanga kidogo. But compared to you, wewe huwezi acha hata malize hiyo statement yake, mimi singojeangi. Wewe before amalize. Unaelewa?
At least I'm not a goon. So ukiona so maybe Story PK can say mimi sina karakter.
Unajua uzuri you are not one, but if you are to be one, you are a very good candidate. Ndevu yako peke yake is very good candidate for moja.
I knew you were waiting for that portion. You really waited for a place where you can you can enter me. But ndevu ni very artificial, bwana Mbudi. Ndevu ziko haziko.
Kata, but it's also very revolutionary. Unaelewa?
Juu ya wall ama unaona siku hizi hata za wall zinafungwa hapa bana kama musundo.
Unajua kuna wakati ukikuwa na ndevu hata kuingia kwa ndege ilikuwa ni ngumu after na September 11.
Oh, because zinajulikana zinatoka wapi ndevu eh? Wow. Anyway, ni sawa, wacha tusikie our innocent man speaking. Anakaa innocent bwana. The innocent face.
Man, sikutoa bunduki.
Live tumeona CCTV bwana.
Mimi sijaona CCTV, mmeona, lakini sikutoa bunduki.
No, but siko katika mtandao na wewe uko mtandaoni.
Unajua kama
nimekuona umetoka pale kabisa kwa kiti chako, umenyanyuka kwenye kiti.
Alafu
ukiwa umeshikilia bunduki mkono wa kulia kama sijakosea, umeshikilia chini pale na ukamsukuma mheshimiwa Babu Owino.
Yes, unajua sasa sikuwa nimetoa bunduki kwa sababu ya Babu Owino. Ilikuwa inaanguka. Na umeona kweli version
Mheshimiwa Robert Alai bwana, hapana bwana.
Ilikuwa inaanguka.
Unaona kweli kwa sababu lakini ilikuwa inaanguka.
Sure bwana. Lakini sisi wa Kenya bwana, tunasoma ufala yani. Yaani huyu jamaa yani ameamua the whole nation ufala. Lazima ukue huyo ni Clifford Mbeta ama jamaa mwingine amemwambia na useme hivyo.
Hajaambiwa chochote, ni mtaani, ni jamaa wa mtaa. Ni jamaa wa mtaa, wewe mtu wa mtaa. Mtu wa mtaa unashikaga akiiba anakuuliza umenishika ati hapana, na mkono yako zilikuwa hapana, haikuwa imetoka kuiba. Hakuna mtu amemwadvise anything. Unaona hata bado hajaona hizo clips bado. Na hafu unajua ufala ile yako nayo. Unaenda kwa radio TV.
Anasema hajaona lakini ameona. Sasa you want to tell me hajaona?
Maybe ameona.
Hakuna kitu ati maybe. Huyu jamaa he knows what he's doing.
Lakini sasa it was anyway, unajua everything has an end. That's the beauty. Drum pia play very bad politics for quite some time. It's coming to an end. Hiyo blogger, hiyo kufanya kunini, very deceptive, nini na nini, you know. Mawivu hizo wako nazo, hizo vita zao ndogo ndogo. In fact, tunataka Nairobi ishe hii ujaluo. Yeah? We want Nairobi ishe hii ujaluo. Let me use that term because they are very BS kind of politics in Nairobi. Aladwa, Uyu, it is very retrogressive. Very retrogressive. It's the high time Nairobi graduates into some other kind of leadership. And that's why I was looking forward to Wanyoni.
A couple of, was it a year ago, Mr. Stone Picker, this guy in the middle of a traffic, alitoanga rungu, akasimamisha gari, akachapa ringtone Apoko, broad daylight, and we saw it.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
So this guy has always been, you know.
Huyu na ule mwingine anaitwa Matapwe. You know, they are garbage, akina Kaucho. These are thugs who should not be. They are uncouth.
And remember, kitu atuambii vizuri, unaona, this guy has been a very violent person for a very long time. One of the reason anadanganya tukua alipea nani ile kiti ya sijui ni ya
Embakasi.
What he doesn't say is the moment he went after Sifuna, that day Sifuna alimpea punch ya Bungoma. When Baba was there, I say, Aladwa, it's not Alai. You know, Baba went berserk. Unaelewa? When he was fighting Sifuna again. In what was to be coalescing Nairobi together because Baba was again losing Nairobi. Unaelewa? So you can almost in anathemas and in episodes see that Aladwa is a very violent person. Extremely violent.
but not just violent smartly, very uncouth.
Ni normal goons tu wakaenda shule kidogo. Siku hizi unajua anybody can go get a degree and all this kind of a thing. Anything, hata even idiots. So otherwise ni jamaa tu wa mtaa mwingine ako chini tu sana. Kiona mtu unaanza kukutu. Yani, you know, the way they have taken, and by the way, I'm so happy ODM is collapsing because ilikuwa ina ujinga mwingi sana. Yeah. Because mimi chama mkia kuja mnaleta ni kama tribal. Kwanza, which party ever had men in black? What is that? Hata when Baba was alive, what is that Baba was encouraging? Ni nini hiyo? What kind of a nonsense is that? The men in black. Men in black to come and intimidate members.
So you have to resist change through force.
It's nonsense. It's a nonsensical party, by the way. Mm-hmm.
So naona bwana Alex umeandika hapa through Atandi. What is Atandi doing?
No, nani, kuna huyo Nixon Atandi hapo mwenye ako hapo chini. There's this guy that was saying, I don't think you meant lawyers, I say all political leaders. Yeah, I told him, political leaders, not lawyers of the community. We were talking about political leaders who are lawyer. Let me make that clear. Record here. We're not talking about the Luya people.
Yeah.
The Luya people.
Nauliza swali, both of you. Sijui kama mmenote of late ni kama siasa ya Ruto imeenda chini. Kuna vile alikuwa ameamuka, alikuwa amesema watu hawana agenda, hawana nini. Kuna mtu amenote ni kama like Ruto ni kama, I don't know kama ni kurecharge na recharge, or but it looks misplaced. Ama ni kitu ya kulaunch ana, or like maybe Bwana Budi as the Stonification kuja, whoever want to start first. Why is Ruto a bit like either
Ruto is relaxed. Ruto is relaxed and plan is working very well. Why? Because Sungumukuti ilikuwa kiti ya Mbere. Remember, Mbere was an artificial election. Unaelewa? That he pulled to understand if he can be able to produce the results that he wants in 2027. And hiyo kitu ilimsumbua sana, and he was going berserk because everything told him everything was going wrong. And how he forced and succeeded, and then he came to Kiambu. He needed a rest because this guy, day and night, he never slept. I think his psychologist, sleepist, massagist, his sex therapist wamemwambia relax kidogo. Why? Because I think if he doesn't, by the time anakuja kufika 2027, it will go bad. So I think a well-rested soil gives a bountiful crop. So I don't think it's that high octave moment, but these by-elections really depleted the guy, totally exhausted the guy. You could see from the face, you could see everywhere. He left every engagement. Every time he was either with the teachers, with businessmen, with what, not just for development, for those by-elections that he feared most. So he is relaxed a little bit, unless we have somebody who is going to give him a headache. And this is where I think the opposition, whatever called united, is totally failing from my point of view. But again, it shouldn't exhaust themselves. Actually, also they need to rest. I think it's that time that let's go a half time, because I think 2027, the beginning, vile nafika 2026 December hapo, the festive season, you're going to see now coalition making, real coalition making. Governors will be coming to their own terms. That look, umekataliwa. Wakina Simba Arati will no longer sing the song of who? ABCD. So it is that time of political rest, and it's okay. So I think everybody should rest, including us. We should just analyze temperatures ziende juu. Wacha tuchukue tu maji tu kidogo hivi, wenye wanakunywa pombe kama wewe, wenye wanakunywa aspirin kama sisi tukunywe. I think this year wacha tu rest mpaka December.
Tupumzike mpaka December.
Yeah, next year will be tough, man. I'm telling you, from money, activities, na kila kitu, you cannot sustain the political temperature 2027 from January. You are not going to sustain without actually resting.
Na Stone PK anasema tu lazima tujue candidate wetu saa hii.
Ndio kujua candidate haina shida, lakini huyo candidate lazima apelekwe Zanzibar, sio vile anapelekwa baada ya kushindwa. Hii maneno ya kupeleka baba Zanzibar kupewa msichana mzuri after ameshindwa iachwe. Saa hii wasichana wazuri watafutwe. Acha Stone PK asidiwe hapo.
Unajua Stone PK alikuwa kwa kitchen cabinet ya baba wewe. Hata anajua carpet ilikunjwa aje. Ile carpet yetu ya red.
Stone PK wacha arrest kidogo. Unaona Wamutenda alitufanyia kitu kingine hapo. Unajua tulikuja hapa na propaganda nyingine na ayaga hapa. Stone PK that day almost finished me. Na kuambia nilitoroka kiasi nikasema hapa mpaka unajua Stone PK akwambia nikikuwa na bunduki ayaga. Sijui kama unakumbuka hiyo siku. Wacha tupumzike bwana.
Now that
energy next year.
Now that you have talked about nikikwambia what is going on in Mbere saa hii utashangaa. You will be shocked. You will be shocked. Njiro and Alex, do you know that what now has happened? Ndio nikwambie UDA, yani UDA, they are desperate. Do you know they admit they lost in Mbere, and they also have admitted they lost in nani kuna itoaje kule kwa Waluya Malava.
Hizo klipu atuletewi yaki tusikie wakiwa.
Ati amletewa na nani? These I'm giving you insiders. Kwani hizi ni clips? These are not clips. Hii ni za wale watu wako inside kama sisi bro.
Also in other words ni chai umetuletea.
Sasa hizi kwanza ni very 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 protected in the village. Although ni kwa channel but I don't really mind. But nitaongea kijuju. What they do, and this is something when we were in ODM tulikuwa tunawaambia this is the way to work. Sasa uzuri, you ignore this scientific way of analyzing things, you lose heavily. Jiro, when you fight with somebody, alafu mtu ulikuwa unajua huyu nitapiga, bahati mbaya ufanye ka mistake, labda ukanyange mshakwe ama ukanyange kitu tu, yani uteleze, alafu ukiteleza kufuatisha na ngumi uanguke. You know you are the one who knows the mistake you've done and why the guy flawed you. You know watu wale wanaangalia watakuwa tu wakisema Njiro alipigwa ngumi moja mpaka chini. But you know ulijihenga namna gani au vile ulijimix. The truth is known by you. So when you go back, you sit and analyze, unaona nilimake step vibaya hivi nikajikwa. So next time, this is what I do. ODM does not analyze. Even when wameibiwa kura ama hii kuchengwa, they don't want to talk about it. That's why unasikia kama mtu kama Matiang'i nimekuwa very disappointed akisema ati watu wasiongee of what happened in the past. Who knows it will not happen to him? This is very daktari kuongea hivyo nimesikia very let down. What makes him why doesn't he know the makosa ile ilifanywa? Why doesn't he know that he can have those agents of ACE mtu afanye hiyo dawa? You see, I found that isiongelewe. How can you not talk of how mistakes were done even if it's 10 years to come? Anyway, saa hii Mbere, Alex, because you're there, these guys, number one, they were so disappointed because they thought it would be landslide because of the money they spent. They thought it would be landslide. When they were doing their postmortem, they expressed their disappointment. Nikisema it is the president himself. Unaona, alikuwa anaambia timu yake that is not what he expected because he wanted to make a statement, a very huge statement. Of course, you will say winning is winning, hata kama ni 2 votes, but those who know politics properly there is a way you make a statement. That's why there is something called landslide. It's not the same as winning by margin. Landslide tells you something. And that's why when you look at how Baba has been winning and losing, it's not a win any opposition or any government would pride in. Okay, because when you go almost 50-50, you just know that half of the country is not with you. So it's not a win that you can pride in politically. You just keep quiet kwa sababu umefanya ile kitu. So they went back because wanaangalia the money invested, and they have accepted that this guy called Karis is indomitable in Mbere. Now they want him for 2027. Can you imagine?
They want him.
Yeah.
For MP or for a senator?
Anything. Doesn't matter. Anything. What UDA wants is winning.
I wish Karisha sikubali yaki.
And they are ready to give him anything. So you now offer anything. That's your value. Anything. My biggest worry is, can somebody without money resist something like 100 million?
If I was Karis, I'll go for that.
Angalia huyu shemeji yangu bwana.
No, I said if I was. I made a disclaimer. I didn't say you should. Okay? Because let me tell you, playing the politics of principle, whereby even the people you are with, 90% end up playing that politics of principle. Saa ingine inafanyanga mtu anaonekana loser throughout, and yet he never lost even one day. If I know I am popular and this is what it takes, I'll take that route. I'll take that route.
So, Lex and Jiro, and maybe those who are listening, if today you had Stone PK as a contest on UDA ticket, how would you take it? No, having been friends, you know me, you know.
Well, Stone PK, you want to inflame our show.
Stone PK, wacha nikwambie kitu kimoja. And this is totally me. This is totally me. And Stone PK, this is totally me. The day I will put my name on the ballot box, unaelewa? I'm going for the win. Whether it's popular or declared. Unaelewa?
Yes.
Because if my competitors are not going to play by the rules, principles, I should never put my name on the ballot box. I should never. I should never waste my time campaigning, knowing very well it is not winning that will take me there. It is declaration. It will be stupid for me to go in this election in 2027 with the same IBC. I use 10 to 20 million. I win and not get declared. That is insanity. I think that's a joke of a century.
Umeona hiyo silence.
Okay, so sasa Stone PK, ebu react.
And I said, me, where things stand. I know that silence is
it's heavy.
It's heavy. But
And
if
ma-
I
and-
get to the ballot box, nitumie 10 million na nishinde, nisikuwe declared, alafu niambiwe kuwa ati nilishindwa, I will take the other route. Not use my money Because I was still popular, I get declared, become rebel later on. That is the politics you want us to play in Kenya right now with the current IBC. I'm not going to use 10 million.
Yeah, you see, so that question I asked is heavy.
So Stone PK, unajua umeanzia kunishtua bwana.
So ask your question.
Ikiwa na Ruto bwana.
So wachana maneno ya so. I said if you get me, not when. If, and this is a possibility, not when. Because I know right now with the current IBC, it will be alive for me. I know I'm very popular. I know I'm winning election. I know somebody has not campaigned at all. He's not popular. He will never win. He has never won. He has no capacity. Then I start criticizing that guy for 6 months. Then he gets declared. You be honest. You're going against Wamutende. That the only thing we can remember he said is Wamutende. Now he won. We need to fix our IBC, my friend. It is
deadly.
If you are going for that elective seat, you decide to use your money with this IBC. I think for me, it's like going to a casino with your last penny. I don't know. That is me. That's where Kenya has reached.
Yeah, it's heavy. Now that calls for seriousness in the opposition on pressurizing for whatever needs to be done for us to have an election that we can call credible. How we are going to achieve that, I don't know. Because most of us want to go out there. You know, people are ready to go for various. And the most beautiful thing is that this is the election whereby we are going to have one generation change in leadership, as well as generation bridging in leadership. You will have the interconnection, the bridge between the older generation and the new. And then we shall also have that change, meaning we shall have both older generation and new. That mix will be there this time around. By 2032, it will be purely a new generation, because the older generation will have withered by 2032. So the next 2032 election now will have a purely new generation. 2027, we are going to have hybrid, the mix between the old and the new generation, right? So which is very key. It's the transitional election, transitional political dispensation that needs to be very well midwifed. So we have to really give it what it takes, because this is where you have the good older generation mixing with the newer generation. And then you have also a mentorship program, because you can imagine a parliament where you have some good older people, and then the new talented young generation that would want to really get the hook of it. That mix will remind me like the way we had a parliament in, I don't know whether it was 1979 or it was 1884. We had a wonderful parliament of elite, parliament of illiterate, parliament of experienced, parliament. And it was beautiful. The debates, I remember we would go kusikiza debates, tunapanda kule juu a whole day, because nakumbuka nilikuwa nimemaliza sijui ni A level. Sasa hapo hivyo when you are tamaki ukingoja. So once we go to town, unaenda 2-3 places, then you end up in parliament. You get entertained. You hear people reasoning, and how I miss those kind of days. But now I'm seeing that in the 2027 outcome, if it is well made, But if not, then we'll have a problem. If it goes now like what we are thinking, Alex, that now mtu atafanya desperately to ingie aende support Ruto because Ruto akona pesa and because that rig, then we will really have the Kawanjikos, the single mother rubbish and all that kind of a thing, unfortunately.
You know, listen, and I want you to get me clearly what I'm saying. If the politicians until today are not serious about the one thing called IB to fix it, we cannot go to an election with a Ruto appointed. Remember, immediately he became the president. In fact, the General Reform took them out unconstitutional. And we had a constitutional lagoon. Why? Because it was not properly constituted. Mara we had an IBC, Mara we did not have, Mara we couldn't have by election, Mara ABCD. You remember all these things. And eventually we had an IBC. And we don't even know how it came about. A referee that has been appointed by one man. And you expect this referee. So while I'm becoming a candidate, I must remember if these elections are going to be won or they are going to be announced. So Stone Picker, if you are going for an election that is going to be won, not with this IEBC, if you understand what I'm saying.
So me, the question which I'm asking is, so you feel that at times your popularity can be meaningless if you're not in the right party, which is like calling the shot. Is that what you mean?
It's not about the party. It's about the thug. You are dealing with a thug that is gonna steal.
So the
votes.
question which I'm asking, now you have joined the thug so that you get elected.
Yes.
How do you work with him moving forward? And your principles are not there. Ama utaenda huko tu ujifiche. Or utaenda huko udefect.
Utaenda tu uko defect lakini utapata shida sana.
So in other words, all you are doing is camouflaging so that you can get votes.
So that you can be announced, which is a very bad situation. It's very bad because, I mean, it is against your values, it's against your principles, and you'll always be asked to talk about your principle. Like now, if you ukisimama na chama ya Ruto, so unajua sasa lazima kila mahali utakuwa ukiongea juu ya Ruto, how good he is, how the policies, how good the policies
And
are.
that has kept men of values out of politics. That is how the system has kept men of values who could have brought change to our country.
Exactly.
Out of politics.
Exactly.
And that is what I actually mean. That I, with all my values, I again, knowing very well that this election is not won, is announced. And I start using 10 million to campaign as if I'm going to be the first person who will be announced. Why should I even do that? To show what? That's my point. Go ahead, Stone Picker.
Yeah, so now that it's bringing us to a very tough bone of contention that we have in Kenya. How shall we be able to do that? And this is the fight we've been on. How do we make our elections credible so that we have these very good men and women that are supposed to transform this country? Yeah. If we cannot manage it now, when shall we? Transform hii country aje? Kama tukuja tumepigwa hands down na huyu mwizi. So what are we talking about? It becomes a hopeless situation. When shall we have people who will not say shoot kwa miguu? How do we achieve that? How shall we achieve even these things tonight Singapore? How shall we fight corruption when the one who is telling you kwenda Singapore, corruption is not a subject to him? Corruption cannot hinder you from proceeding to Singapore. Sometimes I discuss about my country and leadership. Mbona unafeel unataka kulose, kukua despair. Because I mean, ndio hii time sasa tuko 2026 na watu wanasema tu to mobilize parties, to mobilize their members. To me that is not making sense at all. When I hear people saying that Alex and Njiru, mimi ndio mtanielezea, what does it mean? Una mobilize watu nini? What is this you are running for? What you go talking to people to join, like the latest clip nimeona Matiang'i anaenda kumobilize watu to, surely I don't know, I don't understand. Sijui, sielewi. Juu mimi nilikuwa nafikiria mtu kama Matiang'i atachaguliwa na mtu, whether mtu wako Jubilee ama yuko Jubilee, it is the human being that will elect Matiang'i. It is not the party. Hebu nielezeni kitu moja hapa, mimi sielewi, Njiru na Alex. What is this madness about party? Nini?
Because the normal concept is that in Kenya there is that ideology of kuchagua suit. So there are chances, if you're in a serious party, there are chances of people voting for you even without knowing. For instance, I can give you an example like of my mother. There's a time when my mother went to vote and he actually didn't know the MCA to vote. Yeye tu anasema tu nimechagua MCA wa rais, nimemchagulia mtu yake. So
na wewe wacha nishikilie hapo vile unaongea hapa. I wanted hiyo point niache, but I think umeleta point mzuri sana. Now, unajua kitambo tulikuanga na hii redio yenye ilikuanga una rewind. Wimbo ikikuwa mzuri una rewind, lakini lazima upime uangalie hiyo tape vile ina rewind, unaachia hapo njiani. Let me remind the tape. Sio wakati wa CD. Now, a couple of years ago, time has moved so fast, Mr. Njiru. Unajua Njiru wewe na Mato mmekuja juzi. Ukatupata Mutembei. Stone PK, a couple of years ago when the debate was heated, he came to Mutembei. He spoke something. And after that, our friendship started, pole pole. And one day Stone PK was heading to Kitale. By that time, we had exchanged numbers nyuma. I called Stone PK because there was something he had spoken very well and I wanted to know more. Stone PK shared very good ideas that he had shared with his MCA back at home. And me and him talking, we said, this seat of MCA was never meant for foreigners. This was power that was supposed to be around the people that already were there. People with capacity, people that were respected, not so much educated, because our house in the county level were even allowed to speak mother tongue. But that power was to be given to people who are capable to mobilize the community to its full usefulness and resources. And Stone PK, that time working, I think, with the tourism country or something, industry, something of the sort, he collected ideas that the collective experience he had from working in Tanzania, expatriate, and he told me he boosted those ideas so that his local place could become a utopia. But after working so hard with his own money, and they brought in a person they thought was Stone PK, resigned and said, look, I think this person has done nothing, according to what he told me. And later on, we kept talking. And finally, I heard Stone PK now wants to go at the contest because of such frustration that we have given people power back at home, but change cannot happen
And we spoke here the other day how even your party is not going to be effective to help you in the next election. As I spoke about Kisii, Matiang'i may win, Matiang'i will be supported as our kingpin, but Simba will win, Osoro will win, Kibageni will win, and I told you they will win based on how we have started seeing that you have to scatter. Now, here comes the core issue here that has made me to say all these things. You see, we have complicated our politics to the point that if an individual that will deliver because of principles and he knows he will win but he will not be announced, what does he do? They cave out of politics. The wicked are the bold and very mouthed. They come out, they manipulate the system, and they are declared knowing the next 5 years they will be stealing. I sit back, I keep complaining. We are here 5 years talking about the same thing. I ask myself, what about I want to give service to my people then? Once and for all. Because I can't keep on complaining in my county, in my local place, that we've been having minions, uneducated people, goons like Alai, so on and so forth. We are making noise here. But when it comes to principle, we can't win. We can't even go to the ballot box because we know we will not be announced as winners. We'll be announced because of the system. Now, what makes it hard for me not to do the unconventional? I know it's a hard thing I'm saying. It is. We can never want to discuss it.
Who's calling? It's him.
Jiro, I know you can never want me and you to discuss that here. But how long are we going to sit desperately, allow people like Aladwa to become MPs? A class 6 dropout. But because of principles, tunasema, Karis, hata ikue 100 million usichukue. When we know at 100 million, like Ndindi Nyoro, at least atafanya kitu kidogo. I don't know. When will we sanitize our politics completely? Ndio tuingie, tusaidie hata kitu kidogo, ama to reject completely people to continue suffer and the day will get perceived win. I don't know. You tell me.
What I think, Bwana Mbudi, is we have also we instead of joining the bad guy, why not form a coalition of the good guys, and we build a momentum on the side of the good, instead of saying we want to join these people who are doing economic plundering. For me, I think that one would be a better platform. It might not yield at once, but there are those small baby steps you do until you build a momentum.
With the current IBC, so we have given up that let's just build, let the system continue while they are continuing to be stronger every time they are in power. 5 years, you allow minions to be in power. It will take more bloodshed of 5 years to take them out. You know that power is sweet.
The problem which we have is that even those guys who defect and they go to the parties which have capacity to win elections all the time, some of them, we have always had some good men initially, but they decide, let me go to that side so that I can win. Especially like in Mlima Kenya, I can tell you that we have been having people who want to go to these people who steal the election because they want to win. And then we thought that if those people were there, it's something which has been tried, Bwana Mbudi, and it has never worked. Once you join the wrong guy, you have joined the wrong guy and you'll dance his tune. So for me, I feel that if we had a coalition of able people, like let me say we have 290 constituencies, for instance, if we be able to have a coalition of over 290 people, capable people, and we see how we can be able to put them in an electoral process, and we come up with the concept of winning the election. Because I do not believe that there's no system which is bigger to split. I feel that because maybe we might say other nations, maybe they might have an electoral process which is feasible, which is serious. But I feel even in Kenya, even with our problems, if we build that coalition of good men and a big one, and we show that momentum and the people join that momentum. The problem which we have is when we allow Ruto to look competitive, when we allow the bad guy to look competitive. So what we are supposed to do is build a force which is visible, such that no one is interested in joining the bad guy. That is the only way. So, but when we are in these cases where it's like we are forming binary situation, that's where we lose everything. So the momentum should be,
and that the first stage of building momentum is all the parties to fold and have one party, so that we can say honestly, this every other person opening their kiosk is not valuable anymore. Every other time rebranding, every other time it is getting to a point whereby we are just talking something that is not sustainable. So for us to build that momentum towards a more perfect union, the way America uses that term, it is for us to look beyond and ask ourselves what divides us more is our own division more than our own. Look at this by-election. Had we started them from the word go without this ujinga nyingi, DAP putting their person hapa, Nani putting their people also starting going to negotiation, ABCD, this is my perceived area, this is your perceived area. We can't talk of, like let's be honest. That momentum can never come until we force ourselves into that reality. But it's never there. We are still talking about an IBC that is problematic. Secondly, we are still talking about unity that has never been united. So how can we build a coalition when every other time we threaten that if it's so and so, then we will be on this side? And eventually, within this very coalition that you want us to build momentum, when they will not be on the top echelons, they will still join the other person. You will see, we've seen the script throughout. Not an old script, it's the same script. Momentum is based if I will be up.
Yeah, you see what we are. I understand what you are saying, Bwanambudi. I agree. The issue which is here is that you are talking about people who either they are in a process or they are not even in a process of developing character when it comes to integrity. So if we agree as a nation, we do not have integrity, or we have not even started the process of integrity, then all these things which we are talking about, they don't hold. So the process which we are trying to build has to have a value code, morality in it. The reason why we are suffering under Ruto, it is because there is no morality. So even as we are building the coalition, we have also to start understanding that these people need to have some moral code and a moral beacon which they are pointing to. Otherwise, there's no need of removing Ruto if we don't have morals. That's what I think. If we are removing Ruto to put other immoral people, I don't see it making sense. Like
there's no morality in politics. Now, when it comes to America, then you say there is no morality. A Trump campaign was very unconventional. What I came to learn from Trump more than anything, there is no rules in politics. And I agree with what my friend has said, that there's no even baby steps in politics. Trump came and did what he needed to do to win. He said, if you oppose this, that is up to you. You are not going to be our candidates. And he ended up making a coalition and moving forward. He was not negotiating with anybody. He bashed all these people who thought they were senators, they had experience, they had served here, they've done this, and they ended up joining from Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, this black guy who was his housing secretary. All these people, they thought they were smarter than him. So this issue of morality, it only happens ukifika kwa Ruto. But when it gets to Trump, you never talk about that. That double standard again that sometimes I look at you, it doesn't matter. There is no morality in politics.
What do you
It's
mean?
a principle. When you are going to win in politics, you go with all your head. Utangazaji mwanamke nitaingia tu kichwa peke yake. Unajua watoto wenye tunaambiwanga tu ni kichwa peke yake already wako 9 months. So wachane hiyo maneno ya kutuambia kuwa you go with what. There is nothing like that. Let us understand politics as it is right now. You either decide we go with this IEBC or not. But if you are going with this IEBC, elections are not going to be won. They are going to be announced. Njiru, accept that.
And it's a question I'm asking. Is the united opposition not privy of that? Or they are just playing under the armpits of Kasongo? Are they not aware of how IEBC looks and they are not talking about it? Or, like, for example, if Kalonzo Musyoka is our flag bearer or Matiang'i is our flag bearer, are they trusting IEBC will announce them? They have more political experience than us. IEBC is there, according to Ruto, because he is the guy who has been mandated by, he is the one who appointed them, through, I think, the help of, I don't know. But the question which I'm asking, is the united opposition leaders understanding that this IEBC was brought by Ruto and they will go to the election with the IEBC appointed by Ruto? Are they aware of that? And do they know the repercussions?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Who is united opposition?
All people are fighting Ruto. The senior guys. The senior political.
You're still not answering. Who is united opposition?
It is Matiang'i, Kalonzo, Gachagua, Martha Karua, Eugene Wamalwa, Natembeya. All those guys. That is the united opposition.
What makes them united?
They are united against Ruto.
And you trust it?
For now, I trust it because I look at their own work. I look at their own work.
You know, there is this mirage we are chasing, an entity called united opposition that does not exist. Whereby the other day we took the former this guy, what was it, Mukisa Kitui, and say he's the spokesperson, but he has never spoken for that entity since he was announced. Malala talks for he, Kioni talks for he, Nani talks for he, and his role as the spokesperson is neither here nor there. So these hallucinations and wet dreams of united opposition must come to an end, first and foremost. Before even we think of how we are going to deal with IEBC, we have this hallucination that we have united opposition. How are they united against removing Ruto? In rhetoric or in action? Tell me. By just saying one term or actually doing what one term is supposed to do?
Okay, let me come in here.
Njiru, if you allow.
Yes, go ahead.
For the sake of argument and progress, let's say they are not united. They are whatever they are, but they are individuals that want to go for elections in 2027. And they are definitely not going for elections on Ruto's ticket. So they will be against the Ruto. The question now Alex should be asking, it's not about the unity. That is immaterial for now. Whether they are united or they are not united, they still want to go for elections. So is it that they are aware, the IBC, Zero, that you are asking, are they ready to face the IBC as it is fully constituted? If not, what can they do as candidates? Forget about the dinner. Nimesikia watu wakiwa very allergic na hiyo, and that's how Kenyans will never achieve any goal. Because even simple thing, like I kept on saying, mimi I still argue. Na nimeuliza hiyo swali mumetoroka because hamna answer. Nimeuliza hii watu wana mobilize party, unasikia kila mtu anaenda juu ya party. Is it true? Ili mambo yao ni kushinda kura, ni kuenda kuongoza, ama why are they obsessed with maneno ya party? Hiyo amuko ni jibu. Sijui Njiro umesema the Kenya nini says suti. There is something deep. There's something deep. Obsession ya party, and you are not even strategizing how to defeat Ruto. Which one of them is maneno the IBC? Uko too busy unasema una recruit watu. Wakenya wako Kenya, and they know which party they will want to join. You don't have to. And Kenyans have no faith, and they don't care about parties. This is another thing that people don't know. Today, do a quick survey. People don't care about parties. Okay? Because parties nimekuambia, people have lost hope in them, and that's why people don't care about these maneno ziko UDA, UDP, ODM, DCP. Yeah? And that's why ikakuwa parties you can't charge people. Kitu yote inapeanwa bure, it means it's useless. So party, to join any party is free. It's free. Why? Because people stopped. But when KANU was there, we were joining KANU na 5 shillings. Yeah. So maneno ya party ndio nimeuliza, should akina Matiang'i be concentrating to campaign to people or to go talking about party? That was my question. Whether they are united or not, are they ready to face the IBC that it is? Or what plan do they have? Those are things we should be asking and trying to persuade them to open their eyes towards, if at all they listen to some of these channels. Thank you.
Yeah, let me amplify there a little bit. So the question which I can see Paul Kisianga is saying that we cannot blame Ruto for this IEBC. He followed the law. The problem is the laws and the rules which we have. So it's like he is crediting Ruto for actually bringing IBC. So, but we should also do some audit, and I don't know why the United Opposition.
Ngoja, Njiru, hiyo usiwache hiyo ipite. Hebu enda uangalie, and you can Google how they arrived at the chairman and the people who did the interviews. Come on, you guys should follow. Go and see that those who are supposed to have excelled in interviews were dropped, and they brought in this other guy. Like this chairman was he never applied. Come on, guys.
I fail to understand when somebody says Ruto followed the laws, and that is why I'm still saying that. Njiru, let me make it clear. Bold, underlined, italic, whatever I may use, so that I can shout enough. If you find me a candidate, my name, LX Bundi, if, not when, I must be announced, because the elections have been designed to announce vifaranga via computer. But because of integrity, I will not go there. But if I decide to go, I'm not wasting 10 million. Because we have people who are already telling us that this IBC is properly constituted and Ruto used the laws and everything and ABCD, and they are confused. So my anathema is this: if that is true, then I must also use all necessary means to become, because the laws are what? Are fair to me. This is how people are thinking.
You, so I'm just asking a question about this IBC. Bwana Stone PK, I'm asking you. All these shortcomings which brought IBC with, including Ruto kuleta watu wake, is the opposition aware of that, or they are just burying their heads in the sand and saying that we will build a euphoria and IBC will not refuse to announce them if we have so many people supporting us? So are they relying, because it is the same model which even, and I can hear Mr. Mbudi these days and you know, even Mr. Donald Trump used to say like too big to rig, you swarm them. He used to use the word swarming, whereby like even if somebody akona mtu wa mapendeleo, you do a very big win such that it is not easy to rig. Is that concept applicable in Kenya? Ama Kenya unaweza rig hata ukiwa na 5%?
These people have the capacity to do it. It doesn't mean that they have the monopoly to do it. Okay? And let me tell you, a thief is more scared than you know. Don't think that thieves are very bold. In fact, if you look at high-end crimes, and the one thing that actually messes all of them is the kind of fear that one, you know, one brings about, and the rest of the group unapata imekuwa disseminated. So, obviously, Kenyans seem to be scared of Kasongo. But Kasongo is more scared of Kenyans than we may believe. Second, let me say this. If we are going to go with this mentality that yenye Gachagua alitupea, that pigeni kura and then kwa nyumba, I will take care of your votes. Our people should not go and vote and waste their time. It is a known fact that we should not even try to persuade our people to understand. There is no election in 2027 if this is the IBC we are going to have. You see, previously we have had IBCs that, including Chebukati, that we thought they were going to do something, but at least they had a dent of integrity whereby they could lie without blinking their eyes in front of the camera. We have a pseudo IBC that is operating. What you see on the front are just mere names and personas or faces. But the real IBC is like the militia that we always think is part of our what? Security in that country. What you call goons to the security in Nairobi, I don't know how you can call IBC the one that are, you know, Matiang'i said that people are saying they are a deep state. Okay, there is deep IBC that we don't see. And see, there is a girl called Clavan
gave a very good compilation during last election on how somebody like what is this girl who is proposed now to take in the Supreme Court, this lady that is the deputy speaker. What's her name? This lady from the women rep of Ausingisho. She started before she became to the judiciary and where she was fired. She started with Election Commission of Kenya. From the
Gladys Soleil, Aman.
Soleil, yeah. Soleil, the Soleil, how she has climbed the ladder. And how, Soleil, basically a husband who was the MP for the Standard, very loaded person, later on divorced because of some political issues that we don't want to get to. How she climbed. And you could see one thing that we've refused to talk until today. There is this gadget Kanchori used to talk about, that there was a gadget ambayo even these people from Colombia walikuwa wanaingia na IEBC. How it is remote controlled. So the owners of the system of the IEBC in itself, which you and me think that we have servers somewhere, which actually we were told they are in German. Until today, we have never resolved the issues. The true IEBC and election and officials and everything. We don't even know if honestly we have even transmission. Because when we said we are going to have an alternative tallying centers, until today, ODM itself, and this is where Sifuna should come up and start telling us if truly we are the alternative tallying centers and what is it. So the issue of IEBC in itself is a dark psychology. So if we cannot come out and ask ourselves what is IEBC in itself, we can keep on saying we have united opposition. We are dealing with a man. You see, we tend to forget a man. When it comes now to the Kikuyu issue, we can remember he told us kuwa wakati unataka kuingia uongozi, unafanya hivi na hivi na hivi. Ukishaingia uongozi, unafanya hivi na hivi na hivi. This is a man who dared us and told us hata mweke Oburu Oginga Odinga. And yet, he was nothing. Hata mweke Oburu Oginga Odinga. Hii bado nitawachukua. Sasa bado mnataka tuende hii election as if we are going to be announced. Now wasikuwe announced. Tumeona juzi Tanzania. Mtu ameshinda 98%. My friend, somebody is going to win by 100%. Na that will be a discussion hapa. Na hiyo maneno itaisha.
So what do you think is the way forward?
Our leaders are very comfortable and we are not hearing them understand that this election, the voters themselves have decided that Ruto must go. It is their duty, if they have given their services, to make sure that it will be part of the narrative on a daily basis. We are so silent talking about and very comfortable that it should be the referee. If we are building momentum, that Njiru said, we should at least be uncomfortable and say, look, and work with it. 1997, we came up with the IPPG. It's not because the Railas and the so on. In fact, the person who came with the IPPG was a guy that has already been forgotten. If you put Njiru, can you Google the person who came with the IPPG issue? He has been forgotten. It's a very, I don't think that guy was even a two-term, and I don't think even he won after that. But that was something that was so transformative that at least allowed a change that reflected the votes of the people. However difficult it was for Moi to still have control, we saw a negotiation towards what we call electoral justice that we saw 1992, 1997. We become complicit and comfortable and saying elections have never been stolen in Kenya. That is one of the people in United Opposition. He has not come out to denounce his statement.
Who?
Gachagua.
Yeah. He still doesn't believe elections were stolen. He has never.
And you want to call him United Opposition?
Si ako opposition sasa. He's opposing Ruto. Yeah. And you see that is now the elephant in the room, because okay, if it is true elections have never been stolen and yet kuna ile Kriegler aliongea juu yake, so how tunatrastaje watu kama hawa? That's my big problem. People speaking from non-factual things. Huwezi sema elections hazijawahi ibiwa Kenya, na ukiangalia already na hiyo report ya Kriegler, watu walikufa, land clashes, out of election malpractice. Na unasema hakuna elections ziliibiwa. So what are you telling us? Mtu anasema nini?
I saw his deputy, I don't know kama hiyo clip nani uko nayo, his deputy Malala. Sema vile Waluya waliiba zile kura za 200,000 zilikuwa juu, na hizo kura ni Waluya walimpea. I don't know if you know, you saw that clip. Did you guys see that clip Malala talking somewhere? Did you see that?
No, sikuona.
Njiru, just put that clip where Malala says sisi Waluya ndio tulipea Ruto hii 200 juu ambaye, just put that clip. It was 2 days ago. I don't know if he's finally coming out of that amnesia, political amnesia, and trying to resolve that and saying kura ziliibiwa, but he's not coming outright. I don't know. I saw Ndindi Nyoro also speak something of the sort the last week, but it was not so much overemphasized in the media. Now people are talking. There are people who are talking how the election was actually stolen. Now, Sifuna today also spoke about how people are sold out. So maybe I'm overcritical, but it's coming out. But to the credit of one or two, Bunjiru tuweke hiyo clip ya Malala spoke about the 200, the manufactured 200 that declared Ruto the president, so that you can see what I keep on crying about.
Njiro wako wapi? But before I tend to think kweli utatoka tu. Ukweli utatoka. Na already we know the ukweli, but ni vile tunangoja iletwe na watu. Na sasa shida yangu ni kwamba hawa watu tuko nao, ikiwa kuna wengine wanaamini elections hazijawahi ibiwa, and that's why for me, sincerely speaking, kuna Trojan horse hapa, sijui itakuwaje. Juu afadhali hata elections zikuwe delayed, lakini naye you start it right. I don't mind.
Lakini hiyo Ruto atafurahia. Ruto atafurahia.
Ni sawa, but Njiru, look at it this way. Watu waache emotions. Mnataka muende in a useless election, Ruto akuwe rais, aende akipiga kifua amechaguliwa with IBC, like Alex you are saying, and everyone we know the useless, ati he announce Ruto ameshinda? Or do you want afadhali kudelay, kama kutakuwa na court battles for another 1 year, it's okay. Because hata kotini unaweza enda kotini kustop elections, unapeana the reasons why not. Badala ya hiyo watu wote kufikiria ati vile Kenya watu wamesema watakuja kwa wingi. Si Tanzania watu walikuja kwa wingi na mtu alishinda na 98.something%. Hii ya Ruto hata kura tu mtakuwa mkienda for the sake of it, but figures will have been announced. Chukua example ya mbele. Take example ya mbele. Voting didn't matter. Voting didn't matter. They had the figures in the they had already done their figures. Zile nani alitoa mapema. Huyo anaitwa nani? Itumbi. Itumbi alitoa figures mapema. Very early. And nothing went far from that. Na opposition tu alikuwa anakaa hapo akisema ati msijali hizo figure, msiangalie, mngojee figures za IBC. I found that to be very stupid. And the same mistake we are going to repeat.
So Njiru weka hiyo clip yenye Malala alisema vile waliiba hizo kura. Malala spoke 2 days ago akisimama somewhere, walikuwa na nani? Sisi Waluya ndio tulipeana hiyo 200,000 ambazo Ruto alikuwa declared. Hakushinda hizo na sisi Waluya ndio tulifanya huo ukereketi. Weka hiyo clip.
Malala spills the beans.
Ati Bwana Mbundu, unataka klipu gani? Hebu iseme tena dakika moja.
Malala alikuwa anasema the 200,000 votes waliiba. Malala speaks of stolen votes. Luya stolen votes. Weke hivyo tu italeta whatever it, ama weke Malala reveals, Malala does anything. Malala.
Anyway, but hakuna vile ati nani Ruto wange na sisilibiwa pale Bungoma ama ni wapi? Unajua kuweka Malala inatoanga ile Malala Liwino anaitwa
Cleophas Malala.
Unajua ukiweka tu Malala inatoa yule Malala wa alishinda Nobel.
Unajua kuna siku umeita Malala Morara. Unajua lakini Njiru wewe.
Unajua kitu moja Alex, Njiru wamepakana na watu wa Central hapo. Ambao hao watu wa Central wanajidaingi hata wajui Mkisii tofauti ya Mkisii na Mjaluo. Sasa Njiru ni neighbor yao hapo kwa mlima.
Sasa hiyo clip ya Morara sioni bwana. No, ya Malala.
Si unasikia? Yangu atoka Morara. Alikwambia.
No, but it is the same. Morara
angalia
hiyo
iko. Nani Njiru? Umeiona?
Niliona lakini sina laptop.
Nipe title ni type yenyewe hapa. We have time.
Unajua ubaya zingine zinashutiwa na nini? Na independent people.
Ile tu inanitolea tu ni Malala na Echoes of War.
Latest siweke Cleophas Malala latest speak. Uone kama itakuja. Latest itakuletea ganda.
Latest news. It's female version of Mutahi Kagwe. Two months ago, Malala aliongea kitambo inanitolea 1 month. Maneno ya Said Panyako. Exposes Ruto abuse. I do not seem to kumbe kuna uchaguzi Central African Republic na hatujui.
Brazzaville. Nani?
Wacha niwaekee hii mshtuke kidogo. Uchaguzi ni mingi bwana.
Who later became vice chancellor of the country's biggest university, Touadéra served as. According to provisional results, Faustin Archange Touadéra has been re-elected president of the Central African Republic for a 3rd term, strengthening his grip on power. A professor of mathematics who later became vice-chancellor of the country's biggest university, Touadéra served as prime minister for 5 years under President François Bozizé. He was elected to office in 2016 and won re-election 4 years later in a poll that was marred by accusations of fraud. A new constitution that passed in a referendum in 2023 opened the way to a third term.
As far as I'm concerned, I think the new constitution we're going to introduce will help our country, the Central African Republic, to develop. That's why I'm asking you all, when the time is right, to do as we say. Vote so that we can move the country forward.
Touadéra pointed to his achievements such as security and improved infrastructure. A peace deal signed in 2019 brought an end to 13 years of civil war, but was controversial for inviting warlords into government in exchange for disarming. Touadéra initially enjoyed the support of the international community, but his critics have called him President Wagner for his reliance on the Russian mercenary group, which provided him with bodyguards, and his alignment with Moscow following the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 led to a deterioration in relationships with France, which suspended economic cooperation. And his latest election, which he looks to have won in a landslide, has been shrouded in controversy. Touadéra's defeated rival Anissé Georges Dologuélé said the polls were fraudulent and claimed he was the winner, an accusation dismissed by the president.
This is how I'd learn AI in 2020.
Wengine wanasema mdhemina.
Umesikia hiyo ni landslide. Landslide.
Tunafikiria unajua vitu zingine inanishangazaga. Yaani jamaa mwingine ana complain akisema yeye ndiye anashinda, alafu mwingine anakuwa declared na landslide. Can you explain to me these two dichotomy? Inakuagaje hapo? Different angles. Eh, Kenya tusifike hiyo level bwana.
Tuko hapo. Unajua Njiru, yani nyinyi ni Wakenya wale mko in denial. You are already in the hole ati na mna hope. Ati Njiru, I wish siku moja ujaribu kiti hata ya MCA. Ufanyiwe hiyo kitu ndio utajua.
Kitu gani?
Si hiyo kitu inafanyangwa.
Oh, Ngarambwe.
Yaani watu kila mahali unaenda watu wanaimba ni wewe na watu wanapiga kura mpaka agency wako wanakuambia umeshinda. Alafu announcement unasikia ni Stone PK. Alafu unajua mtu ambiwaje ukiwa umeadhirika please enda kotini. Period. Yes. Unaambiwa kama hujaridhika go to court. Na unaambiwa hivyo na returning officer.
Na hiyo story wanamaliza.
Hiyo tayari na certificate inapeanwa. Nasikia mtu akisema bilioni yake 10 akijua itadidia hawezi achilia. Nilikuambia nani alimisiwa na 2 arrows. Mishale 2. Mm-hmm. 2 arrows. Mm-hmm. The guy was going to die. Because you can't just waste somebody's just like that.
Nataka kusema sasa we are at that dichotomy ya car where mnafanya uchaguzi na mnajua ile anashinda.
Yeah.
Ati ni denial. But I see that we can build a series of, yani unataka kuniambia hii kupinga tunapinga Ruto yote it will not amount to vote which are siam na venye huyu jamaa venye amepingwa.
Njiru. Si tunaongea hapa, we shall start putting, tutaanza kuandika hizi vitu tunasema hapa. Tuandike 1 pager of how to win an election in Kenya. 1 pager. Na hiyo ukiandika hiyo 1 pager utaambua hapana hiyo si constitutional. So tuende constitutional way. And the constitutional way huwezi shinda presidential election in Kenya. Forget it. Especially now with Ruto. Unatakiwa uende semi semi-constitutional. Semi-constitutional ni kwamba saa hii already tumekuwa tumefurika tukipiga mayowe juu ya IEBC. Okay. Haya, tunapiga mayowe juu ya IEBC tukisema hata kama isipofanyika hivi labda waende ama hata election ipostponiwe. Okay. La si hivyo Ruto aende election peke yake.
When we say we postpone the election, is we are postponing the election up to when? Indefinite or?
No, until of course there is timelines. Kuna zile vitu nataka zifanyike kwanza. IEBC to be constituted properly.
I think sasa hapo Ruto will be, sasa hapo sasa ndio umesema sasa Ruto apate ile miaka yake 7.
That's okay. Because atapata tu, hata mkienda election atapata tu.
I still believe something can happen.
Tupatie formula. Formula 1.
Swarming them. Big numbers.
Which number? Hizo namba zitaza.
Zero. Do you know 2007 we swarmed you guys with the biggest number, even we were 42 versus 1. Njiru bwana, unajua the problem is we have collective amnesia when it comes to politics. We don't want to decipher our historical politics to the honest point of view. We are denialists on one side, apologists on this side. And you know, and I know, and this is the only time most of the people from the mountain are actually saying what we have been saying after 2002. Kenya has never actually had an election. So the mountain all of a sudden wants to demand an election, whereas we have never had an election since 2002. We are saying this election, you have to fix the foundation.
Now, what about those nations in Africa which win elections, where opposition win elections? What is the magic?
Jiro, unajua, you have very good questions sometimes kama hiyo ni nzuri. Unakumbuka nikiinsist to cover Botswana for a short while. Why do you think I've been asking for Botswana? To cover tu at random, tuchukue pre-election, during election na post-election. Kidogo tu. We should do that, then you'll get to understand. I mean, I know generation ya siku hizi they don't read, but you, I know you read, you listen, but we are, majority of us have allergy of listening to long documentaries, and when you don't listen to long documentaries, you don't get information. Like when you are driving, if you put a documentary on Botswana, Njiru, you will learn so much about how to conduct an election and how to educate and mobilize people, sensitize people, and incite people to ask for nothing less than the value we are talking about. Yes, because it's doable. And now we have that chance. The first chance we had is when it was yote yawezekana bila Moi. This is a repeat. As much as the evil has been repeated by Ruto, then the other side of the coin is that now majority of people, I can't say all, majority of people in Kenya are so much charged. But how you use that charge, how you use that spark, Njiru, is what I'm complaining about. About Matiang'i, about Kalonzo, about Martha, about the team that is opposing Ruto. Iyo kiberiti, iyo dhande, they are not capturing that dhande. Why did they even go for holiday? Kufanya nini? Can you afford to go for holiday when you have a monster in front of you? That you wanna take break? Break for what? We take over. Saa hii siku za Christmas huko ndio ungekuwa una charge watu. Unaenjoy Christmas Kenya, unaenjoy Christmas gani? We are ridiculous. Very ridiculous. Very ridiculous. Hiyo spark iko ndio unamwagia petroli. Saa hii the people are charged. Wewe uliona huyu mama vile alikuwa ejected kwa mkutano ya Gachagua na watu wakaanza kuharibu. Again, Gachagua does not have a proper professional team that can always correct the perception ile inawekwa na watu. Vile nilikuambia hawana thinkers. Sasa akina huyu Mandevu anaitwaje hao MP yako nao? They are not thinkers. They are not. They are hecklers. They are hecklers. They are hecklers. Hiyo situation ingekuwa inataka watu watoke, si Gachagua watoke na wako.
After your situation ya Saturday, how different could the Gachagua have handled it, maybe to produce more fruits according to you?
Listen, before I tell you how you would have handled it, if I was in his team, number one, ujue kuna ile inaitangwa sympathy vote for women, automatic. There are people who felt the way that woman was bundled out. Hiyo kwanza ile juu, because she's a woman, watu walikuwa oh yeah. You see, already they are not taking what she has provoked.
Oh, men bigotry. You are talking like it is analyzed like men bigotry. You know, we have men bigotry. Yani ni wanaume wanatesa mwanamke.
Yes, it is the power below, because everywhere you are, hata mwanamke akikuja akupige coffee, people will not really notice. Okay, watu wata notice umepigwa coffee pa na ukastaga. Watu utasikia wakisema lakini wewe upige mwanamke coffee pa, Njiro, utashangaa. Okay, so when that happened, people kwanza waliangalia vile ametolewa, wakamwonea kwa huruma, wakasahau the clip earlier when she was addressing people, even the language she used. Atasema mtanisikiza. I don't know whether you remember that clip. Jiro, do you know when you talk, ukiniambia nini alafu nikwambia na utanisikiza, hiyo ni nini hiyo? What is that?
Force. Kiburi.
Yani upende usipende. Na nimekuandika hiyo.
Niko tuta.
Yes. Alafu hiyo sasa hiyo bravado. That bravado in front of that zone, in front of those, let's say even in the Gachagua and the team, who dares do that? Unaweza fanya hivyo? Who dares do that? So alikuja kakatumia na ukisikiza kwa background on your free time, ama hata ukitaka utacheza, unasikia akisema nomo akajalie, lazima niongee. Anaambia ule mtu anamwambia, anamnyang'anya mic. Nomo akajalie, I'm the only, I must talk. Look at those guys. Nomo akawalie, when the whole crowd is saying no, surely hata kama ni guts gani. So somebody should have come. Kina Medhu, those guys. Immediately. These guys, they are not strategic. Immediately after hiyo, wangefanya kasaidi wakuwe na kapress na warelease hapo kando. They are disorganized as Mio. They are Raila. The way Raila messed 2022 campaign because of Junet. Such a thing in a happen, Gachagua should not even talk. Your people wanasimama hapo, wanasema it was fortunate to have this kind of whatever. Mheshimiwa, okay, Mheshimiwa should have read the mood, okay, na mnaitumia, mnasema the mood in the country now, anywhere you go, as much as you have freedom of saying what you want to say, but you have to choose where you want to say. Njiro bwana, nilikwambia watu matina thinkers. You need thinkers in whatever you do. People you pay just to think. We never had this in ODM. We don't have it in UDA. No, UDA, I don't think they have. No, they have maybe some. They have Itumbe.
They have the VDD.
David did that. David doesn't think anymore, and David was a pretense. Alikuwa anadanganyana. Remember, that's why he was fired.
Anabebwa kwa Wakikuyu. Lakini Wakikuyu wanabebangwa ufala. Ati anti David D anabebwa kwa Wakikuyu kuelezea vile ati hustler narrative itawafanya matajiri. You remember those?
It's overrated. David D has always been overrated.
David D was fired. Ask me.
Ndivyo nasikianga. You know, pia kuna hiyo element ya like also people, especially in our community, bwana Stone, you can tell people hapa, watu wakisikia sijui huyu ni professor wa nini, you can even
same thing to Herman Manyora, same thing to Tai.
Like, let me ask you a question. Do you know like the reason why even like Dr. Wall is doing the things he's doing? Unajua sasa zingine watu unajua kuna mtu nimesikia
kuna mama alinichekesha, alisema mbona msishike Dr. Wall peke yake Kenyatta National Hospital akishindwa
atila ni daktari
tuchape yeye makofi kama atapona Raila. Nilicheka sana. Lakini Wakenya now they are inventors of comedy, but when they are unajua acha nikwambie Mr. Stone Pickering, whatever that happened to that woman was not arranged, it was spontaneous. And
yeah, that I agree. Yes.
And what happened? We can only go back. Ni kama mpira inaendelea. So you know, naona vile Ruto juzi ameenda Kakamega anaongea juu ya ya affordable housing mpaka maneno yanakataa kutoka. So at that particular time
na huyo ndio mnataka kuingia msimame na chama yake.
Watch excitement. Shida yako ni anything Ruto mbaya unaingia katikati kama mpira mbaya iko slimy.
I hate that guy with the passion.
So yeah, that's true. So you know, in as much as we may try to tell Gachagua what he should have done, let me tell you, it was so spontaneous, and at the same time Gachagua has emotions the same me and you tuko naye. Like you're seated there, you're wondering. She said, whether you like it or not, you will listen to me. You know, at that particular time, Gachagua is not thinking how to manage emotions za watu. He's also wondering how to deal with his own emotions. So the aftermath is what we can talk about. But this woman must understand that was not meant chauvinism. Whatever anybody can say, it was spontaneous. Nobody had, you know, it's like Raila coming to Kisii. Nobody wanted Raila at huko podium. Raila alifanya kitu ambayo he is not supposed to do. You don't just say Wakisii hawajafika mahali, but then when people see him again, is coming and then unannounced, thinking that all is going to be okay. People are sick and tired of it. People say it, you know, and it's not like there were goons arranged or anything. It's just one person who said, hey, this person ametukana, toke hapa si tumekuja kuona ball. After all, atafanya Shabana ishindwe. And that was it. Even Timbarati could not, Baba had to walk out. And nobody could come here and say, it is so and so, so and so. So it was so spontaneous. And the problem is some of these things that are spontaneous. And you know that arranged things don't succeed. Spontaneous things. And that's why sometimes we need even this revolution to be spontaneous. They are like, you may think it was organized and executed with precision. No. That woman should not blame anybody. She should blame herself. And let me tell you, people even controlled that woman should have been 6 feet under. She needs to thank God.
Yeah, what I was about to finish in my statement, that's where I was headed. Nilikuwa nasema, you see, when I was saying, she said no more kajari lazima niongee. The people who quickly, and I'm telling you, this is quick thinking, and I thank whoever took that action to evacuate her. And you see the way the security acted, those are really trained people. The mob was going to descend on that woman. I'm telling you, she was going to talk again na mob sasa juu ya ile mob psychology wangemumwagitia and it would have been uncontrollable. So it was a quick action of whoever immediately offered to get her escorted by police. One of those guys there, and whoever it is, I congratulate him. You know, one guy nilimsikia tu akisema na Kikuyu, reke tumweherie, neherio haraka haraka, and I think it was Bazenga. Bazenga alisoma hiyo crowd yake. Bazenga ni huyu nani? This guy who is going for governor.
The mother was being buried, Gakuya.
Yeah, Gakuya. You know, I tell you another thing. Gakuya akona crowd moja kaya Raila huko Kasarani. Inaweza kumaliza 1 second.
So unataka kuniambia that guy could be competitive kwa race ya governor, because I'm hearing you want to be a governor. Is that what you mean? If yes, unajua with a real crowd you start navigating.
Finally the question I asked you, thank God. Now and Stone PK has brought it in a very unconventional way. Thank God.
You know, mimi niliambia watu mambo ya Nairobi, niulizeni jameni. Ukiwa umezaliwa mahali na ukakuro na ukakuwa na hizo maugondi zote. Gakuya unajua ni yule pia alikuwa na maneno ya kuuza mashamba. You guys, do you know that? He had a very big
We know him very well.
You know that? You know, so when you have somebody with that kind of money to dish all over, Gakuya is more or less close to, well, I don't know in terms of money, but he moves like Sonko, money-wise. Okay? Ukiona unasifiwa Nairobi, it's because of ile pesa unamwaga. Ile pesa unamwaga. Wewe ukishasikia umepewa jina ya Bazenga, Bazoo, Nairobi.
What does Bazenga mean?
Simdos.
Lakini wewe Njiru, hiyo village yenu iko wapi?
Kairole, inaitwa Kairole. Kairole is one of the urban mini villages
but
in
you know, I know in politics, you begin by giving yourself a nickname. It always happens in Kenya. Waitito walianzia na kujiita baba yao. You know, in Kenyan politics, you begin by giving yourself
baba yao tangu atoke jela hajawahi ongea.
Let me correct you. Jiro, before we go to that. Listen, mtu ajipeagi, you are given the name by your followers. Kuna mtu ujipatia jina. Nobody. Ask me, my dad was nearly there for 20 years. Those are 4 terms. Ask me watu walimuita nini. People just give you a name. I don't know how people look at you and they associate you with something. So mtu ajipeagi Njiru, utakuta tu umepewa jina. Saa hii kwenda uanze ukampeni hapo Embu, useme kama hapo Embu town hapo hivyo kidogo unaongea na watu. Within one week utasikia umebandikwa jina hapo. Utasikia tu unaitwa, ukiingia hatu asemi Njiru, unaweza sikia mdosi amekaa. Ama mdosi Maju ndio huyo. Unabandikwa jina tu mara moja, depending on how they like you and how emotionally you are attached.
But it's also a way of kukufanya pia utoboke vizuri.
Well, hapana, ni ile tu kufanya, they can't refer to you by your name kila saa, you know, hawezi kaa na kuita Njiru ati Mwaura, hapana. Like if they are, like, unaweza hata unapewa initials, kama ni gari uko nayo, somehow, for me, it's noble. It's like age mates, the way age mates don't call you by your name.
Unajua wewe hapa tu ndio uko na jina yako hapa. Wewe tu ndio uko na jina yako official. Sisi wengine tulipewanga zetu. Wewe ukiona mtu tu anaitwa Stone, Shabako nayo. Sio yeye amejiita Stone. Hii ni jina alipewa akikuwa mtoto. Na huyu jamaa akiingia siasa, ukiingiaga tu Stone. Na labda tuibadilishe ikuwe kwa Kijaluo Gidi. Tena tuiongeze mara 2 iitwe Gidi. Sasa wewe umesikia hiyo kitu? What I'm trying to say on a serious level ni hizi majina mnasikianga zingine, don't take them for granted. Jina kwa siasa matters. You know, for Raila to get jina baba You have to know it.
Yeah.
So somebody kuitwa Bazenga. And then yesterday I asked the question, nyinyi wa Kikuyu, munasema for a person to win Nairobi, we cannot put a candidate. I told you, Gakuya has positioned himself. Hamutafanya hiyo ujinga ambayo tena hii kitu inatoka kutoka kwetu. Now you brought it back kwa this guy, the crowd, akonayo Nairobi. Now you
Alafu Alex, unajua he was stood down in 2022. He was stood down. Aliongeleshwa.
I remember very well.
Yes.
I remember very well.
Na ikaleta shida sana. Ikaleta shida sana. Yes.
Sana. I remember that.
So let me ask a question. Is he acceptable in other demographies? You know,
Of
that's
course.
another thing. Is he acceptable to other communities, or he is just like he is just a bazoo ya watu wa Mlima?
Kasarani ni a different communities, my friend. Kasarani imeshikana mpaka huku kwa Okech, Mathare nini. That guy kuna kitu anafanya huko Mathare huko nini. Unajua kwanza, we imagine watu labda wamebomokewa na manyumba, unakuja unajengea watu manyumba kama 100. Unafikiria what are we talking about there? That's a whole world. Yeah, watu wana shida, unakuja why did Sanko become so popular? Watu wameshindwa na mtu amekufa nini, unatoa gari ya maiti na nini. That is what matters in the estate in Nairobi, ndugu yangu. Umeweka vikioski, watu wanapigiwa viatu rangi bure wakienda job. I mean, what are we talking about? Kuna matatu, mtu hawachi kwa barabara juu hana pesa za kuingia na huko mwiki. You know? Hey man. Those people. Amefanya style ya kina Mwenje. Those who you are, watu unasikianga watu walikuanga.
What I'm asking, Stony PK, the reason why I'm asking that is because I know Nairobi has close to 20 constituencies. It must be acceptable to almost over half. Not about Kasarani, so I don't know, but the only problem I have with Kakuya is akona Ukikuyu mwingi sana.
This is how we belittled Sonko. Okay? And Sonko won this thing. You know, you don't take things for granted. For you, you might see a reason why a Kikuyu should never be. But if he is able to agitate and speak and convince, well, ni mdomo unaongea na. The guy is literally doing what Soko rescue team used to do. Matanga huku nini huku, and they say akona Ukikuyu mwingi. Money talks in Nairobi.
Na wanasikizana na akina Sonko mbaya mbo. Mbaya mbo. Na Waluya, kama hakuna Mluya Bwana Njiru, kama timu Wanyonyi hayuko, Waluya watapigia Bazenga.
I don't think Tim Wanyonyi has said what he want. The only thing nimesikia na Tim Wanyonyi ni amekosana na brother yake. Then the other dichotomy I want us to analyze. Now, can you put now Babu Owino in the equation? Now, when you start now putting Babu Owino in the equation, and he is also gravitating to the opposition, is it ama wataanzia kuambua sasa mmoja akuwe deputy na mwingine akuwe governor? Waanzie sasa kuforsiwa to form an union.
And that I did not want to say it this early. Babu Owino will be a deputy governor somewhere because he has to mature. Akikataa amekwisha. Ulisikia Alai akisema Babu Owino akikuwa governor Nairobi, he will be finished politically. You think it's a joke? But if he becomes a deputy, he will be managed by a more mature person. He will do well.
Then the question comes, do you know that there are people in life who cannot deputy others?
Then you don't make it.
In politics, kuna watu hawezi kuwa madeputy. Ni kama Donald Trump akuwe deputy yako. You know, Donald Trump.
Nairobi usikuwe deputy. My friend, wako ni mbaya sana. I rather become a Nairobi governor deputy kuliko hata vice president wa Ruto. My friend, what Njiru does not know, I think Njiru is so theorized in academia Antakana lessons kidogo. Antakana akuje huku Kisii tumuguze kidogo tumtairi mara mbili.
Munitoe trouser kama Ruto, unataka munitoe trouser kama Ruto munirarue makende itoke.
Kabisa.
Sijasema hiyo hatuwezi kukutoa hiyo ni ile ngozi tu tunatoa. Hiyo nyingine hatutoangi sisi. Na wacha nikuambie kitu kingine. What you need to know hivi. Njiru, let me tell you what you don't know. Okay? There is no election that could have taken Sonko out. The only thing they could have done to take Sonko out is that they did everything they could. They gave him even a deal. You know, and we forget that there was no election that could have taken. Let me repeat it. There is no election that could have taken Sonko out. Now, Sonko is in Gakuya's. Nani ameleta your point, and you guys did not understand. Sonko is in Gakuya's what? You know what, people, you forget? It's so easy to talk about Trump politics. Munasahau Kenyan politics, also how it goes. Now, when you've been in a seat, now umetolewa, and you look from a rear end, but you know you can go to the steering in a different way and get there. You know, Sakaja has totally gone berserk and stolen like the way Sonko never stole. But nothing will happen to him. He stole for Raila, and we are told every week he was giving Raila 200 million. You know that. Robert Alai came here telling us here that he called them and told them, Mukishika Sakaja, utaona. They were told not to. Which tells you how important that seat is. Unaelewa? You saw the other day, it is alleged. Let me use that. MCA fulani huku Kawaskari alijaribu kupiga makelele. He was murdered. Period. And it was gone. And ODM lost that seat. And that's Nairobi politics. Now, Gakuya is being supported. Sorry, Gakuya is being supported by the same establishment that Sonko lost. And they know how to get it. Hii kitu ya Babu Owino, for me I've said, is a mirage that will come to an end. You people you are not looking at Gakuya as a strong. Nobody thought, even Sakaja himself and everybody, the people who are in that Jubilee party, they thought Sonko was a minion. Nobody, in fact, Ruto had to intervene when he saw this thing is going back to Kidero. He had to intervene. And they gave, you know, you people forget the history of Sonko in Nairobi. And let me tell you, Sonko hakuna kitu ambayo kuwa angeshindwa election again. They had
Alex amepotea.
Sorry, I don't know mbona inanisumbua.
We are losing you, Alex.
Yeah, so what I'm saying right now is kumalizia kuwa undermine Gakuya at your own. And let me tell you why. You saw even Anne yesterday ameleta ukikuyu mwingine hapa akasema hivi, utakuja utuongeleshe. Anne is speaking for many people. Anne is speaking for many people silently. Wewe na akademia yako, you are speaking for a few. When it comes to Nairobi, mtu ambaye amekufiwa mwili yake ikatolewa Nairobi that was almost impossible ikapelekwa mpaka reserve. They don't vote with their head. Njiru unanisikia? They don't vote with their head. They don't. That's why Sonko Rescue Team can be more operationalized. Yani it's on operationalization more than the county government. Ambulances, firefighters, na kila kitu will work better than the whole county of Nairobi.
And the person that Sonko will support will be governor of Nairobi. Hapo mkae mkijua hiyo maneno.
So meaning that Sonko will be like a cartel to him.
You will be like other years.
And let me say what you may not like. The question that I brought earlier about, unaelewa, which way do you go in order to win by all necessary means? Gakuya will win by all necessary means, even if it's being announced. And if he gets to a point whereby Gakuya will use millions, tons of millions, okay, to get Sakaja out, because Sakaja will be so loaded. It will be a game of titans now that Baba is not there to influence people. Unakumbuka ile by-election ya Kibra whereby Uhuru came back and say, hata mama fulani alinipigia simu akasema simungesongesha hii kitu kwenda mbele because tunakula. Nairobians will be feasting. It will be a mad fest.
Kwani unataka turudi hata sisi tukule hiyo pesa?
Unajua, let me ask you, how did Simba become a governor? I'll tell you. Simba alichua vile anapeana pesa yake. Morara the other day said this guy was given 18 billion for a whole year, but only 300 million zimeenda kwa wards. Now, this is how Simba won his election. Simba knew the price tag for everybody. I remember in one meeting, I even came to Tembei mpaka nikasema, this guy amesimamisha lecturers kwa matanga fulani. Akapea lecturer 10,000 ya mafuta. No lecturer amekataa hiyo pesa bana. And there were more than 40 kwa hiyo matanga because wameenda kuzika lecturer. After that, akapanga wa mama chini, akawapea 500 because alijua price tag yao. So hiyo pesa iko mpaka yako. Wewe ukienda huko unatoana CV yako. Kama CV yako ni hii democracy unatuachanga hapa, saa ingine unatokea YouTube inalia, price tag yako bado iko chini. Ongeza price tag yako kwenda juu, ndio ukienda upate vizuri.
Naenda wapi? Kwani unataka kusema hata mimi nanunuliwa? I didn't get that statement. Can you say it more pragmatically? You have said it.
Kama uwezi nunuliwa, umesema uende nyumbani kufanya nini? Si wewe ndio nani ameanzisha story ya kwenda nyumbani?
Wewe ndio umesema kuna pesa mingi sana ya kuliwa. So nikauliza, so, unataka twende nyumbani tukale?
Ukasema uende nyumbani. Hata wewe uende nyumbani. Nani amekusemea uende nyumbani? Umesikia pesa ukasema uende. Sasa unataka kurudi kusema ni mtu amekusemea.
You people mumenishangaza. So, and then let me ask you a question. Gakuya, do you think Gakuya can be bought by Ruto if Ruto notes that he's a very powerful man? Miswali tu nauliza.
Yes. Yes.
So tuseme hadi saa hii Gakuya is not committed to DCP. Can we say that?
No, I'm just saying umeuliza swali moja. So acha kuleta maneno ya commitment. Nimeuliza kama he can be bought. Kwambia yes. He can be bought. Ungeniuliza why? Si ati kama ako committed. Why?
Why can he be bought? Hebu nionyeshe like na sasa venye tunasema Gakuya ako nini hivyo, na Sakaja anaweza muibia kura yake. Even with all that popularity and all what we are saying, can Sakaja steal from him?
Hapana, Nairobi unajua kwa watu wanaendanga streetwise. Nairobi ukiniibia na tunaingia street mara moja. Manguzi zitamwagika hapo. Baya mbovu. Nairobi hata kura za MCA inakuanga noma pale kwa hall. It's not easy. Nairobi it's not easy bwana. Nairobi tena watu wanachunganga kura, hiyo unasikianga kuchunga kura hivyo.
So kwa hivyo tuseme Nairobi kura ibi yangu. So si basi we use Nairobi model as a national model to defend our votes then. If in Nairobi votes cannot be kama eza kona hizi influence kura huko.
Wacha nikuulize swali. Unajua Njiru keeps on. Unajua Njiru ikifika kwa DCP, if akisikia mtu atakuja kuuza DCP, unajua Njiru anatokanga hapa kidogo, nafikiria ni chai, anaenda na kojoa narudi. Yaani hiyo kichina muumanga. Njiru, wacha nikwambie hivi. Hata Nairobi Raila alipiga hesabu yake. Wakati tunafikiria ni Igathe Azimio imepea, Raila amepiga deal kule nyuma. If it takes that Ruto will win Nairobi through Gakuyu, let it be. Ruto tulisikia akisema peke yake kwa Kikalenjin. And I don't know kama unakumbuka hiyo video. We used to play it a lot in Mutembei kuwa aliambia watu wake. Nairobi GDP is 60% of Kenya. The rest is nothing. So amwezi ena Nairobi mna spend pesa yenu mnarudi. Wajaluo wako na kona yao Nairobi. Wakikuyu wako na kona zao Nairobi. Wakisii wametengeneza kakona yao Nairobi. Sisi lazima tukue na kona yetu Nairobi. Lakini sisi hatutaki kutengeneza kona kidogo. Kwa nini tutengeneze kona kidogo na kuna njia tunaweza tengeneza kona kubwa? Little did we know Kosgei will be our governor. We always take Ruto for granted. Now I'm telling you, Nairobi is no, you know, where we came to find Nairobi was tough is because after they made a mistake in 2013, kumbuka there was a rally that was supposed to be done in Nairobi and Kidero gave it to ODM because he wanted the nomination. And he embarrassed the Jubilee government at that particular time because he was the last man standing. And that is when Ruto decided enough is enough. This seat, you don't look at a person. You grab it by all necessary means. So you coming here kusema kuwa will Ruto will Gakuyu? No, if you want to become a governor on Nairobi, it is by all necessary means, my friend. Money, allegiance, goons, what? Because the politics of Nairobi is not convectional politics. Umenisikia? It is totally different. And for you to think, for me to win Nairobi with this IEBC, we were given on the throat a person who did not have, a person who went to Jalango show, akasema, alimaliza, he became a millionaire, akikuwa nini, he's an actuarial scientist, ABCD, and last minute, he did not have a certificate. Later on, he had a certificate from a university we didn't know. It was recognized, like how everything came into fruition will tell you the making of Nairobi governorship is not about qualification. That alone could have told you, and we could have learned that Nairobi governorship is something totally different. How Sakaja ended up, you know, Sakaja alikuwa depleted after he saying, oh, you know, he finished Nairobi University. The next, you know, Sakaja had to come dead drunk on a debate. Though he won that debate square and full, you know, we may not have liked it, but Sakaja still drunk won that debate. Do you remember that? But we need to acknowledge and understand if we want to win, if we want to win the governorship of Nairobi, we must do everything it takes. Not political elitism, the way you try to put it. This young boy from New York won the mayorship by declaring what he wanted, and he went against the Democrats. He called himself whatever he wanted to call himself. He went against the grain. He said he is a Muslim. He said he supports Palestine. He said he will not allow Netanyahu to come to New York. Everything that was unconventional in the politics, more especially of America, he went against it. And Trump threatened the boy that he is going to withdraw the funds. The boy still went, aliingisha kichwa yote, hakuingisha nini, aliingia yote, hakuingisha kichwa peke yake. And after ameshinda, alienda akaona Trump. Yesterday alituambia, I called the president to know the things about vile Maduro ameshikwa. And now he's feasting with a socialist feasting with the president, getting even briefings from the president. My friend, power is grabbed by duplicity and by any necessary means.
Alafu umemaliza Alex?
Jiru tena ameenda kujisaidia. Kuna vitu
Anaenda kuji-
zinamsumbanga. Endelea story. Jiru ameenda short break.
Yeah. So basically for me ndio tuweze we are supposed to rock. The opposition is supposed to rock the boat. Approach unusually. We decide to rock it. Deal with the rot, bring it out. Not go conventional way at sasa tunangoja, we are recruiting, tunaenda at now parties are busy to go to recruit membership and this kind of a thing. For me, I think we should be now, we poke wherever we think there is some rot, tuende tukipoke kule kuna bomoka kubomoke, so that we repair as early as possible. And I think diaspora now, we even need to make a formation tuanze pia kupiga nduru kuandikia hawa watu. And one of the things I've been pushing is for these people to have a team that is thinking, a team that is analyzing things, a team that is packaging them. Because when you are fighting the incumbent, you see, the incumbent, you are supposed to you make sure you have the ball. Okay, for him, we can say he has the main ball now because he's in power. But in terms of competition, you can decide as opposition to have your own ball. Because hata kama mnaenda tizi, kila mtu anakuanga na ball yake. So now it's practicing on how you have that ball with you kwamba haitaenda kwa Ruto. What do I mean by that is, number one, you should not be always the one making statements ahead of Ruto. No. If you are making a statement for Ruto to react, then you make sure it's an under the belt statement. It's not a diplomatic statement. And that is why I like Gachagua to a larger extent. When he picks to hit, he picks to hit properly. The only problem and the challenge is that akisha hit, wanawacha ina cool tena haraka. Badala ya kihit, wangekuwa wako na team ya team wanaitwa, I don't want to call them bloggers, team ya analyst, wale ikiwa ni statement they make 1 2 3 4, hawa nao wanakuja unpack, wanasema the effect. Kwa mfano, Ruto alikuwa na press conference juzi ambapo alijaribu kuonyesha vile Kenya inaenda vizuri, mpaka akajustify maneno ya levy, akajustify kila kitu, all the rot that people are complaining about. Sijui kwa nini Jiru hajaleta hiyo conference by the way. Na hiyo conference ama ilikuwa repackaged, I don't know. Nitacheki nione ni ya lini. Alikuja akaanza, yani all the rot akauza, ikakaa ni kama zina ukweli. That opposition should have picked or pick point by point. Aliulizwa maneno ya levy, kwa nini ilichenjiwa? Ilikuwa mbeleni ilikuwa ikuwe fund, okay, ikakuja sasa ikakuwa watu ni tax. Why is it a levy? Na watu waliulizwa lini, akasema kulikuwa na public participation. So he hammered the journalists so much. Unajua, he dictates our journalists, vijana wadogo wanaogopa, you are interviewing a president anakukejeli, unanyamaza. But now Kachagua or the opposition team should be wakuwe ready kupick kama hiyo. Wanaplay, wanasema sasa point kama hii alikuwa ana insist anahama nini wadogo, it was not fully answered. Okay? Because akisema kulikuwa na public participation, ilifanywa wapi? Anasema ati mambo ilienda parliament. Naendaji parliament na ile parliament hijack. Okay? So inaenda ni kama ati sasa Ruto is winning in terms of saying that he is on the right trajectory. Arudi anaanza kubring empathy ati maneno ya affordable housing. Ana challenge watu, anasema huwezi penda watu wakipata kazi. Those people who have been provided jobs na hizi manyumba. Haufurahi. Halafu sasa wanaogopa kumuuliza, ndio wanapewa kazi, lakini na wewe wale watu wanakuwa taxed kwa nguvu na wako kubali. Is that honor? Is that fair? Halafu hizo nyumba ndio watu gani wanapewa? How many have been given so far? So we don't have a team that can counter all that is supposed to be countering Ruto in the manner that is supposed to be. But we are hoping that wataweza kufanya nini, but if they just approach it as if it's a normal campaign, bas shida iko kubwa kabisa. Hiyo maneno kwanza hiyo ya kusema kuenda kurecruit members, watakuta hawajui. Situfike hapo. Wanajiri wako wapi?
I'm here. Nisa, we can put a comma on what we are doing. So maybe kesho we can come and start off.
Ama kama una mambo moja imebaki, moja mbili, bado tuna energy. Ulize swali lingine.
What I wanted to ask, because you know I have some paranoia. Let me use that word. It's not that unajua ni history ya Gakuya, because Gakuya is not one of the person like I was thinking like he has assembled that muscle and nianipakie nyewe na mukanionyesha how little it could be. So now the question which I'm asking is Nairobi for so long has been trying to see if they can introduce the RITSIM in the seat of governor. And that was the reason why somebody like Igathe was being brought, and I think Igathe was he was with the Sonko na akaletwa sahi. So do you want to tell me that elitism has failed in Nairobi? Or I'm not saying that the Gakuya is not because I don't know what you're, but I think I don't know the Gakuya demeanor. I don't know if Gakuya is an elite or not. I don't know his demeanor, how he is. But do you want to tell me that people or Igathe type, people are tired with it? Or even the people who are fronting people like Akina Igathe, they no longer want that model again. Ama hiyo model ni kama wameona iwezi fanya job Kenya.
The people in Kenya who front the Igathes are the people, if you remember Alex talking, aliongea juu ya value. People who look at value. And how many are they? How assertive are people of value in politics? They are very weak. Very, very weak. The people of value, hawana ile oomph. They shy away. Waoga. Okay? They are clean people. Hawawezi siasa chafu. How ndio wanasema siasa ni chafu. Remember, the ones who own businesses in Nairobi are not the people of value. Ni wakora. By the way, news about anybody doing business, ni mkora. Because when you talk of profit, nini na nini, hizo capitalism, hizo ni ukora tu, hiyo ujanja ni ukora. So anybody in business, ni ukora tu, because you buy things at this and you want to make as much money as possible. Ni ujanja, ni ukora. So businessmen ni wakora. Na wakora lazima hawezi taka mtu analeta hizo vitu, hizo mambo, hizo straight, the eagerness and all that. They were trying that, but they couldn't. They couldn't. Nairobi, the only person nakumbuka alilead Nairobi akiwa mtu wa hiyo level was Nathan Kahara. But they messed him up, despite doing quite well, very well. Remember, that is when they dismantled maneno ya councillors in Nairobi. Okay, wakaanza kuleta because ilikuwa imekuja, Nathan alikuwa ameleta some soberness. Hata makazala wale walikuwa wana hiyo ukora walikuwa wamekuja wakaanza kujooka. But when things became tight, makazala wengine wakaanza kuwekelewa nini, of course, na wengine walikuwa wana grab land hapa na pale. So Moi akaivunja the council because ilikuja ikaleta ikaanza kuzuia mambo ingine isifanywe na wakora au watu wa biashara na nini who always want to kamua Nairobi. So the moment you become a bit strict, unavunjwa. Why was Sonko chased? So elitism in Nairobi kwanza ilikuja ikatemwa sana na wakati wa Kidero pia. So people don't trust it 100%, because Kidero also did it. He let down the elite because he's also very corrupt. So azinadi watu watakuwa interested na elite sana bwana.
If you remember during the debate of Sakaja and the debate of Sakaja and Ligari, they made a mistake of belittling people that are not educated. And I said, oh my, Nairobi was not looking to be belittled. You could have said you have experience through training that will help the people and train them become better. But not to say people who have no papers. People who have no papers in Nairobi are more than people who have papers.
Yeah.
So when Njiru is looking at it from an elitist point of view, sometimes I wonder, where did we take our campaigning strategy and understand who our base is? Sakaja became even a more darling when people realized we could have a governor who is not educated. It was mind-boggling to us who are educated, but it was a feast day for people who are not educated. Sakaja was the worst thing again that happened was during the debate. Igade mocked Sakaja that he was drunk while people were watching the debate in bars while they were drinking.
Yeah.
And I was actually drinking when I was watching the Nini too. And I was like, what's wrong with this guy?
Alex, that is another point I want to tell.
My friend, this elitism narrative you're bringing, wewe peleka hiyo yako kwa class, my friend. My friend, election is something different.
Alafu, another thing I would want to, anytime when you're talking to public, they don't want to know about drunkenness, pombe, nini. Usikuje ukiambia watu juu ya pombe. Unatupa bao. Unatuambia juu ya pombe juu ya nini. Siwende ukakujwa ikile wewe unakujwa. Kama unakujwa kabaji, what is your problem?
A lot of people voted for Sakaja that day because he came drunk and he performed.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yuko
So,
uwezi tukana mlevi, walevi wengine wa kuangalia.
na ndio majority. Huwezi kunini, huwezi. By the way, majority in
And
the world ni walevi.
he acknowledged he was drunk. He didn't refuse.
Yeah. Unasikia mlevi unamwambiaga ni mlevi, anasema nimekunywa kwako.
So that elitism tag that where is Nairobi elitism, will it, my friend, that strategy is very wrong.
Yeah,
Sonko
yeah.
won broad daylight and we saw it. We couldn't believe it. I think that should have been, and that is why I say they had to take it away from him through unconventional means. Had they allowed him to go to another election, Sonko could have chosen all the members of parliament who are not educated in Nairobi as a team and campaign with them, and that would have been the death of Nairobi. So they foresaw, because the kind of people he was working with, not like Sakaja right now, who actually has refused to work with everybody, doesn't pick up. Sonko was literally picking everybody's call, eating with everybody,
and
giving
you know
everybody a contract, including Sakaja, who had a monopoly in all advertising of all these signposts in Nairobi. Sakaja had a monopoly in Sonko, who gave them. And somebody said something that was very important there. Don't you think Sonko too will support Babu Owino? They have very close relationship. If you remember, when Babu Owino alishikwa hii kitu ya DJ Evolve, one person that constantly went to visit Babu Owino, stayed with Babu Owino, vouched for Babu Owino, gave money for Babu Owino, was one man called Sonko. When Sonko was being impeached, Babu Owino made the highest noise, if you don't remember. Him and Mutula Kilonzo, you remember that, including Nani, the governor for Nani, the senator for Narok, Ole
Daba.
You know, sometimes you need to look at political alignment of people. Ledama said, Sonko is my personal friend. I cannot do this to him. That would have told you volume. So that point, the guy has brought that. Can Sonko not also work? But, you know, nobody has spoken that Babu Owino does not have money to bankroll his campaign in Nairobi. Nobody has spoken about that. If you remember, when people come who had money, including Sakaja, nobody has come to fault Babu Owino that he does not have that kind of money. And that tells you volume. That tells you volume. Because Kigade was backed up by the Mount Kenya Foundation. So for you to go to that seat, you don't need to be somebody who cannot actually have a team and deliver, and also be managed personally, not depending on people. So that tells you that Sonko can back either. Asante.
Yeah, indeed. It is a bit tricky. It's tricky, and that's why unaona kama, in fact, when I look at Igathe, had he gotten, vile tunasema, somebody to advise you, do you know, like if it was me, I would have worked with Sonko until mwisho. I would not have resigned because I know how to deal with people, you know. Sasa unajua ukiingia pale na hiyo elitism yako, unaanza kuandamine Sonko, unaona wewe ulikuwa CEO sijui wapi sijui, badala uende hiyo, akienda hivyo unaenda hivyo, and then you cope. That's when you become an adaptive, a positively adaptive leader. Okay, and you know, eventually you realize unafanya whatever. Mtu akitaka kufanya hizo vitu anafanya kwa ofisi, akitaka kudanza, akitaka kunywa mawiski, usianze kusema huyu analewa kwa ofisi, inakuhusu nini? Mtu akitaka kuleta mademu kwa ofisi, ni shauri yake, those are his morals. kama kazi tunafanya, because they admitted at kazi walikuwa wanafanya vizuri nini na nini. Then where was the problem? Ndio ukaresign. Anyway, for me, I think sometimes it's good to have some experience, and that's why some people have very difficulty deputizing. Yeah, because unakuwa na ego yako, unasahau that you are not the boss. The boss is up, you are down. Then you don't know how to accept that and balance. But those who know, they know how to deputize. Jua vile ya kudeputize. Ukija hapa na principles zako, utaumia. Kwa sasa boss atasema una compete na yeye. And then you'll get it tough. Actually, whenever you become a deputy, you become a bootlicker. So what you do is you become an intelligent bootlicker. You know, yeah. Unakuwa you are leaking the boot, but unakuwa ukionyesha ukijaribu give some remorse advice that are not very, you are not being a simple fuata inakuwa the issue. You offer suggestions, actually, not you suggest and you just offer as a suggestion and unampatia uhuru wa implement or not to implement. And I think if you behave that way, you cope. Itakuwa poa. So,
Let me try to answer that question about my brother is putting there. I mean, it cannot happen. You know what you have to understand. Babu Owino is trying to, and that is why Nani was bringing that issue the other day. Was it yesterday? Robert Alai to debunk that there is no seat called Kingpin. So if you say Babu Owino, already that he loses a volume of votes, and Babu Owino is not going to come as just an independent candidate the way people think. Babu Owino will have to match with what is perceived to be a person wanting to take a Luo nation. Okay? Because the way the politics of Kenya is working is, and unfortunately, Nani had to bring it out, though it was bitter, it had a ripple effect, and he brought it out. He said this, you have to show us what you have, political mortgage on the table. So Babu Owino cannot come on a blank check that is riding on Sonko's party. And even Sonko himself, when he went to Mombasa, he realized, yes, he could have formed his own party, but he realized that that could not translate into the Kamba votes, unfortunately, at that particular time. Let's see if 1 year is able to change that. But Babu Owino wouldn't want to lose that which is perceived and control the Luo Nyanza and take it totally away from what we call the current crops that really want, especially Oburu Odinga. But he's going to have a hard task because the way Winnie is playing her politics, if I was Babu Owino's strategist, I will tell Babu Owino to stay away from two people currently, who will cost him eventually. And that is Maverick Aoko and Winnie Odinga. Let me say, and I think my sweetheart Annie atasikia vibaya nikisema here. When the devil is not able to go anywhere, he will send a woman. Unasikia? So when the devil is not able to go anywhere, he sends a woman to go on behalf of him. So I'm a little bit perturbed that he has used Maverick Aoko for this long. But if he wants to come out of this nooch that we call and become a Luo kingpin, as always he has perceived, which will help him claim the Nairobi governorship, then we don't know if Winnie Odinga eventually will endorse him or will undo him. But let him go full swing to Nairobi governorship with the mindset that the Luos are behind him. But otherwise, without that, again, then he will give upper hand for the Luyas and also Kikuyus. I don't know. That is my perception. People may tell me that, Nairobi may never vote for tribe. But let me tell you one thing. When it comes to dishing out jobs in the county level, again, the mathematics of tribe comes in, which is, again, very difficult, extremely difficult. For Kidero to win, he had to take a Kamba. For Sonko to win, you saw what he had to do. For Sakaja to win, again, he had to choose what he had to choose. So the tribal mathematics, in as much as we may believe that it's a metropolitan place, tech center state, that is what I've observed. So Babu must come with also his bag. So riding on Sonko takes his bag away. That is my perception.
Yeah, Alex, there's also something else, my own observation. And if I were Babu, there are things I would drop. I would drop the contemporary notions, the beaten track of politics, and try something else by passively, not actively. Like you can drop something passively. You have it, but you don't go pronouncing it. One of the things I would drop quickly, like a hot potato, is the nonsense called Luo Kimping. That I would stop talking about it. And I liked the statement he made in one of his interviews. Akasema, there is nothing in the constitution of either ODM or Kenya called Luo Pikimpi. Na Alai amekuja akarudia. Alai is a mtu tu anafuata mambo. So there are these people who are a bit wazito kidogo. So if I'm Babu Owino, I would not even go anywhere talking about being a Luo Kingpin. It's nonsense as of now. These are things that have gone with Baba. Izo Babo, Alex, I think they are gone. What will happen? The tribal cards play silently. People know Babu is a Luo, period. He will definitely have Luo's vote follow. He doesn't need to go weeping and crying and talking to them, my people, my Luo, no. You're the automatic. Once you stand there unajiita Joseph Morara, watu wanajua that's a PC. All right? Ujiita Mwangi Joseph, people know that's a Kikuyu. You don't have to come say, oh, Ando Akwa, you even start talking in vernacular. Those are the kind of cards I would drop in the present politics. People get so irritated today, although it's true, ni ukweli, tribal, the number one, lakini usiitaje. It's an evil that people don't want you to pronounce. It's a silent evil. Remember how Kibaki handled that. Okay? Can you imagine somebody who finishes his term bila kuongea na lugha yake? Can you imagine that kind of a thing? And the Kenyatta mzee, he would not talk without talking Kikuyu, and he didn't care whether those people around him are not Kikuyus or anything like that. There is that arrogance that people see whenever you mention your tribe, whenever you try to show like, this is my tribe, and that pride of your tribe. That leave it silently. So Babu should drop that one card hiyo ya kingpinship ya Uluo. Chane na hiyo. Hiyo hata ina faida sasa. Watu hata they don't like it, by the way. Okay. Number 2, he should think twice. He should think twice whether he wants to mobilize Nairobians or he wants to mobilize Luos wherever they are, because akichanganya hizo mbili atatupa bao. Aache maneno ya Kisumu, Nyanza, awachane na hiyo, ajuache huko, awe tu anaenda huko kusaidia matanga. Let him concentrate on Nairobi. Nairobi has 20 so also constituencies. Atoke Embakasi East, aanze sasa kuwa active. Number 3, awache kuengage people like Jalango. Those are watu wamekuwa na wivu sasa. Alright, so it should be yeye akae akikaa bila kucreate those kind of enemies and all that. Number 4, I reduce, aingize maturity kwa interview zake, maturity when he's talking. Aache hizo maneno na aache majokes mingi, akuwe serious. Vile alikuwa, there was a time he was so serious after I think he was shocked by the incident of Evok. It tamed him and it calmed him down, lakini sasa inaonekana ameanza excitement tena. Like for example, if he had somebody niliambiwa he doesn't listen to advice. That's the problem. That's the problem with people with the PhDs.
Who doesn't listen?
Babu. Because yeah, of course, watu wakisoma wakiwa na PhD, the professors, they think they know everything. Utamwambia nini? Because I understand one of his friends alikuwa anamwambia what asiende hapo kusalimia hao. It was not a must. You can wave and go. Why do you go? Why unaenda kuwasalimia nini? Na unajua huyo mtu wako hapo amsikizani. What are you going to prove? Your manhood? Then you got what you got. Hata angeshutiwa auliwe. And then stupidly, he moves without his security. Babu, as of now, he has no mature head to know that he is very vulnerable. Ati alirelease security. Sasa he goes around kama mtu wa mtaa. Atatandikwa hapo, atalamba labi saa hii tu huko. Na mtaanza stories zingine kama za Jirongo. So that's what I'm saying.
Kuna story ilikuwa inasemekana alikuanga hospitali.
Alikuwa hospitali, yes. Alifanyiwa surgery fulani alisema. But we don't know what it was. Yeah. Ana utoto mingi. That's the problem. Ana utoto. He's not mature. He has not matured. Na hiyo kuikileta Nairobi utakipatapata. Hata mtu kama Alado atamweka chini tu. Yeah, those are the kind of things I think if he's serious and he wants to lead. Na ajue the Embakasi East ilikuwa ni by default. It's not that alikuwa ilikuwa tu by default, ODM default. So he has to be careful. He has to be careful. He has to be really, really careful.
I like that last part, and many people do not understand it. I like that last part. This thing called zoning is the greatest evil that happened in Nairobi. Mukisi angekuwa, I've said it over and over and over. Watu wanafikiria
Embakasi East ni ya Mukisi. Utawala huko kwote ni Kisii.
I'm telling you. I've said this over and over. There are 3 places because of zoning we have missed. And now Elachi took over from our base huko. And we are reclaiming it. And I'm telling you, the politics of party is not going to work here anymore. Now, wachana hiyo. Babu Owino antakana kitu moja pia waache uongo nyingi. Atakuja kufikiwa na hizi uongo zake. Now, the first thing is, Babu Owino kitu anatanganya kuwa hakuwa na security. Aseme official security yake yenye government inajua. Hiyo naye ilipewa likizo ikaenda. Lakini goons wake alikuwa nao. Hata yeye akubali he has goons. Babu Owino cannot be careless. Aanze kuenda anywhere the whole night after ile issue ya DJ Bob, as if that he's so stupid. Atuanze
Yeah.
kubelieve kuwa he had no security. My friend, beba mafala. And you are in Nairobi and you are an enemy for the, and then unasema, you know, the government has been my enemy. You want to explain how it's your government is your enemy. You want to tell us now that enemy can do nothing to you. You're walking scot-free without. Who believes that? In fact, that is where I almost wanted to go yesterday, like how watu wote wanatupanga hapa, lakini wacha tu tutetee mmoja tu for the sake of CCTV. Lakini vitu Babu Owino ameongea hapa nyingi zingine 60% ni uongo. Wacha nikwambie. Babu Owino, as you see him, is very, there are some places that Nani is saying the truth. But because he's so evil, that truth we cannot accept it. The issue of Babu Owino being taken out of governorship, if he wins within 2 years, is a true thing. I'm telling you. Why? Because at least Sakaja used to listen before he became the governor. Babu Owino does not listen even before he becomes a governor. No, because even before he shot DJ Above, he was asked not to do such things. He listened to nobody. That is not just a weakness, it's in his DNA. Akona hii kitu kuwa, he's so learned, he's like, I don't know, kuna kiburi Babu Owino anakuanga naye. And anatuonyeshanga hii kiburi live, na bado hatumuambiangi ukweli. You know I'm learned. Sakaja is not learned. You know these things are done like that. You know, Babu Owino ako na utoto mwingi sana, kiburi nyingi sana, vitu zingine that we just keep enjoying. I don't know if you have seen, we keep enjoying it. And eventually when that will be brought in the office of the governorship, then we'll start complaining. And Stone PK has constantly said that thing here. And we overlook it. We overlook it. Babu Owino ni mtoto kabisa in many things. He comes out most of the time as if he's very mature, but take a keen interest. Start intentionally looking at his immaturity. Itakushangasha. He is like Shivambu of EFF, who used to posturize himself as the academia and the person that the architect of EFF. Right now, he has been given Maibuya, and within less than 1 year, he has fired almost everybody, because when you are in the shadow of something, it's easier to criticize and say how you will do it. But eventually, when you are given it, it becomes a nightmare. And sometimes I question if Babu has a capacity for governorship. But that's questionable, because that's questionable. I don't know. I questioned the ability of Simba Arati. I was almost lynched at every level.
Alex, you can say that again. In my own opinion, Babu doesn't have the capacity to run Nairobi. I'm telling you. Nairobi, there is a formula which none of these people have gotten. And Nairobi formula itapatikana when we get the right president.
Nini nasukuma Babu Owino to be a governor?
No, popularity. He's popular. He will be elected. He's popular. But you can be popular with no capacity, ndugu yangu. You can be popular and you'll get it. But itamuumiza kabisa. Itamuumiza. Because Nairobi is not a constituency. Constituency is one of the easiest to run. Constituency, excuse me, constituency does not require a lot of technical and administrative things. When you get mtu wa Smamia Fund, and then that committee that is done. That's okay. It's very easy. And then, of course, the magnitude, the budget is so small to run. Nairobi, 18 billion. 18 billion budget? Wow. Where does he start? Atupatie blueprint tuone. Even Nani would not manage. Miguna. He couldn't. The man who could have managed Nairobi was this man of Jim Nambaru. Okay? Jim Nambaru had the formula of how to run Nairobi. But those other guys, hakuna. Not even Margaret Wanjiru. Nothing. Those are jokers. Yeah. Igade, I don't know. If he was the CEO, I don't know. But Jim Nambaru, that one.
Stone PK, let me ask you a question. Do you remember that they also unfronted Jim Nambaru? There was a guy used to be called Jim Nambaru at one time.
See, that's the one I'm saying. Jim Nambaru.
You know, this is the problem of Stone Peak, Njiru. Yani Njiru, honestly. This is the guy Stone Peak ameongea for 3 minutes or 2 minutes. And then you start saying, do you remember? Sasa, wewe Njiru. Hata mtu mwenye anasikiza hii show. Baadaye.
Relax. There's no good. So sasa ndio nauliza sasa, is it that there are some guys in the background of Nairobi who are always planning something ambayo haingiani ama ni nini? Then kuna hii some random guys who are very popular, they come and they take it. How is it? Because how come that we have these serious props who have a lot of money na ni kama wameshindwa na kupata hii kiti ya Nairobi?
No, there are people who plan. Kuna wale wana plan, na wakikupatia hiyo plan unakataa kufuata, wanakuachilia uchomeke. Unaelewa?
Wewe unafikiria Jironga aliuliwa bure? Alikuwa mkutano gani? Alikuwa wapi? Alikuwa anafanya nini? There are people who are seated somewhere. Wako na remote control. Nairobi belongs to the cartel. Hata ukue msafi kama pamba. I don't know, Jim Baru was the best. Anyway, we Malisa, then I talk about Jim Nambaru. I want to talk about the guy. That is the governor that we missed to become a governor in Nairobi.
I was just saying about Joseph Karibu Sana. You know, Jim Nambaru, he retires from Nairobi Stock Exchange. He comes to be a Nairobi governor, I think that 2013, and it flops. It just flopped. It was one of the things which I can say, it was one of the greatest political mystery I can say. Jim Nambaru, he came, I think maybe he came at a time when people did not understand governors are managers. This guy has been a manager of Nairobi Stock Exchange, and his campaign did not even pick up. Then I asked myself, who is the promoter?
His campaign picked up. I think, Njiru, you don't remember what happened. Njiru, let's go back and you remember what happened.
Njiru does not remember what happened. And if he remembers, he can remember there was a war. And Uhuru was pit between that war. Njiru, you remember that war? When Uhuru was trying to tell Shebesh and Sonko. You know, Sonko and Shebesh, they were in support of Jim Nambaru. And it's called who? And the person who they wanted to be given the candidacy because he was bringing too much problems was like Tito. And that thing brought too much problems. I think paka kuna hiyo video ya Uhuru akiwaambia mimi sina uwezo wa kushinda wa kuweza kuchagua ni nani, lakini nataka muache ile mgogoro mko nayo ndani. And I remember, I think Sonko was running for, was it the senator? Yeah. He was running for the Senate and Shebesh, the women representative. So they wanted to clinch all those seats. And the problem came because the vote was split. You know, Jim Dambaru refused to go to lay down for Waititu, as that is what was being planned. I just said walikuwa na plan ati Jim Dambaru was support Waititu. Then after they can realize what they are going to do after Waititu ameenda Jim Dambaru, but Jim Dambaru refused, and he went to the ballot. Jim Dambaru went to the ballot himself. Alikataa hiyo ticket ya Jubilee akaenda to the ballot, and likely that is what happened. Jim Dambaru was the best candidate for Nairobi in 2013, but that is what happened. Waititu went to the ballot against Kidero, and Jim Dambaru was also there. And because of the split vote, Kidero won. So that is what happened.
What you're failing to say, he was sacrificed by the Mount Kenya themselves for political expediency. He was accepted across. He could have beaten Kidero heads down. But however, you gave us Waititu. Period. Right or wrong? And the mountain voted for Waititu. And the rest of the country ended up voting for Kidero. And the rest of the country wanted to vote still for Jimbaru. But then Waititu could have won. We had no option to choose a better candidate.
And the mountain has struggled from all that time to try and have that seat, and they have been unable.
They will never pinch that seat, I'm telling you. As long as they do their things haphazardly, the way you have been told by
you know, the mountain doesn't even want to remember the first governor they gave us to Nairobi was Waititu. They don't want to be reminded. That is why Njiru wants to forget that history.
Because he is in jail. How do you want to remind people of a guy who is in jail, rotting in jail?
No, he was released the other day. He ate Christmas at home, my friend. Peacefully.
And that is the guy Njiru they were giving us to become the governor of Nairobi. You know me, even I was supporting Jim Dambaru. Me, I supported, even my vote was for Jim Dambaru. I refused to vote for that Waititu. I could not vote for him.
Yani mnaanzia kusema sasa ni mimi nilileta Waititu shule. Yani I'm the guy of bad guys, eh?
Unajua jana I brought something and then Njiru kakataa kabisa. I told you this issue of Gakuyu, if we don't talk about it, Sakaja is the next governor again. Ukakataa. Now, today it's unfolding just because you did not understand what I'm saying. Now, look at it this way. Okay? Gakuyu comes in. We'll vote for Waititu. What makes you think you can't vote for Gakuyu even though you are going to lose? We are losing the governorship of Nairobi because of Gakuyu, the way he has, the guy his political base. Ask nani amesema hapa. I didn't want to say that because it could have projected kuwa maybe I'm a fanatic of him. The guy has an organic base in Nairobi. He can fill a stadium. Nani Stone PK amesema hapa. But I've observed that guy. And I started asking myself, is it that people are desperate or what? No. He's still doing things on the ground too. He's giving his money, he's using his money. And that is why I told you, you know, Njiru, let's be honest. If you see a politician right now risk with the current IEBC and decide to use 100 million to go into politics, and then he knows that he will be announced, he will win He will have used his money and he will not be announced. Don't blame that person if he decides to work with an alignment that will announce him. Don't blame him. Sahi kama mnakula pesa ya Gakuyu, kura kiingia, mutake kumnyima na aone kuwa the other side will announce him. The issue of money is a big, big problem. But Gakuyu will make us lose Nairobi. As of it, even if election were to be held today. Ameshaingia watu ndani na hiyo maneno imeisha. Let's go back to Jim Baru and what it.
So what if as opposition we get a unified candidate? Don't you think we might get what if he is a unified candidate for us, all of us in opposition in Nairobi? Or it is not possible to unite under one person?
You candidate. And again, you're forgetting what I told you, that Igade did not lose because he did not have a capacity. The way other tribes view Kikuyu political dominance, it can't, even me here, I cannot sit and openly speak with my heart. And hata wewe kutoka Mbeere na Stone PK, you cannot sit here and speak honestly about how you feel about the main Mount Kenya. I know that. So we can only refuse to talk, but it replicates. How did Sakaja win? It's not Dimples. It was a rebellion against a Kikuyu candidate who was given to us openly by Mount Kenya Foundation in exchange, because what Baba wanted was different. But support ya money and support ya the Kikuyus, he accepted reluctantly, openly. Becoming the governor, even Gachagua started seeing, was the persecution of the Kikuyu businessmen in Nairobi. So what I'm saying is this, what you said yesterday, even if he's a unified candidate, Gakuyu is not going there to win. We are not saying that. The problem is that the Kikuyus will be hyped up that he's going to win. And they will vote for him. And the rest of the communities will fall and say, hata kama ni Kosgei, but still ni Sakaja. Waluya bado at least, alisaidia Waluya kidogo. And then you will see, if you remember our debates in Mutembei, if you remember, there were people who, before even the election, they were pro-Baba 100%, but still told us, Nairobi na anaenda kuvotia Sakaja. He's UDA, but anaenda kuvotia Sakaja. But they wouldn't explain themselves. And you were right. A Kikuyu candidate as a governor for Nairobi. But there was something now. Having said that, in 2013, there was something about Jim Baru. It was not about Kikuyism. Jim Baru is an educated person, but again, he's also street guy. He comes out like a real Sonko and even more rugged than Sonko. He resonates better with the people, not as a person who worked. Nobody even remembers his credentials of Nairobi Stock Exchange, by the way. Let me be very clear. When Jim Baru comes out, it's not even this guy. It's this rugged way, the way you are in Jiru, that we look at him. You know, the guy's face is not even, he doesn't look like an educated guy. He looks like a person who can drink Muratina with me easily and still board up with a matatu with me. Okay? unlike Igathe again. So there was something unique about Jimbaru. Even when his campaign picked up, in fact, it picked up very well. Remember, Kidero was still struggling with the issue of Mumia Sugar Company, which was critical. Waluya was so critical. This guy killed Mumia Sugar Company. How again can we give him this one? Okay. Waluya walikuwa na shida na yeye. ODM still had a problem with Kidero, but we didn't have a candidate to face the government. Machinery wakina Kimemia, remember. The government at that time was Kimemia. Jimbaru came out as a compromise candidate that could accepted across. And I think even Baba was quoting him. This as a side. But we missed an opportunity of an individual. For me personally, I still insist. I don't know over years if we can be able to resuscitate his political career. I don't know. But there's this guy who was a governor for California in the 70s, and we ended up again voting for him about 10 years ago. What was his name? This Jerry guy. Naelewa. So I hope we can do that resurrection. Okay? He still can be an individual that I think, in terms of compromise, Kenyans can look at. But currently, if Gakuya goes and peddling what he's peddling, and the base that usually that is with him right now is the Kikuyu one that actually is quoting. And if you listen, he goes Matanganyingi in the mountain, and the thing is, he has positioned himself with a certain party. It's dangerous to allow Sakaja to continue. And this is why I ask myself, how united in the opposition, or we are so divided with lying that we are united, and already we have given tickets for Ruto to win before even the election starts. Thank you.
Are you talking of Arnold Schwarzenegger, the governor of California in 2006?
Never a governor in the 1970s. You don't listen. We are talking about the guy called Jerry.
Okay. Sawa, ni vile umesema 2000 again in 2000. Okay, that's okay. Hey, na umekuwa mkali sana na mimi. Ati Kikuyus should stand down mpaka 100 years ziishe. And leo So there is a question which I'm asking, and I want to ask him to eleven. Why? What are the Kikuyus missing, even with their demography in Nairobi, that devolution is almost now 20 years. Na hiyo Nairobi mwashinda. And I think wanapanga kandi, wanapanda kakandi, zinakuja zinararuka. So I need somebody to explain to me, why is it that, and it's an explanation which can, and the same thing can even happen in the national politics, whereby you could be a popular tribe, like in Uganda, the Mbaganda, and you have no capacity to have a president. So what's wrong with their strategy? Bwana Joseph, unaweza niambia shida wa Kikuyu, why are Kikuyu is not able to assemble a governor in Nairobi? Ni strategy hakuna ama shida ni nini?
I think Alex has explained to you what happens. A Kikuyu governor in Nairobi is well more feared than any other community. And what happens is not only Kikuyus that speak. Alex came and told you that there is a Kikuyu mafia, and they try to play their games down the card. And even right now, they are trying to do that. They are trying to play their cards by bringing Gakuya into the fold. Gakuya is being supported by those Kikuyu mafias, I can tell you for sure. And what is going to happen? They are going to make a Kikuyu not to be a governor again, just as the way they have been doing for the past how many? For the past 20. Is it 20 years? Yes, 20 years. They have been trying to run the show in Nairobi, and by running that show, they forget that Kikuyu is that Nairobi is cosmopolitan, and Kikuyu and Nairobi being cosmopolitan. You are supposed to be a candidate who is seen that is supporting, has support from all across the divide. And that's why you saw even the candidacy of Igathe had an issue, because the Kikuyus never even supported that candidacy because they saw like they were being pushed down the drain by being shoved in their throats by the Kikuyu mafia. And they did not vote for Igave, and rather they voted for Sakaja. Then also in ODM, they saw like Igave was just given a clean slate because you remember Tim Wanyonyi was running for the governor of Nairobi. Before he wanted to run for the governor of Nairobi, but he was told to hold his horses and go back to the MP for Westlands. So Nairobi politics is cosmopolitan. The only person I think who has a stride in Nairobi right now and can be voted by quite majority of the people, it is Babu Owino. But the problem is, will Babu Owino be able to clinch a second term? I think he can be able to win the first term. This one he can win. He can win for sure because he'll be having. He's the best guy to beat Sakaja in these elections, which are coming in 2027. But the problem is, will he be able to? You know, Nairobi even becoming a governor the second time, it has shown it is a problem. You cannot become a governor 2 terms in Nairobi because there is a lot of things that happen. There is the Kikuyu mafia. There is also the cartel, which is there, which you know they are dealing with. You know, when you're the presidency, you want to hold Nairobi as a cartel yourself because there is a lot of working in the garbage sector, in the transport sector. So they want to get most of the money. That's why you hear even some claims say that this guy Sudi is managing the garbage sector in Nairobi. So Nairobi is very complicated in terms of governance. Si straight kama vile tunaweza sema ati governor, let's say, for example.
Joseph Kidogo, and don't you think that is actually the shortcoming of Nairobi, that it is very difficult to offer services in Nairobi because of those competing interests, some of them which are not even favorable to Mwananchi?
Yeah,
Meaning
that's
that
why I'm saying
Nairobi will never have hygiene, any good political hygiene, and every governor who will come to Nairobi will be a product of cartel. So the
Yes,
question
and-
which I'm trying to ask now is, we can now see like these cartels are competing with each other. We can say like the Kikuyu suddenly is like Nairobi Mewashida. Maybe they will have to focus with the other counties which are neighboring them. They have to focus with the Kiambu and the Nakuru where they can perennially get them easily because of extreme numbers of there. I don't know the percentage of Kikuyus in Nairobi to say that maybe they could be having that commanding lead. But there is a question which I'm asking now. Hypothetically, let's put that association of Gachagua and maybe Kalonzo Musyoka. Do you think with the support of Kalonzo Musyoka supporters, they can now look forward towards now having that position? Or it doesn't matter, the other communities can still outnumber them?
You know, Jill, even the Kalonzo community, I don't know which candidate they are bringing for Nairobi. You know, the way you are saying, Nairobi has so many people. They have even the Kambas, the Luyas, the Kikuyus, and the Luos. They are more so the largest dominating tribes. And now we are having even Somalis entering into the fold. And let me tell you, if they are going to be organized within another 10 years, we are going to have a Somali governor in Nairobi if this goes as by. Because those guys, I see they are very well arranged in their politics, whatever they do. But talking about Kikuyus, I don't think they'll never clinch the governor for Nairobi. It will be very hard. And service delivery, what I could suggest is Nairobi should stop to be called a county and rather be a cosmopolitan, a metro, what do you call it, metropolitan? It will be a metropolitan city because it is the capital city of the country. I don't think, I'd rather say isipatiwe nini,
Will it be better?
isipatiwe
Kidogo, Joseph, will it be better even if it is metropolitan or it is managed by the national government and the person managing it is UDA or Ruto? Will there be a difference even if it is a metropolitan and the president is not having goodwill to do the right thing for that?
Yeah, automatically, if it will be metropolitan, obviously the president of the day. We cannot say UDA because we don't know the president of 2027 Kalosongo can be out. So what I can clearly state is we saw a very good guy by the name of Buddy. Buddy did a very good job when he was the interim governor. We can say the interim governor. You know, he was not elected, but he was chosen by the government of the day to be able to run things in Nairobi. And he did quite a good job because himself, he was not afraid of the cartel because he's not answerable to any MCAs or any person of Nairobi or Senate, or maybe Senate a bit, because he could be checked on the money and the every sources he was using. But I think this thing, if it was given back to those military guys, they could streamline Nairobi, because they are very disciplined when they are doing these things, when they are doing their own things like development and everything. And that's why you saw even when Buddy came as a interim governor, he made sure even the vehicles that were not running in Nairobi, the governor then, Sonko, was saying that they need to buy new cars. And Buddy was able to refabricate the vehicles they were told that they were scrap and they need to be sold. But those vehicles were fabricated and they were able to come back to do service delivery. So Nairobi, it's not about service delivery. Nairobi is always about who has the might. And that's why you have said about the cartel. I told you there is the cartel. I told you there is the mafia, Kikuyu mafia. Also is a cartel also. And then we have the people who are genuinely voting for somebody. And then there is the government which plays a part in that. Even right now, Ruto is going to try and pull the strings in 2027 governorship. If he sees Sakaja is not a good fit, if Ruto sees that Sakaja is going to be beaten hands down by Babu Owino, you'll see all the things that he's going to try and do. He's going to try and bring fracas in Nairobi. And you might even see him trying to put in a candidacy of the likes of Akina Tim Wanyonyi, so that they can be able to go head on with Babu Owino, or he's going to try and show that Kakuya has the might. So Nairobi will be very complicated. If United Opposition, they don't take care, hii gava itawafanya vile umeona ikikuwa ikifanya ma-elections, inajaribu kuiba na kubangle the election. So Nairobi, the only person I can think right now can be able to clinch the seat and clinch it very well is Babu Owino. But for how long? That is the question. For how long? Because you know, Nairobi, when you become the governor of Nairobi, you are finished politically. And we have seen so many of them. We have seen the likes of Kidero. Kidero was finished politically. Jim Nambaru, even we cannot never see him again. He's gone. Now we have the likes of Akina Sonko. Sonko was finished politically in Nairobi. Even he cannot run as a governor. He was impeached.
Hata Sakaja barabara niyo.
Hata Sakaja, he'll be dead politically. Wacha aondolewe Nairobi, utaona. He will be dead politically. Where will he go and run again? As who? Ataenda kusimama wapi sasa?
Aya ni sawa. So let me react to something. Is a reaction which I'm trying to react here. We have talked about Nairobi. I don't want to talk about Kisumu because I know that one Kisumu is one way thinking. I don't know, unless kama upinzani utakuwa pande. Anyway, let me not say that it can happen, maybe. But what about Mombasa? Is Mombasa complex for us? Ama huko ni kwa Mombasa and Nakuru. So Susan Keheka anarudi in Nakuru.
Mombasa, what will happen? Mombasa, these days, the cartels. You know, even Mombasa, there is a cartel by the name of Joho's family, Joho brothers.
By Yusuf, Mama.
Kuna cartel ya Joho and the brothers and so many other places. But Mombasa will not be an easy ride. If Abdul Swamad is going to run against Muhammad Ali, it's called Muhammad Ali. Yeah. If he's going to be running against Muhammad Ali, that is going to be a very tight race, because Muhammad Ali, I've also seen he has been making inroads in Mombasa. And I think that is the only candidate which can be able to be beat against Abdul Swamad, which is going to be.
Can I say something there?
Okay, Alex.
The Somalis are making inroads to the national platform, and they are very calculative and also very mendacious on how they do their things. They have positioned Muhammad Ali as an opposition and a person who is fighting for the Mijikenda. But behind, it is a Somali cartel flexing its muscles.
Kwani Mohamed ni Msomali?
What is he?
I don't know nikuuliza stories. Unajua mimi I see him in Mombasa, nilikuwa nikifikiria ni mchanganyiko maalum.
The guy speaks fluent Kikuyu, man, so ni kama Nanok unaweza uliza kwani Nanok ni Mturkana. Nanok doesn't know Kiturkana. He just has a name of Nanok, but the guy speaks more Kikuyu, and he just went to Turkana just to buy. Okay? So the candidature of Mohammed is going to put the Somalis. If you know, the other day, my friend, I laughed at this thing, but I think yes, nilianguka. This Somali guy was telling you Kikuyus kuwa hii t-shirt Gachagua anatuambia kuwa ati sijui Somali sijui nini they are doing this. Akamwambia hizi t-shirt alikuwa anavaa za UDA, sisi ndio tulinunua 60% of the money that campaigned for UDA. I don't know if you saw that clip. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Joseph, did you see that clip of that Somali telling?
Yeah, there was a guy. Yeah, we saw it. Yeah, there was
so
a guy telling. Na pia we asked that the same question here, tukajiuliza ama ile pesa watu wa Minnesota it campaigned for UDA. Sasa hiyo swali tulijibiwa hapo.
Yeah, so the Somalis already have taken Mombasa, if you don't know. Mombasa, the real estate used to be the Kikuyus, the Kisis, obviously the Arab were there. But in the last 10 years, I mean, it has been totally taken by the Somalis. And they are very proud of it. It's not like they're hiding it. They are speaking openly, so on and so forth. So politically, they want to control their own affairs. I remember how the Kikuyus gave to Eastlands to Isili to the Somalis. When Kibaki was serving as if you remember that history very well, when that by-election came there, the guy actually that was supposed to win that, New Jamaa that used to ride Ilengamia, if you remember, he was in ODM. And they postponed that election, they postponed until the current member of parliament, who actually got an accident and is not actually physically well and even mentally well. This guy that used to work for UN and he was a journalist. I don't know if you ever
I think alipata accident ya bomb, right? Si ni bomb alipigwa nayo?
Yeah. But that guy is not functional. Yeah, that guy is not functional. I don't think he goes even to parliament, but his seat is preserved. I don't know if you have ever known that guy does not even go to parliament. And now the Somalis have been able to negotiate that to the point whereby you have a dysfunctional person posing because they fear to take that. Now, they are branching over to other areas to see how they can propel themselves into the national level. So the candidature of Muhammad Ali is a Somali takeover, which needs to be treated with suspicion. And I'm not saying that a Somali takeover is wrong, but the agenda of the leadership, not the Somali people, the agenda of the Somali leadership is very bad. When people like Maalim, people like Duale, the only person that sometimes speak with sobriety is Bill Okello, who actually became a senator. He was forced to get out because of ethnic, whatever it was, clan negotiation. He came back. He used to be the shadow minister in the ODM for shadow minister for finance. A very resonant person. But when it came again to the issue of the IBC, Ahmed Nasir, not Ahmed Nasir, Abdikir, he was a partner in business, oil with that guy, and you could see their business ventures together, which made me sometimes start wondering. But this leadership across that actually initiated Junet into it, and eventually were able to succumb Junet to betray Baba. It's a broad, and you may not understand how it works. And it has been very successful. So I would rather have the current governor for Mombasa continue what we have witnessed here in Minnesota with the Somali takeover. Is what you cannot believe. When they take over who? I wonder if people will wake up in Mombasa and understand what will happen. And I'm not saying
Can I
people
ask you
should
something,
be fearful.
Can I ask you something? We already have the Somali governors in their counties. How are they treating those governors, those counties of theirs?
You saw one governor yesterday. Come and say that Duale wants him to worship him. Did you see that clip?
Yeah, that one I saw.
And they are not getting along. And he said he can only worship one person, and that is God. You remember that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So your question comes, how are they treating each other? This perceived cartel of who control the entire political class, in which Duale actually wants to be the patron, makes decision. And if you don't toe the line, they warn you. And that's why that governor the other day was making a lot of noise. But as he was making the noise, the women rep was actually castigating. It's sad that that's the only woman rep who talks over to his governor, a man, and he was not castigated religiously that he must respect the man. So you can almost see how they run their counties too. So if you want to know what is happening, then look at their counties. One of their own governors said when the Somali border was open, he said openly that after Gachagua came out and said that, one of the schools or whatever was run by militias from Ethiopia. And he came out and said, yeah, at that time, Duale was still the Minister for Defense. And the truth is, that is allegedly, that is a Duale militia that is masquerading to be out of the country. And that is how they are takeover. They already have an internal militia to defend them politically. So, the Somalis are far ahead of us in one way or the other in terms they are doing. You remember one clip whereby Duale was saying in his own language that all the hotels, all the oil industry, and what again? You remember that clip that circulated that was, Duale bragging about the takeover. So I'm wondering if the desperation of the Mijikenda in the coastal region is pushing them. And that is why, with all the pain, and you remember when we were in Mtembei, somehow I still supported the governorship of Sonko in Mombasa, not because Sonko could have been a better person, but he could have prevented something larger
than we think, that already because of political expediency and getting to leadership by all necessary means, we have allowed and we are going to cry. Remember, we have given IDs to people who are not even true Kenyans. Remember, we have given diplomatic passports to people who are not even Kenyans, actually, because they are able to vote for an individual, but also get away by being citizens of Kenya. So, and since they want to make sure that they are safe and these things can never be taken away from them, decide kukuwa na kona yao Kenya. And I think the safe haven has become Mombasa, first of all, because it's easier because they are Muslims. And secondly, because the poverty level in that area, it's easy for them to buy land, develop, and be comfortable there. So I personally, I say, I don't think the candidature of Muhammad Ali, in as much as you people are so excited about it, is good for the future of that country. I'm against it. Period.
Okay, Tony PK, can you react to that?
Do you know what I want to add to what Ngudi has said before Tony PK comes? Is Alex has said very categorical here that they are very well organized. But there is one thing that always comes with organization. You might be very well organized, like how the mountain is perceived well organized, it has been well organized. But now what is eating the mountain is about the tribes that are there in the mountain, the three of them. And you can start hearing that there's people who are trying to brokerage the breaking up of the mountain. Just is the same way that is happening in the Somalis. They always have clans, and I had checked at an investigation. You see these documentaries about that guy who was a cop in Isili. I don't know if you remember that cop who was an Isili cop, and he was punishing other Somalis who are not coming from his clan. And this one was not even auguring very well with the other Somalis who are not of that clan. There is a clan, I don't remember the name, that is very, very dominant in the Somalia. And they are the ones even you are seeing, they have the likes of Akina Haji, who are in the now NIS. That time he was in I think in the DPP. And that guy was not even taken any charges by the so-called then DPP, and he had brutally terrorized the people of Isili by his dominance. So I think that one is also another thing that is going to eat them up if they are not careful, because the clanism in Somali is very, very high. Hiyo clanism yao iko karibu 90%. Wanaichukua kwa nguvu sana kwa undani. And I think that one is going to also be a breakup for them if they are not careful. Because now if you hear Duale saying that he wants to be worshipped, and you know Duale is coming from that clan that I'm talking about, the same clan that is of Haji, the same clan of Duale. But I think with the Bio Kelo, it's called Kelo. I think it's called like that.
Bilo Kero. B-I-L-O-W Kero. K-E-R-R-O-W.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Alex. I think that one also is in another kind of clan, but their clan is not majority, but they are trying to get out of this because Duale amejaribu kuwakalia sana kule Northeastern. Anajaribu kuwakalia sana, but they are saying no. And that is why you see even the times that there was, I remember when there was stepping of the flag, you remember in Nyayo, was it Nyayo or was it in Kasarani? There was so many different opinions from those sides because some of them were saying even this pana clan inakuwaga hivi, inakuwaga na mambo ya madharau hivi and what have you. So if you cut those small things, you can know that Somali, they are well organized, by the way. They have funding. That is one thing I know they have. And today I've learned something from Alex. If the candidacy of Muhammad Ali is that one of those what he's saying, I believe it's better Abdul Swamad to stay in Mombasa. That one could be catastrophic if Muhammad Ali, because if Muhammad Ali enters as the Somali card, I don't think Mombasa will ever recover from that again. So it's better Abdulswamad to continue that candidacy of the governor of Nairobi.
Joseph, I think that one is okay. So I want to advance that question a little bit. If we are also seeing Somalis fighting and we are also fearing them, does it also mean that even as we fear Somalis, they might also have their own infightings within themselves, and it is not, or they are just sibling rivalries, which are not very serious. At the end of the day, they are still sharing resources and other things. But can we say that there will be some Somalis who can actually come and join with us, even as we try to fight with Ruto and do other things? Like there are some Somalis who will not agree to that cartelhood, which this Duale is trying to do, and there can be Somalis who can honestly come and unite with other Kenyans. So even as they have that serious family board, there will be those Somalis who will break away. Is that one possible? Any Somali, we don't take them serious.
Yes, Njiru. That is the breakaway now you are saying about the governorship. That's why you are seeing Alex's comment here told us about the governor and the women representative, how they are fighting. That one is a breakaway, which is happening. And I don't think the guy that Bilo Kelo, that has not been supporting this government from since. You have been hearing him. I like even his points. I always hear his points. I've always seen that guy debating it. And what he talks, he's very mature in politics. That is what I'm going to say. So I think that is what is going to happen clearly. There is a breakup away from what Duale is trying to do. Because even Duale was, there is a comment that was very, very, ilikuwa comment mbaya sana, that those people were very angry with the ile comment Duale alisema ati sijui ng'ombe na camel zote ni zake, and those guys, they were very, very angry. And if you could hear even the people, the residents of I don't remember which county it was, but the residents were very angry, and they said that Duale cannot come and tell us that he owns all these camels and all this. No, he cannot come and tell us. He's trying to be like a dictator in Northeastern, and we cannot accept this. So Duale can be trying to bring the votes to William Ruto, trying to show himself he's the kingpin of Northeastern, but in turn he's going to break it completely. So it can be two-way. That's why I said William Ruto can be very happy he's giving IDs to these guys and everything, but in turn they don't even follow what his guys are saying. And when they don't follow what his guys are saying, it means even Ruto, they are not going to vote for him. So I think there is a breakaway. I don't know if other people are going to chip in, because me, that is what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Before niende, wacha nikwambie kitu moja. You need to acknowledge one thing. Being politically savvy is understanding power and knowing what power can do to you in spite and despite of your differences. And that is why I told you yesterday, some of us are advancing discourse to our communities, because as a country we thought democracy will benefit everybody. But how leadership comes and start negotiating, because look at how Ruto became the president. He told Ndaopea 50%, 30% of the government, the Luyas. Okay, Danganya Sonko, I'll give you how many seats so such kind of political negotiations. Now, so you can have differences. Let me go back and give you an example before I conclude with the Somalis. In 2002, Kibaki ran against Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And by 2007, somebody's, Wakikuyu wengi wako Guinness Book of Record, but kuna mmoja hamsemangi mwenye ako Guinness Book of Record, hamtakangi kuongea kabisa. Uhuru became the first sitting opposition leader to endorse the sitting president while holding the position of the position of opposition. That rhymes very well, by holding the position of opposition, sitting opposition leader, endorsed the sitting president. And what had happened at that particular time is they saw what power could do, the posterity of power. And in spite and despite of all the differences that were there, the projection was power. And Michuki came out and said a statement that if you want to talk to the Kikuyus, you must come through Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And that was the problem that Uhuru and Karua started having, in spite and despite of all these things. So I'm projecting the differences that were there. The people had previously put Kibaki into the presidency. But how you were able to look at power and posterity, and despite of all the problems of the leadership cannot go from Chania to Endahapa, ABCD from here to here, the people from Mbeere, so on, kutoka kwenu, seeing that the main mountain has always dominated you, it brought you together because of what we call power. Because you were threatened as a community. When 2001, we saw what is called everybody against one tribe, it woke up the Kikuyus into the reality that in spite and despite of all our differences, democracy does not work. Our homogeneous nature of coming together to protect us by all necessary means is more important politically. And we have been having emotional politics in the mountain and even scarecrows by saying Raila ABCD, and some people have been able to use it to win, whether it's true or not, because of the preservation as a people. Now, the Somalis have come out to say, the Shagwa is saying these people are things. Now, they are also using what traditionalists Kikuyus have used, that the one that comes out loud and fight not only physically, but can throw the wildest vitro, like Moses Kuria could say, Raila tutakutairisha, enda kula samaki, baadaye anakuja anasema utakufa, anaandika like, he knew how to win. He will write on fulani atakufa siku fulani saa ngapi, ABCD. Like Moses Kuria mastered the art of playing with the emotions of the Kikuyus because of the 2007. Now, the Somalis, until today, they still don't feel like they are Kenyans. They feel like they are visitors. So you thinking you are going to project their differences so that they can take their eyes away from what is called power is a wet dream. When it comes to power, how the Somalis have been able, throughout the world, they fight in their country, they don't have any government. But how they are able to come from Rochester, they come from Winona, they come from St. Cloud, they come from Mankato, but all of them are in one district, District 7. And Ian Omar, we put a Jewish who is loaded with 20 times more money, going 20 million plus a week using to take this person. But they forget clanism. And all of them line up from morning to evening, making calls, making sure Ian Omar has won. Why have I taken so long to explain that? It's because you think that Somalis are stupid. First of all, they understand they don't have a country. In spite of them being in Kenya, Somali as a country is important to them because that is what defines them, not Kenya. If you don't know. The last time we wanted to touch Somali in a bad way, Mali Mohammed, go back to the hindsight, even when he was the deputy speaker, and said Somali must claim its land from Kenya. The other day, somebody made a very scrupulous mini statement and said, in 16 or 17 something, the Portuguese came to fight people in Saudi Arabia. It is the Somalis who came from here, went and saved the city. And therefore, we still have what? When it comes from outside, a fight from outside, Somalis are like bees. Okay? But when it comes to the internal, they are together. The only people who maybe will be able, and I thought they were able, but it backfired, is when Netanyahu recognized the Somaliland. And it backfired right away. You cannot break these people by thinking when it comes to looking at power and their entrenching. It's going to be easy. They always remember that it is their unity that has served them. Whenever they go to a new place, it is not the clans that served them. The reason they lost the mayorship of Minneapolis and they regret is because they allowed the clans to come in. And how was that successful? The only reason it was successful, the current mayor of Minneapolis, I don't know what he did and went and learned Somali fluently. And he was able to break them inside. A white man going to learn Somali and speak fluently and start naming some cities in the way these people speak now in their local language without us knowing, saying another clan there, this other clan, this other clan. He was very, and whoever that taught him that must have been a masterclass in political. But from outside, my friend, if they want that governorship and you expect, Mombasa, that you are going to use clanism, they've dominated it in Europe. They've done it in Ohio, Columbus. They've done it in Nashville. They've done it in Washington, Seattle. They are doing it in Ontario, Canada. In some areas in Europe, actually, they've been chased because of their unity, because they can't be broken. So the issue of clans, watch a candle when it comes to power and Somalis. These are bees.
In other words, even when we see them as if they are not together, that is artificial. At the end of the day, there is a bigger power play somewhere.
How have they been able to hold Isili together? And it has become their hub. You know, we've left it totally to them that people haven't recently gone to Isili per se to see it as a totally different city. The landscape, the roads, and everything. That is totally Somali. If you went to Pangani in those days, in the mid 90s, 95, what we had then, if you took a picture then and today, is in terms of region and urban organization.
It's like looking at Dubai. Dubai of 1980 and Dubai of today.
It's more than that. It is, how can I say? It's not even assimilation. It is as if a miracle happened. Land was brought from Somalia. Real land was excavated, carried, and brought with buildings and people. And that which used to be there, submerged, went down. Not even one thing that you could see in there remains today. They bought, they demolished, they built. Do you get what I say? They bought buildings, they demolished buildings, they started bootstrap. If you were to go what was there in the 90s, you come today, you wouldn't know you are in the same place. At least you can go to Jericho, you can go to Kitengela, you can go to Kayole, 1 or 2 places you can say, okay, I think even this building is here, I can remember this. There is nothing they left. They demolished. Even the tallest buildings that were there were never renovated. They were demolished. And yet, all clans stay there. It's not one clan that did that. It is the entire Somali clans. That will let you understand that when you think that is what will divide them, there is what that unites them most. What unite? It's not like Kikuyus have never been democratic the way sometimes we blame them. What happened in 2007 forced them to think homogeneously. Hata wewe Joseph, at some point, ulikuwa unajiuliza, am I safe Raila? Yes, I love his politics, but the people surround him like Alai. If he becomes, and the Alai becomes the Minister for Internal Security, will I survive as a Kikuyu? That fear was sold to you, isn't it? And somehow it's not 100%.
No, true, good, because even as I was going to 2013 election, me, I'm not going to lie to you, I voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. And what was in the backdrop of my mind is, how is Nairobi going? You know me, I come from Nairobi, Alex, and I stay in Dagoretti. And I stay in Dagoretti, where in Dagoretti South, which is predominantly a Kikuyu zone. So I was so much afraid of what will happen if Raila wins. You know, even we had war. Even we had war, because that was the time. You know, I saw the war in 2007 firsthand, because when it started, even in Nairobi, we had violence. Let us not forget that. And the people from Kibera, they came to Kawangware, and you know, they beat up women in the Soko, and some of them did some nasty things I will not say here. And you know what happened? There was an MP called Beth Mugo. And what she did, she bought for the young people a lot of crude weapons, which made them to go and retaliate. And you know, most of the people who are from Dagoretti South, the work that they do, most of them, they are either in matatu business, they are drivers and conductors, and most of them, they are working in the butchery section. So they were given all these things, and you know, they started going from, some divided and started going to Kangemi, others divided and started going through this Naivasha road, going straight to Kawangware, and others passed through the other road, ile sasa mnasema inatengenezwa kuwa Talanta, they passed through Lenana, those areas. And I'm telling you, if it was not the police who dispatched these people, you know, they had reached even in Dagoretti corner, and the people from Kibera had reached to namba 8 hapo tu mbele, let's say pale kwa RFU, pale rugby grounds. If it was not the police who dispatched this, it could have been massacre. I'm telling you, that time it could have, because even some people were, nakwambia Alex, watu wengine walitariliwa, my friend. Some people even were cut. Me, I saw some people even who were chopped. You know, we don't talk about Nairobi violence like the way we talk at Nakuru. In Nairobi, it was also worse. You know, and I have one friend of mine who died in these skirmishes. He did not return. They were being given even transport, Alex. Walikuwa wanapewa mpaka transport na magari za Dagoretti number 2. They were being given transport. These things were never spoken about, but it was terrible. So in 2013, I was also afraid. And that fear also carried me. In 2007, I was very much afraid. And this fear carried on to 2013. I saw what what was the repeat of 2007 will happen in 2013, it will be too much problem for. But the thing that helped is, in Dagoretti more so, there is even so much in the Mungiki, and I think they tried to protect the community as such, if that is what they were saying. But I'm telling you, that was a fear, Alex. You have not lied. Mimi nilikuwa ninaogopa sana. So after it was spread like Raila si mtu mzuri 2013, 2017, but when I came to know myself, I wondered what were we even engaging ourselves in, because I don't understand what were we being sold to. That Raila anaweza kuja kutuvalisha vinyasa, tulikuwa tunaambiwa mpaka tutavalishwa vinyasa. I was even asking myself, kwani nilikuwa mjinga hivyo? So those are the things that happened, Alex. True.
Tony PK sorry. Stone umerelax sana. React. Kama ulienda usingizi. PK.
Sema Njiro. Hello?
I was saying you can react to that heavy discussion between Joseph and Budi. We are talking about the complexity of Somali political front. Though divided, they are also united at some place. That's what Budi was explaining in a longer length. Sijui kama umemsikia? Hata kama you people you are accusing mimi ndiye sisikilizani.
No, mimi siwezi kuwa sisikizi. Kama sisikizi nakuwa nimetoka kwa show. Kiniona kwa show ninasikiza, niko rada. Somali ni watu complex, but they are so complex yet they cannot hawawezi kujigovern. They are very poor in governance. Hiyo hawawezi, they can't. Getting a leader they can, but hata huyo leader si atuwa wanamsikiza. Hebu mshawahi kuattend meeting ambayo mko na Wasomali? Unajua mimi nimesoma nao. Hakunanga order in their DNA. Ati vile mnakaa kwa meeting, one person speaks at a time. Hakuna naturally. And that, in sociology, that is what determines people that can be led and people that can be governed. They are ungovernable. Although at the time of a problem, that's when they come together. When they have a cause, they come together. But at kukaa tu ati wakue governed, ati wafuate rules. By the way, they don't follow rules. That's why hata biashara yao utasikia wakikuuliza, ukiwaambia hii kitu ni pesa hiyo, anakuuliza hapana, hakuna bei ile ingine. Ama ukiwa ni deal inafanywa, unaona wanakuuliza na ile njia ile ingine. They always want to go for those alternatives. Why I'm saying that is that this is the only group of human beings on earth that they are one tribe. Ni tribe moja, but they fight like they are 150 tribes. Okay, they devour each other. Ni kama ni matribes nini. Remember I've said there is only one tribe called Somali. The only thing they have ni clans, and those clans fight and devour each other like kama kitu hujawahi ona. So yes, they are good when they feel threatened. What justifies what I'm saying is that they've not been able to put up a country since Siad Barre, and they will never manage. Itakuwa hiyo iliendaga ikiendaga. Hata chakuwa na kitu inaitwa Somali, ati kuna law and order and all that. It's gone. The only person who tried to alijaribu sana ni huyo Siad Barre. They later got rid of them. So the threat that they bring into other communities is that disorganization and criminology and And the criminology they bring wanaileta ni kama holy, it's like si mbaya. Juu vitu nyingi utasikia wakikwambia ni haram because they attach dini sana to their way of life. But unfortunately, once intermingle now, utakuta one, they don't want to be told. Governed, they don't want to be told. Hapa kuna rules and regulations. Wako allergic to that. Rent them your house or your apartment and you will see what I mean. Atunawapatia sijui lease, sijui imeandikwa, sijui rules hapa na pale, utashangaa sana. So basically they are a community that they want to kuishi tu ile orthodox. Shida ikitokea ndio wanapiga firimbi, wanakutana, wanasort hiyo problem, wanarudi kuishi vile tu wataishi. And that is normally a threat to communities that want to have rules and regulation. Ukienda Eastleigh hakuna rules and regulation. I don't know how many of you have been to Eastleigh late. The time you go to Kenya, enda utembea Eastleigh. Ni kuzuri sana, huko ndio kuna manguo nzuri, fashion, what. But it's chaos, chaotic. Yes. So kama hujazoea chaos, then usiende. Lakini kama umind, we ingia tu tanini. Yeah. Very, very, very skyscrapers, my buildings. Lakini mata inatema, wanatema mata everywhere, uchafu iko all over. It is mediocracy. So I don't think people would want that kind of leadership amongst us, especially Kenyans would not want to, to have that kind of a person, me being a leader, a governor somewhere, because sasa ndio kufungulia mambo ingine haiwezi kutajika. Yeah, that is so much I can say about them, and not discriminating, but we are carrying them as they are, and it is not disputable. Of course, you get some hapa na pale wako couth, when we say what to see wote, kuna few wale wako in quotes civilized. We've had some kama akina Amina Mohamed, those are watu wako polished, but unfortunately we govern as a community ni ngumu sana. That's my take on Somali governorship and leadership. Iko shida kubwa. Jiro.
Stone PK.
Sema Joseph.
Ulikuwa umepotelea wapi bwana? Sikuwa nimekuona siku kadhaa.
Mimi ama wewe?
Wewe ulikuwa umepotea kidogo tukiwa tuna discussion ile ya kule mazishi ya Murang'a ya Kakuya.
Alasi nilikuwa nasikiza.
Ulikuwa? Unajua kulikuwa kuna watu wengi sana huko.
Mimi ndio nilianzisha hiyo maneno na huyo mrembo vile alifanya.
It's very shocking that huyo mwanamke anasema ati alifanywa sijui nini. What were you expecting when you go to a crowd that is charged like that?
Na hakujua, ndio nakwambia immaturity ni, sorry I keep on saying this, but immaturity haina wisdom. Ukiwa immature you have to really, unajua unaweza ingia hivi uangalie watu usome, inaitangwa ushike rada na uchange, ugeuze mbao kiplani. Hata kama ulikuwa umetumwa ukapewa do, unasoma mood, unarudi unamesea, Oliona Nyamu alicheza kama yeye. Ude wanaitwa Nyamu.
Ilibidi acheze, hata yeye alikuwa anataka kuleta hizo vitu lakini ilibidi acheze kama
alicheza
aliambiwa atumie wisdom. Unajua nani
ali,
talk to him very
ali,
correct.
alimuadvise. Huyo mwingine alikuwa ameambiwa akakataa. She's very rude. Huyo Muthoni alikuwa amekoshoniwa. Aliambiwa juu wanamjua vile ni Ndoreka, so walikuwa kampeni huko Malamu na nini. So na anajidai vile yeye ni Sugu, yeye ni Ruto, sijui amepewa nini, labda hata yeye alionwa 350. So unaona ni kasupu.
But what I think that lady alikuwa ametumwa na nani so that he can try to, najua anajaribu kuleta hii nini na imefail kabisa. Hii kitu yao ya kubrokerage the Mount Kenya imekataa kabisa. You know, Lamu has been voting together with what Mount Kenya has been voting. Even when you look at the vote stream, vile zimekuwa zikienda, Lamu has been voting predominantly with how Mount Kenya has been voting, and I think they have been used to bring all these divisions. That's why you had even another one. She was talking about Nakuru. Ukitaka kujua plan zao ni very easy, Storm PK. Si aliongea mpaka Nakuru. Akasema Nakuru sijui wamekuwa ati wakiachwa nyuma. Sijui hata sisi tumekuwa tukiachwa nyuma. So you know the problem is hakutumia akili before she talked, because amekuwa akisema ati wana support tuta, lakini anaongea kuhusu yeye serikali yenye ana support imjengei barabara. So unaona alionekana kama stupid fool. Alionekana tu kama mjinga, kwa sababu huwezi kuwa unasema ati wewe una support tuta na barabara ikuji kwenyu. So who are you blaming at?
Ni wisdom alikosa, alishindwa vile atapeana hiyo. I understand what she wanted to the house you at vile alikuwa anataka kutoa hiyo message, lakini hakujua kuiplace.
Alikuwa anataka kusema kwa sasa hatuna maendeleo, lakini tuko kwa serikali tutapewa.
Exactly.
That was the statement. Hatuna barabara, lakini serikali inajenga.
Lakini si yako ndani hiyo serikali hakuna barabara inajengwa huko. So I think she was also very stupid.
No, barabara itajengwa. Sasa hii barabara ndio kuna hiyo 50 billion trillion ya infrastructure, so zitaenda kwa watu watuta.
Unajua shida ni Son PK, kuna hizo pesa lakini zinaweka go into use. Watu wanakujaga wanasomewa 50 billion sijui nini. Ni vitu ngapi zimepeanwa Stone PK? Tunajua zimepeanwa na hazija na hakuna kitu imefanyika. Hata si pesa, anapeana tu vitu kwa mdomo. Si hata nisikia Kakamega utakuwa na airport. Imeanza hata kujengwa.
Atafanya ground breaking atazunguka akifanya hizo ground breaking kila mahali.
So hii kitu hata ni rahisi. Hii kitu hata kupiga Ruto itakuwa rahisi sana kwa political scene, kwa sababu mpaka vitu kama hizi Mumias alikuwa anajaribu kufufua, ilikufa. Chapatiana pesa zilienda wapi? It is still dead. So politics 2027, I think also United Opposition should put their act together. Wanafaa waweke act yao together. And I think also as Matiang'i was addressing yesterday, nilipenda sana kidogo vile alisema hizi zingine tutajaribu kuona Jubilee kama ita, lakini presidency pale tutadecide na United Opposition. I think now this is the year they need now to know how they are going to run their whole campaigns. Storm PK, sijui kama unaona hivi. They need to know how they are going to run their campaigns.
Mimi naona wamechelewa sana, ingawa walisema ati wakisema ule flag bearer atalimwa na Ruto mapema. Sasa nikashindwaje? Hiyo ni kurizoni ya zamani. Ukisema wakimtoa next year ndi hatalimwa na Ruto. What reasoning is that? What kind of reasoning is that? Hata nyimu nisaidia. Njiro alikuwa na support, anasema ati wasiseme mapema. Sasa difference ni gani? Wakisema towards the mwisho ndio hatalimwa na Ruto.
Na hiyo ndio shida yetu kujia kama Azimio. Storm PK unakumbuka? Raila wakazozana, tulikuja kuambiwa mambo ya Raila wakati gani? 3 months, was it 6 months before? But this guy had made inroads everywhere. So tunafaa kuwa na candidate already ameanza ku make inroads everywhere. this year chape kuchapa inroads kila pahali as one team.
Si umtoe mapema ndiye alimwe tu, ndiye ajidefend enough.
Ndio hata wakienda kitu kama debate already wamejidefend, si ndio? It's already done. I think also,
Okay, naweza respond kwa hiyo. I think it will be the first in Kenya. Kenyan opposition has no experience of doing a long range campaign. It can be the right thing, but do we have resources? Do we have what it takes to sustain that? Unajua, after mumejua candidate, huyo candidate lazima mumussustain in the wave na kumpeleka kwa watu, yani lazima mumaintain hiyo momentum, because huyo candidate wenye msipo maintain kwa hiyo momentum atakuja ishe. And the best way to understand how you can maintain such a momentum is like in the US. The US, they do it for 15 months, non-stop. And as you are bringing your candidate, you are continually getting small donations from people. And actually, one of the people who were able to do even a more longer campaign than 15 months was Donald Trump, who campaigned throughout after when he was not declared a president in 2020, up to the time when he came now to re-announce his third bid again. So ndio najaribu kusema ndio hii. The problem which we have with our opposition is number one, they don't have commitment for money. I think wanaogopa pesa. So, but if they were assured that they can be able to raise enough funding and everything, all the other resources which are needed for a sustained long campaign, because a sustained long campaign is very methodological. Sasa, Bwana Stone PK, hiyo ndio itahitaji hao mathinkers unasemanga all the time. You cannot announce your candidate now na una thinkers. Your campaign will flop.
What are they doing now? What are they doing right now?
You the problem of our own campaign. See, Okiya Omtata has been saying atakuwa president. Has even picked up.
I'm asking you this. What is it they are doing now?
Just time wasting tactic, because they want.
How are they wasting? How are they wasting time? Are they not spending?
Tutaname candidate baadaye. Hata hii Kalonzo Musyoka atapinduliwa. Wataipindua, ataanzia kusema we need another 3 months. They cannot do it in the next 3 months, because I can tell you from based on what I've seen na wale watu nafuatilia sana, including even some Kikuyu mafia guys, they are talking of 2027. So you can be, and I know very well watabadilisha Kalonzo Musyoka. So from what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing us having a candidate before 2027. So watakuwa nacheza tu hii story yao tu ya United Opposition press conferences na nini, because Bwana Stone PK, the problem is this: there is no commitment of a well-oiled campaign. Unless
It will never be there.
Campaign.
Where will they get it from if they don't have it? Where will they get it from? From who?
No, but at least for 3 months, hata kama ni 1 billion uko nayo, unaweza sema hiyo ndio tutatumia.
Lakini sasa Jiru, the problem is the people who are supposed to fund these people, Stone PK, wale watu wanafaa kufund hii vitu, they are being bashed off. I saw the MP ule anaitwa Jane Maua akibash off Uhuru. Uhuru should be big and be wanafaa kuwa kileta Uhuru close, so that he can be able to give. Uhuru is the only person I think right now who can be able to fund them well in terms of anything, in terms of infrastructure, when they need to do these campaigns.
Ana pesa, let me tell you. Unajua mjui sources of funding. These people wako na funding. There are people who have pledged. Amtaambiwa, but people have committed. All right? And people commit and tell you, they look at your program and how you are planning. Yeah. So even if you announce it now, you just draw a plan. You don't have to start flying all over. The fact that you have said so and so is you are running it. We have to change the way we do things. Hii ujinga ya kungojea is garbage. At the last minute, at 2 months, that's when we will have all the kind of nonsense, and the Ruto will just take over. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to.
But Stone PK, yeah, Stone PK, kidogo. Even without copying, the US does elections in November, and their conventions are in August. Their conventions are in August, in July.
Can you look at that model?
I don't want to, I hate US model. I don't like it. Injuini hii si model ninaweza fuata. One, inafandiwa na madrugs na nini. Jiro usije ukachukua US model in anything. It's one of the very, very cheating module. Kila kitu inafanywa hapa US ni uongo tu. They dupe the world. It's fake. Tuseme yetu. Wananchi unaogopa Ruto ati ni mapema. Na yet unaenda Ukambani, you go pole pole. You don't have to go choppering in na nini. You go unatembea kama una pesa ya kwenda kama hivyo walikuja kanisani hapo. What's wrong with coming to that church and you have your deputy and your presidential candidate? Then kidogo mnakaa after 1 week, 2 weeks, mnaenda mahali pengine. Then if you can't finance that, achieni Ruto atawale. Mwache ujinga. Simple as that. If you can't afford as a presidential candidate to go to church in Embu, and when you go to Embu, unaenda hapo, unakuwa hosted, mnalala hapo, mnamaliza wiki moja, unarudi. You don't have to have a motorcade of vehicles. We should change so that even somebody without billions of money can campaign. We have to begin somewhere. I said this should have been the time to start. You don't have to start comparing yourself with the millions and billions of money stolen by Ruto. Do your campaign in a simple manner and explain yourself to the people. Si unaanza kujidai ati utafikia Ruto. It's not possible. It's not. But you can't say you will not do it because Ruto ana pesa mingi. I mean, a presidential candidate who cannot...
There's no assurance that having a lot of money, you will win a campaign. Even in the,
exactly.
Even in the US, people spend a lot of money and they still lose elections.
Let me tell you something I proposed in UDA na wali argue hivyo. Your argument is siwe peke yako. I proposed something to UDA, not UDA, to ODM.
UDA? Oh.
ODM. So they were so stressed that walikuwa wafiki mashinani. And you listen to them, hakuna mtu anatoa formula because they are avoiding hivyo unasema. Everything you talk, they are attaching money, huge money. So I gave them an example. Nikaambia, like if you want to do one axis from Nairobi, for example, you useme for 5 days and you do a small convoy, hii inaitangwa road show. Don't use helicopters. Hizi kwanza ujinga wameintroduce sahi ya helicopters. It's just wamepelekwa hiyo higher notch na hao wakora kina Ruto ndio wakuwe exhausted. Let kina Ruto fly with the chopper. You take a convoy of a Mugithi truck road show from Nairobi kuja Thika, pitia hiyo njia ya Garissa, enda Kanyonyo, address people, move into Kibao, go to Mwingi, do that circuit for 1 week, mkilala in a very simple places, and you come back, umesweep hiyo, because you will not do that during the real campaign period. Saa hii ndio ya kwenda hii mdogo mdogo, hii simple, hii haichotewi, watu hawataki kuchotewa. Ikifika high climax, you have to organize crowd, you have to pour money and all that. They don't see that strategy. They don't see that. And that you appeal to people, they will continue funding that Mugithi as you go along. As in, watu wananyamaza. You know, when you give people a point in our piga, unaona watu wananyamaza, wanaangaliana. Yeah, because they are lazy kabisa. Yeah. Kwani how much is it to fuel your V8? Kaa wanataka kwenda na hizo V8. Unafanya hiyo nini mkiongea, mkihutubia watu huko mashinani hivi. And people get to know you mapema. Gachagua ndio president anasimama ama whoever it is. Inaendelea hivyo. Sasa mtaanza kurukaruka na nini na chopa za kukopa. Mnakata shortcut ya manjia because it will be expensive. You do 5 minutes, 10 minutes, mkiongea unaambua ongea dakika moja, sema jina tu, sema jina. Garbage, nonsense. Very, very poor way of campaigning. You interact with the people, man. Interact with the people. The country is so big. Unataka uanze saa zile ati uko 1 month to nini, you will not cover places. Hata uta meet people who can have confidence of being your candidates and being your agents. You have no feeling. Can you imagine a presidential candidate that has not even gone to the remotest market in Mbeere North? Na unakuta hapo unakura 1,500 na hujawahi fika hapo. Kama Raila, kuna mahali Raila uko deep Kindaruma huko, polling station moja ina watu 1,200 anapata 700 deep huko, and you've never been there. Ni mtu anakuuza huko. So what of if, for example, one time you just hop and you are seen in that particular area which have 6,000 voters or something like that, and on the way you see so many through a circuit, unakuta umeongea na watu over 30,000. Ni strategy hawana, they have no thinkers in Jiro. Hiyo excuse ya ni mapema, hiyo ndio ni part of failure. Hiyo ndio part of kuanguka kabisa, na wataweza. Jani pause hapo.
Yeah, ni sawa. Let's wait and see if Kalonzo will be able to execute his plan. Juu Kalonzo alisema tumpe 90 days. He said by March he should announce his team. So as he is announcing his team, I hope he will be able to give a more bigger framework.
Ati Kalonzo alisema 90 days.
Yeah, in 90 days wanapeana candidate.
Alisema collectively, na nyinyi mna report vibaya. You guys are poor. Jiro, you are very bad reporters. Kalonzo talked on behalf of the guys they are together. They will give. Yeah. It's not I will. It is collective. And hii kitu wanasema, watu wanasema, so called united. It is really defeatist. It is defeatist. All people who are against Ruto, they are together in quotes, together in the opposition. Ama mnataka waanze kuitana bibi na bwana ndio mjue wako pamoja. Unajua nyinyi mmekuwa Kenya mazee imeenda below na maanalyst. Even in the mainstream media imekuwa too cheap. They are below category, below kabisa. Hata ukisikiza Citizen, those small boys I think they even don't research. Hata juzi wametandikwa na Ruto Mbambo, walikuwa wananyamazishwa ni kama chokora. They can't because they have limited English, they have limited brains. Wametandikwa, interview nilikuwa nataka tuicheze leo. Wamemalizwa ile Mbambo. They don't know how to phrase questions. They don't know how to trick. Kenya imekwisha tu. Very frustrating. Mtu anakuambia ati vile housing levy. Nitarudia hii because hiyo ndio swali ilikuwa ingekanganya Ruto ile Mbambo. Mpaka alishindwa atajibu aje, lakini huyo jamaa kujua follow up question. When did it turn out to be a levy? Ulikuwa umesema ni fund. What happened? What was the turnaround? Kungekuwa na mtu ana guts angesema please explain elaborately to Kenyans. They are watching you now. That is how you interview a president. Mwambia no. Mr. President, we can't move to any other question. Explain exactly what happened. Whatever it was supposed to be a fund from wherever you are to get it. Then you turned it into taxing people by force. Hakuna Njiro. Hakuna watu wa kuinterview kufinya huyu mtu makende. Hakuna. Sasa Ruto ndio unaona anatawala. Ndiye aliambia Kenyans haya amesoma, hakuna mtu anaweza muambia chochote. Can you imagine somebody standing on the podium and saying hakuna mtu, whole population of 50 plus million people. Ndiye amesoma mpaka amefanya watu wakachukia hiyo masomo. Kwa unaweza soma ukuje kuvilify people like that. And what you are doing is nonsense. And you are forcing people to swallow the rubbish. That is deadly. So Njiru volunteer to be one of the thinkers wa kina Kalonzo bana. Just write a voluntary nini. You can think for them from where you are bana. Hii kazi ni kuvolunteer. Joseph, volunteer ni bana. Msaidia hawa watu. Wako chini tu sana. Umeenda wapi watu wangu? Umeenda wapi tena? You don't know Mamire. Nione watu kwa comment section ndio niongee nao dakika ya mwisho mwisho. We are all media. All media. So me just imagine. Word for word. Ayaga anaweza valisha watu vinyasa. Don't play. By the way, why did it backfire? What backfire? Njiru hataki tulale. Aya. Where is Njiru? Ani Njiru ako wapi na simuoni? Ako, ameacha on lakini Njiru, amka utufunge station bana. Haya, mimi wacha niage watu. Niwaambie kwa Irini, thank you so much for being there. Tumefanya 7 hours. And out of here, I'm appealing. We have volunteer thinkers. People to think for our candidates. And from this platform, we want you guys to keep suggesting a combination. Proposed combination. President, deputy. President, deputy. Can you pair them up? Then we tunaangalia tukisambaza. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.